Yes, and we are live now, at least for the rest of the 11 hours and 55 minutes. Uh, so, I wanted to elucidate on this very topic of MGTOW philosophy since, oh, we have Mr. Bullets. Hello, sir. Is my mic okay? This is my new microphone.
Yeah, it's a lot better. Okay.
Thanks a
Yeah.
lot, sir.
Sub to your channel before.
Yeah, I also subscribe to your channel. Uh, since we both have been and godmother is gracious enough to let us use her channel, so we are streaming on three different channels, that is mine, Crazy Bitch Boot Camp, as well as Working Men's Hostel.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's it, a little bit of housekeeping. And
Yeah. I've
yeah,
seen Working Man's Hostile. I don't think I'm sub to him yet, though.
no,
I've seen
it
a couple of
is,
his videos pop up. I'll have to check them out.
yes, it's very good. We do, very late and long streams, like 11 hours and 55 minutes. And even after that, we would just be talking backstage or something like that. So I I pretty much liked it since the Corona period. I came on Good Mother's channel when I was in Canada at that time.
Yeah,
And
I was actually I just got through doing some late night chores and shit, getting ready to crash, man. And I came in the room and I saw messages and shit about coming on. It's a little late to start a stream. It's like 3 a.m. here. Is that Mandy? Or did she take off?
yes,
Hello,
yes.
I'm back. I just changed my name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
Oh,
can't stay
okay.
long, man. Because I gotta get up in the morning. I'm still having problems with the car, and I gotta figure out what the deal is with that. So what do you got going on?
No issues, sir. As and when you would like to join in, even in the midst of live streaming, whenever you want to join in to fill up with to fill us with your input, we would be happy to have you. And
Mhm.
since I wanted to do this with you, basically, I
Okay.
because we both have been balls deep in this community for 2015, since 2015 at least, and we have listened to most of the people giving their input regarding this very philosophy, or shall we call it way of life. So let me start by asking you, sir, as to what MGTOW actually means for you, and what do you make out of it.
Okay, so I'm being interviewed. What does MGTOW mean to me? Well, the way that I've heard it, the way Barbarossa and Stardust and Terrence Pop have put it, it's about self ownership. The realization that there's another path beyond the blue pill. There's a path beyond the status quo. And the bar that society has set for men. There's another way. There's a better way. And MGTOW, MGTOW was that path for me. It's not for all men, you know. Not everybody can do this. A lot of people that have tried to go MGTOW, have gone, gone off on their own life paths. And I think that's the cool thing about MGTOW. You don't have to stay in the community or anything like that. You can move on. You can move on with your life. In you're a better person for it. I've known that a lot of people think that it, the MGTOW community was toxic. Well, yes, during its inception, it was very, very toxic. Um, People were pissed off and mad about it, and MGTOW gave them an outlet for their angst, you know, and not just hatred against women, even though a lot of MGTOW have sworn off women, and and to the point to where they just have a seething hatred for them and stuff, but that's just toxic, when you focus on shit like that. And you eventually come out of that, and you come to the realization that that part of MGTOW isn't what it's really about. That's just a phase you go through. It's like when you take that red pill, and you wake up, and you come out of that shell and you unplug, like in the movie The Matrix, and you're covered in slime, you know, and looking back on everything that you've been through, and society's just basically flushed you down the drain, and along comes MGTOW to pull you out of the cess, and rebuild you as a man. Um, for some, it takes a long time. It takes a long time for them to rebuild their muscles, you know, before they can jack back in, to the construct, and reprogram themselves to do something better. And I'm referencing a lot of the analogies of the Matrix because in that movie you can relate to a lot of MGTOW philosophy in that movie. I mean, I think that was one of the main awakenings, for a lot of people, when they took the red pill and they figured out, you know, like parents Terrence Pops pointed out that the laws have been stacked against you. I mean, mind you, that I've was blue pill for many years, just like everybody else. Okay,
Yep, me
and
too.
I was programmed and believed and brainwashed in the gynocentric bullshit, um, and you
But
eventually just
bullets
come out of
shoot.
that. You have an awakening. And the realization of that, I think, pisses off a lot of people. But from that you grow. I look at Chris Cantu.
Okay.
He came in this community. He was mad. He was pissed off. He was frustrated with the way Western civilization and feminized society was treating him. He's a good looking dude, well built businessman, and even he got the shitty end of the stick. Look at Terrence Pop, he's a career military, and he came out of it, um, out of all of that, and his wife left him and everything, went through divorce court, and shoved to the gyno grinder, and but he's got over his rage, and MGTOW's still therapy for him, you know. For other men like Chris, who have gone on, Indiana Jones style to save the world over in the Ukraine from the last videos that I just saw of him. I'm totally blown away because the last time heard about him, he was in Bangkok, hanging with Miggy and MGTOW expat, and I think it's awesome, that these men have stepped beyond, all of that, to and become better men for it. All of them, and these are phases that we go through. And I think that's what MGTOW means to me. It's being true to your own self and bettering yourself, and not just, stewing in these online communities, because they'll destroy you. You'll destroy yourself. You'll destroy yourself. And you run into other people and they're feeding that hatred, and they start making up rules and all this other garbage, that isn't have any isn't remotely MGTOW. MGTOW is about you as an individual man. Okay, it's not just about it's not about an online community. Okay, it's about you becoming something greater than yourself. If that makes sense.
Mr. Johnny Midnight has joined us. Would you be kind enough, sir, to give your input as to what MGTOW actually means for you?
Okay. To me, MGTOW is not really a philosophy. There are many different philosophies that are shared by many different MGTOWs. Um, Mostly Stoicism. I'm actually not a follower of Stoicism, but I find it to be a chosen way of life for an individual man's path. Thanks, thanks, good mother. So I think that bullets. What one thing you were talking about in terms of rules and whatnot, I really think that just depends on that individual man. We're going to do what we're going to do that works for us in terms of our own individual philosophies, of which there are many, as I said before, and try to see what is going to be the best route and the best path for you. And it could take a long, long time for that. If somebody said, "Hey, I found MGTOW when Corona started," okay, sure, man. I mean, a lot of us did. It was a big life changing event that, and a societal changing event that made us question what is society, what is civilization as we know it, and what is reality even. I mean, we can even go so esoteric as to asking that. And we're experiencing this behavioral change that's coming from the top down, and many of us are down in that and having to ask these questions such as, how do I work, how do I live, how do I even fucking eat, right? And you know we start to look for answers, and we start to look for sides to choose. And that's human nature. We're tribalistic by instinct. That's what we do. That's how we group and categorize ourselves. And I think that MGTOW, though, we we're outliers in that classification, in that type of group dynamic, that a normal, let's say, blue pill human male might might feel pressured to be doing from birth until death. There are events that arrest that process, and these events, like say Corona, war in Ukraine, or God knows whatever's going to happen over Taiwan, we, you know, and feminism, of course, we have to ask ourselves, how am I as an individual male going to deal with this? How am I still going to be able to function and hopefully thrive? Not guaranteed, but we do find our ways, because I think male ingenuity and the lack of adherence to um, peer pressure and social conditioning that women don't quite have, but we as men can find much easier, is something that allows a man to find a way to go his own way, to follow his own path. And it goes much further beyond YouTube videos. And I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Actually, it should have went the other way around, where I should have said ladies first, but since we are talking about MGTOW, so I had to say gents first. And coming back to the female co-host of mine, good mother, uh, I want to know your perspective, and very blunt perspective, which you always have, and I love it. What is your perspective on the men going their own way as a philosophy or as a way of life, and what does it mean to you?
Um, well, I see it as just from what I've gathered from listening to all the gentlemen speak about it. Um, it seems to be a reaction to feminism, a healthy, boundaried reaction to feminism. So I haven't come across any of the men in discussion that actually prefer that over what they thought that what might have happened in their life or what they actually want inherently. So I see it as a reaction to feminism, but also the solution because like not taking part in the system and not allowing women to abuse and use you seems to be a healthy response. So I mean, if all the men went their own way for like I don't know a month and let me sort out these crazy bitches, it would I think it would help recorrect a lot of things. So that's just kind of what I've gathered from the many discussions that I've had with people. I mean, because people aren't going MGTOW without good reason. So
So the next question then becomes that since we have cleared up the definition and now we have to go towards features of this very philosophy, let me start by asking Mr. Bullets as to what could be the basic uh, key features of this very philosophy would be.
Well, the key tenets are pretty simple, and everybody they're pretty much unanimously agreed upon, and it comes from a meme. I'm not really sure who created the meme, but everybody, pretty much gives a nod to this philosophy, to the core philosophy of MGTOW. Those three tenets: we are not your protectors, we are not your providers, and we are not your sex objects or benefactors. Basically, we're not your ATM machine, and we don't share resources with women. That's basically what that means. It is totally an anti gynocentric, anti feminist movement or philosophy, if you will, that you have decided to make that choice in your life to where you are not going to participate in paying taxes to a government and welfare state that is geared to your destruction. You know, um, if you're dating, you're in the dating market, for instance, which is a spectrum of the gynocentric landscape. Um, it seems traditionally women expect you, to flip the bill for the date. You know, that has really started, to go out of style as most people that date nowadays for the first time, they meet for a cup of coffee, or they meet for a hamburger at McDonald's. Men are very, very reluctant, to dump a lot of money in the dating right now because there are so many women, and there's articles out there that show this, that women out there would take advantage of men just for a free lunch with no intention of ever getting emotionally involved or physically or sexually involved with that individual. They're basically going around using men. So why would you participate in that dating market and and throw money at that, you know, and encourage these women to keep doing the bad behavior that they're doing? And the same applies, in the social market, which where a lot of MGTOW are now. We're in the social market, and you're at work, and you deal with a all female staffed HR departments. They hate you. I mean, sure, they put on a smiling, friendly face, but we've seen articles where they talk, crap about other employees and stuff, and how they get people fired and stuff, and the chips are stacked against you there. And it goes into the marriage market and the divorce market. That is the spectrum of the gynocentric landscape. In all of these markets, from the social market, dating market, marriage market, and divorce market, you are basically a resource for to continue on the hypocrisy, of this joke of a system. The government of the United States has a pretty good game going on here. If you look at it if you stand back and you look at the big picture of all of it, basically what the U.S. government is running is a brothel. It's running a whorehouse, you know, and and all the whores and shit, they get all the chips, they get all the benefits, they get all the laws that benefit them and everything, and the men are the ones who persecuted and the ones that have to pay. You know, we're the Johns, and the government's the pimp. So yeah, that's kind of like my analogy. When I first came into MGTOW, and I actually started to read into it, and I was listening to Stardust and Terrence Pop and Sandman and others, and I was starting to get an idea. Everything's a market. Everything's involved in a market. The divorce industry is like a $300 billion a year industry. So is the marriage market. It's like 250 billion a year industry. The dating market would make you sick. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry as well. It's got. I mean, all these markets have assets from lawyers to restaurants. To dating websites. It's all interwoven, it's all intertwined, and it's built in such a way to trap you and rob you of your resources and trap you in a system to where you can be persecuted, arrested, imprisoned, and even lose your Second Amendment rights. You can actually lose your constitutional rights by being involved with a woman. And that's one thing that woke me up. It was really didn't understand it at that time, but I remember the first time I was falsely accused of DV, and my attorney, because I was just gonna plead no contest, pay the fine, and let the restraining order go through. I didn't want to fight it. And my attorney, caught me, and he's like, he's a good friend of mine. And he said, dude, you need to fight this. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, if you plead guilty or no contest to DV, you'll lose your Second Amendment rights forever. Well, I just had an epiphany there. I just started, I went out, and I started busting my ass off. I got an extra job, and I started throwing money at my attorney. Just threw money over $15,000 to say to get the case dismissed. And so many other men have been trapped in that, and they don't fight it, and they've lost their Second Amendment. They were robbed of their Second Amendment rights. And a lot of these men aren't guilty. They just don't want to fight it. They got other things to do. They got to get to work. They got car payments to make, child support payments to make, and so forth. And the government intentionally traps them. Like if I remember. The second time I was falsely accused of DV, they actually have a team. The police departments in the United States have teams that go out to domestic violence calls, and they actually coach women on how to file restraining orders and how to push for a conviction. To encourage these women to go after men, to strip them of their rights. I think they're like called, domestic violence counselors or something, but that's what they do, and they're all feminists. They're all commies, they don't give a shit about the modern nuclear family or men or boys or anybody. They're there to strip you of everything that you have, and that's the one thing about, MGTOW that made me realize all of that. Hindsight's 2020. And if anything will give you hindsight, it's definitely, the MGTOW philosophy. A little long-winded there, but yeah, that's it. Hello.
Wake up, Kurt Driver.
Where'd everybody go? Did I talk everybody to sleep?
I'm still here, bro.
I'm
still here. I am tired too, but I'm still here, man.
I know. What time is it in fucking India right now?
It's Contriver's morning. He slept really good last night and slept
It's
in. He should
it's
be there.
it is
I
3
guess it's
a.m. in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
yeah. It's 3 a.m. here in Texas. 3:18 here in Texas.
Oh, I
Yeah.
got a
You know,
couple of Texans in this here chat. Hell,
Yeah.
hellfire! All right,
yeah. Mandy lives a couple hours away from me.
Contriver, are you awake? Can you hear us? Are you there, brother?
He's there. He might be getting some breakfast.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Eggs over shawarma. I'm just fucking around, man.
Well, I guess take the next one, Johnny, because you're
Yeah, okay. The main question was what the main tenants for MGTOW?
yeah,
Or
yeah.
okay,
I
okay.
got a little long winded there.
No,
Yeah,
no, that's fine, Bullets. It was a great
yeah.
presentation. Um, for me, basically, it is do not let women are the main factor in what could be a hindrance to your success, and you have to be careful of that. Many MGTOW are pump and dump, or what they call bachelor MGTOW. I am a monk, so you're going to get the perspective of a monk. And please forgive me because I'm very, very tired right now, but this is great. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me here, Mom. But the thing is that I do feel that I could have been so much farther along in life as I near the age of 50 had I not put women in my life so predominantly throughout my prime years, which are gone now. I don't regret that though. I really don't want you to think that I'm sitting there pining for a different yesterday. That is not the case. I'm very happy with where I am right now, where I'm going, and where even where I was. Um, Great MGTOWs like Vention MGTOW, Turd Flinging Monkey, Barbarossa, and to a lesser extent Stardust. I think he's a bit of a nihilist. I really don't like the
so am I.
well bullets, yeah, but you got a plan. Whereas
Mhm.
Stardust kind of waffles. He's kind of looking and searching still. Whereas you actually say, "Here, this is what we need." I don't know if I
Yeah,
agree with it all, but you're like, "I want this, and I confirm it." I like that about you. Okay,
yeah.
and I like listening to that about you. Whereas with Stardust, it could be like, well, you know, if you don't have the looks and the height and the body and the cock, well, then it's all over and there's no hope. You're not like that, Bullets. So I think MGTOW needs to hear more of that side as well. And there are a lot of people that are out there like that. I really, really value that about you. But the thing is that Vention taught me how to stack cash, taught me how to, really save up and eschew these types of
Hmm.
dumb things that I used to strive after. The IKEA furniture and the fucking Urban Outfitter clothes and the dumb things that I would pursue and waste my money on. Why? Just in hopes of building this nest in in hopes of wooing a woman.
Hmm.
And that's one thing that cuts into my life, that cut into my life economically. And another thing is, it was with Turd Flinging Monkey. Most of you watching this might say that his best video was She Will Never Love You, and that's a great video, because I really do feel that the woman's mind cannot love a man as we would love a woman. No, his greatest video was You Are Not Your Job. Yeah, I could do something that is menial or humiliating or ridiculous, still make money at it, stack that cash, and follow what Vention was talking about. God rest his soul. And, you know, live a fine life without having to worry about that type of, I guess it's that uh, conceited, hubristic status symbol. We have to rip ourselves, not shed ourselves, not only of the ego, but of the status, if we really do want to maintain success within our own lives
Mhm.
and maintain a path that is good for us. Now, Bullets, you are an anarcho capitalist. I like
Mhm.
that. Okay. I'm not, but I really do admire anarcho capitalism, Randian thought, Rothbard.
Mhm.
And what would they do in that situation economically? They would do the same thing. Who cares if you are working at a car wash or mowing lawns or
Mhm.
shoveling snow? You're going to take that and you're going to make that your own fucking thing, and
Right.
you're going to have the freedom to do so. That's what's so most important. And Bullets, I would like to hear really quick, even though this is my platform. What do you think about having that kind of a station? Now, I work as a day job in cybersecurity, so
Mhm.
it's just kind of like, okay, cool, whatever. It's like really front end. I'm not like a white hat hacker or anything, but what would you think about being a MGTOW, a young guy who says, "Wow, I really don't have any status or skills or anything, but I got this lawnmower, and I have a whole bunch of neighbors that need to have their lawns mowed," or something like that. I mean, what kind of opportunity would you say, as an anarcho-capitalist, this young fellow should be looking at?
Well, everybody, everybody has to start at the bottom, and work your way up. You have to prove your metal.
Right,
It's kind of like, like when I was working restaurants. I mean, it doesn't matter, if you're a pro chef or not. You
right,
know, if you start at a restaurant, guess where you start? You start washing dishes.
right. You're washing fucking dishes, man.
Right.
Right.
Every before you even, touch a knife, you know, and start prep cooking or anything like that,
Hmm.
you're going to be washing an ass load of dishes.
Right.
Okay. That's their test. That's the test. Every new job that you go to, it's basically a shit test. It's usually for like the first 90 days. It could be all the way up for 6 months.
Right.
But they'll shit test you. They want to see if you show up on time. They want to see if you do the work that they ask you to do. You
And
know,
put up with the fucking bosses and shit like that.
right?
Right.
They want to see if you're a team player. You're not putting up with the bosses. The boss wants to know. It's kind of like this. Like when I was working at this one restaurant,
Hmm.
I got on uh, as a cook. Started out doing dishes and stuff, and I worked my way up to prep. And I
Hmm.
finally made it to the line. And I made it very quickly. Because I show up early, I do my work. I do a badass job, and I made it a point because I noticed that a lot of the other prep cooks, were just throwing shit on the plate. It looked like shit.
Right.
So I would actually pull plates off of the line, and I would dress them correctly.
Good
Because
job. Right.
if it looks good, then it's going to taste good. That's my philosophy.
Yeah.
If you take a little bit
Presentation
of
is
effort,
the most. Right. Exactly. So,
right,
I mean, what you're
present,
doing is you're implying,
right,
what you're doing is that you're employing your merit, what you know, and what think, what
right,
you know should be done, and you're doing that.
right. As a rule, if I wouldn't, eat it, I wouldn't serve it.
Okay.
So, and then it was like, I think it was like almost like 3 or 4 months, into that job, my manager takes me back. The owner, he takes me back, and he's like, hey, Bowles, ever since I hired you, my profits increased, up to 40%. He said, "Would you like a job as a manager?"
No shit.
Yeah, I turned it down because it paid the same amount of money that I was making, less, but I wouldn't get my tips, and I made an assload of money in tips. I would
Okay.
pretty much my tips would meet my would make would damn near meet what I was making on my paycheck. So I told him like, no, I'll tell you what, I'll be your I'll be your headline cook, and I stuck in that position, you
Mhm.
know. But that's 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 the recognition you get, and my goal is to not just make the food look good, but when that looks good, I make my boss look good, I make my crew look good, you know and I treat the business like it was my own, as if it was my own. If you're just there for a paycheck, that's all you'll ever be there
Yeah,
for.
you might as well be a socialist if that's the case. You're just drawing
Right,
pay, doing nothing. But
right,
see, you took it a step further, and I do the same thing at my job. Is it done well? And is my am I as
right,
good as my last job? It's all
right.
about merit bullets. Exactly. Okay, and we can relate this to GM. You're you're a salon owner. Okay, like you got your own fucking thing going on. You are your own, you're your own woman, right? But I mean, I'm sure you started off doing shampoo or something dumb, and then eventually you matriculated up into having, a high spot in the salon. And then you said to yourself, hey, man, I'm going fucking solo because I can do this.
Actually,
Right.
that that's not really how that happened. I ended up
Well,
going
you
to.
screwed up my story.
Yeah, well, okay, so I got the high spot in the salon, and I actually got fired for overly criticizing the owners and the staff because I was working with a bunch of crazy bitches.
Well, you're not that
And
surprising.
then
You're just not very critical
Can't
woman.
do that.
well, but then I did try to open up my own, and then I realized after almost 4 years that I don't like working with adult children, so I actually downsized and I just handle my clientele, and I don't have to fucking deal with anybody else besides my clients. So I would categorize myself as just a personal service provider. Um,
Okay.
I mean,
Great.
what I do, I cannot.
Yeah, yeah, but
I can't
Mandy,
multiply me. I'm only
Mandy,
one person, so
what exactly are we talking about with my work and Bullet's work and your
yeah.
work that is
The
similar?
going
It's
above and beyond. Like
yes,
Wayne Dyer is somebody I listened to in
merit,
my early.
merit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
he had this book called, or this saying, "It's never crowded along the extra mile."
Hmm.
Okay.
Like, just yeah, you should be paid based on your merit. That's why I'm not a fan of
I
socialism.
totally agree with that too.
Yeah,
And Bullets, I'm sure you are too. And like I said, when you are self-employed, or even if
yeah,
you're at the top of the heap, you have to remember one good thing: you must stay on your game because you're
yeah,
only
Right.
as good as your last job. Like Mandy, if you started making shitty haircuts, or
yeah,
you were off your game, and you know you, they're like, well, she wasn't as good as she was 2 months ago, and you keep getting that,
yeah.
what's going to happen? You might lose clients,
Yep.
or they might get on Yelp or whatever and start talking about that. And you gotta stay on that. I don't need. I'm not preaching to you, Mandy. You know that. I'm just
Yeah,
saying this is
yeah,
what would happen, right?
yeah, yeah.
So
It's a
that's one of,
market driven profession.
and
It's
that's
it's
what yeah,
yeah.
that's what I love about capitalism, is because anybody could really be good at anything if they put enough time and effort into it, and
Speaking
have
of that,
that.
Johnny, if I could interject really quick, because
Yeah,
you mentioned somebody about a kid with a lawnmower. Uh,
yeah, okay,
over like the little over a month now, I kind of like got turned on. Like I like watching Zen stuff, and
okay,
relaxing things on YouTube and whatnot.
sure.
And been watching these guys mow lawns. You ever watch these
No,
guys? Yeah, it's
okay,
like
what?
these guys, and they get their in their trucks, and they got these big lawnmowers and stuff, and they go out and
Okay,
they mow people's lawn for free is what they do, because they get donations from YouTube, their
okay,
subscribers, and
right,
they
okay,
use that to go out and mow lawns for free.
How
for
fucking crazy.
people. Yeah, dude, it's awesome. And these guys started out just pushing a regular lawnmower, and
Right,
they're very successful now.
but you're saying there's something zen about it, like they're actually like getting
Yeah.
into watching the lawn change
Yeah,
as
it's kind of
they
like a before and after. It's kind of
okay.
like a lawn makeover. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, seriously, like,
Yeah.
just type in search lawn mowing videos,
I will.
and
I will.
all
Yeah, I'm
kinds of
not
stuff will
tonight, but
come up.
later.
Like
Yeah, for
like Al,
sure.
there's this one guy, I think his name's Al Blades,
Okay.
and he's got a couple of his buddies, and that's what they do. They do these before and that. They travel all over the country and mow lawns all over the United States. They're an awesome set of dudes. I just watched a video. They randomly picked this poor black lady's house,
Okay.
and it was just totally dilapidated. And they went knocked on her door and they asked her, "Hey, excuse us, would you mind if we paint your house?" And she was like, "Well, how much is it gonna cost me?" And they're like, "For free."
Are you kidding me? And
Like,
like they just changed this just for excuse me, for
dude,
the
it's
sake
like
of
a two and a
changing
half
it.
hour long video. It's one of the best videos I've ever seen on YouTube.
But they are actually still making money and getting that their labor recognition, their merit recognition
Yeah,
by
but they
by
volunteer a lot
filming it.
too.
Right. Of
Yeah,
course. Okay, sure.
it's kind of like their way of paying it forward.
Okay. Okay, I
You
got
know,
it.
and
Like Good Mother probably does the same thing and has that same headspace and mind space when she
mhm,
cuts somebody's hair or styles them
mhm.
or waxes them from the Rudy to the Tootie. It's just like, hey, I changed this person's butthole. This is
Yeah,
great.
yeah,
Right, exactly. And there is satisfaction in that. You're so right about that, Bullets. I
yeah.
really do like seeing that
Oh,
type
she
of
cracked me up
change.
the other night when she's commenting on this one thought's hair and how her ends are dry and everything like that.
Oh God.
She's like, you could see like the all pro stylist come out, just
Right, right,
criticizing this thought.
exactly, exactly. Well, she's red. You're Redkin, right?
Yes, Redkin
Yeah, yeah.
certified. Yeah, yeah,
Fucking scientist.
yeah.
Nice.
Well, and you can tell a lot about a person by their hair, especially women. I've been
Mhm.
doing this for 13 years, so
Okay.
I've had a lot of inside scoops on women's mental status and the type of hair it comes out in their hair. Like I
So,
can
like,
tell a
all I
box
know is
colored
the
black
Karen.
bitch
Right. Okay.
a
All I
mile
know is
away.
the Karen haircut. So
Yeah,
it's-
no, there's way more. But yeah, like you can well, I can tell if a woman is box coloring her own fucking hair at home and how that trashes the ends.
okay. Okay.
Yeah. I don't trust those
Uh,
scorpions, by the way.
Oh, don't say that S word. Yeah, don't say the S word. Okay. Contriver's back. I'm gonna mute up. Hope,
yeah.
hope you had a good
No,
breakfast.
it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. um, my next question would be to all the fellow panelists that, first of all, why did men en masse realized that there is a problem so late? Mr. Bullets, would you like to
W-
expound on that
Well,
very
well,
question?
we always kind of knew about the decline of Western civilization since the 70s and early 80s. You know, um, that's kind of like there's always been some kind of like uh, when I was growing up, kids were really rebellious in the 70s and 80s, and wanted to rebel against the status quo, of, you know, getting a job, going to college, doing the military, and all this other crap and everything. So today, there's not really a rebellion of the youth. I'm not seeing youth rebel. This stuff, this CRT wokeism, this stuff that these university kids are pushing, with critical race theory, BLM and Antifa and whatnot. To me, that's not the same type of rebellion, that we were about. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like to have a soul to it. You know, I mean, I grew up in the punk, and metal generation. I mean, it was like blues. It had a soul, but for some reason, today, it's just I don't know, if you're young and you're listening to me and give my opinion on it, you're probably going to think the same thing I thought of my parents and my older generation and the way they thought of me. But what you're screwing with is a lot more dangerous than what we were screwing with when we were kids. You're screwing around with Marxism and communism. And I don't know if you've read up on history or anything, but when that shit is implemented, millions of people die. We were all about anarchy and everything, but in a sense to where more anarchy, in a pro freedom sense, an unadulterated freedom, I guess you would say. Punk rock exemplified that. So did a lot of rock music and heavy metal, and some of the greatest music of all time came out of that generation. And even young kids today, are doing their damnedest trying to mimic what we grew up with. They're searching for something,
Right.
And I think Rick Beato has an
Oh
awesome
yeah.
music channel. He has an
Yeah,
awesome music channel.
I watch Rick Beato and Ben Jordan. Yeah,
Yeah.
they will fucking tell you like it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those dudes are starting to point this out, to a lot of young musicians and artists and stuff like that. And
This
I think
is why you suck.
right. I think what we're going to see in the future, is a resurgence to that. Kind of like, kids these days, they want to listen to vinyl, and it's kind of like CDs are great, MP3s are great, but there's nothing like listening to like vinyl copy of Montrose on a quadraphonic system. It's
Very
like
warm. Yeah.
it's like being there, you know. And I've had a lot of like digital audio systems and whatnot like that, but nothing like the quadraphonic we used to have.
That's so cool too, because like
Hmm.
I'm getting actually recorded in September,
Hmm.
and I'm getting my label is pressing 400 vinyls for the first run. And I'm just like, yeah, I really can't wait to hear what that sounds like. So it's
Oh,
pretty
really? You have a
cool.
label, huh?
Yeah.
Dude,
Well,
that's awesome, man.
I don't own it, but I mean, like, I got signed to one. Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's sweet. What are you like in a band or are you solo or what?
I'm solo.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. What do you
Uh-huh.
play?
Eurorack synthesizers. I like pretty much built my whole
Oh,
studio myself.
oh,
And
badass, man.
yeah. It's like power electronics, dark ambient kind of stuff. It's a lot of
That's
fun.
cool. That's
And
cool.
I just started promoting myself on Spotify and Bandcamp and things like that, even on Facebook under my real name. So I can't like divulge too much
Right.
information. But I was talking to a guy in Italy who had a label out since 1983 doing
Hmm.
this exact kind of niche that I like. And he was just like, hey, why don't you send me the demos and we'll see what we could do. He liked 3 of the 5, and I got a contract, and there you go. So
Yeah,
it was
sweet.
kind of like accidental, because I've only been doing this since 2017. But and that's the thing we were talking about earlier. It just kind of like how much labor and effort and how far, how above and beyond are you going to go about with something that you really love. To me, that was just a hobby, and now it might translate into income. And well, it will. And the thing is that's cool. Big or small, it doesn't matter. I was just kind of like at you know my age, who would have even thought that would have happened to me. But
Hmm.
I did find that kind of that
You need to get out there with,
niche.
and toss your stuff out to some
Right.
DJs to mess with.
Well, I mean, they could do that too. I originally wanted to, dream about having my work being the soundtracks for video games or movies or
Hmm.
something like that. That could happen. I don't know, but like it just turned out to be like, hey man, how would you like to have records of this made? And I'm like,
Hey,
okay,
hey, man, you got to start washing dishes. You know what I'm
you
saying?
gotta start washing
There you
dishes,
go. You
man.
got it's like the bands in Austin. I mean, I would see them walking up and down Sixth Street in Congress.
Right.
Handing out pay. This was before the internet. You know,
Okay. Okay.
people. The band would go out there. Like Pantera. And others. Local
Yeah.
musicians here in Texas
Right.
would actually go out to the bars, go out on the street, and they would, hand out their
Hmm.
playbills, just to random people and invite them to the concert.
Yeah, you
You
have
don't
to
see
just like,
you don't see
yeah, you
kids do that, and they
see,
want they just sit in their bedroom on their computer and wonder, and just make
which
music
is
online and.
which is what I did, but I mean that's the thing.
Hmm.
It doesn't matter if it's virtual or real. I mean, you have to put yourself out there and just say to
Right.
yourself, "Hey, this is what I did. What do you think?"
Well, I
And
think it was Rick Beato. It was the Rick Beato or Glenn Fricker was interviewing. I think it was Glenn Fricker. He was interviewing some singer from a band, and he was explaining to people, like, the way the music industry is going is that
Mhm.
it's going to be more on the local level. If you want to
Yeah,
make it big, you got to start on. You just can't put your shit online. Expect everybody's going to like your stuff. You need to build a following of at least 200 people that are going to
right,
show up to your shows every time
right,
you're going to play. And the
right.
only way to do that is to get out there on the streets, hand out playbills, go out and meet people, make some friends. More than just online. You know,
Yeah,
you
it's still
you
very grassroots,
right.
but another path you could do is what I did, whereas you just go and you focus on one niche that you
Hmm.
really, really fucking love. And you can't say, I like hip hop. Well, everybody does. You have to go like, do I like this kind of subcategory of this subcategory of this subcategory? And next thing you know, you find out, wow, thousands of people love this.
Hmm.
And you get the feedback from it, and eventually you do see fruit from it, as long as you keep doing it and putting it out there.
Hmm.
But let's not. That is a very MGTOW tactic of going your own way.
Hmm.
But let's not let music derail this whole thing. So
Okay, so good mother. Very same question as to why. Perhaps you could throw some light and impart wisdom regarding the psychological aspect of it, as well as why did men en masse realized it so late that there is some problem, that there is some sort of a quote unquote
Mm,
glitch in the matrix.
yeah. So I think because our society has been kind of slowly declining, that a lot of people didn't notice it first and foremost. And a lot of people that are actually responsible have been busy doing responsible things. So I know a lot of people didn't even notice. I mean, everybody kind of knew something was wrong in general, and they couldn't really put their finger on it. But until we had the lockdown, and until everything stopped for a while, I think a lot of people didn't realize maybe how bad things were overall, and how a lot of our society is, I mean, they're just trying to truck through and do the best they can in hopes that they can live out the American dream or what have you. But I don't think a lot of people realized how much feminism has really screwed up the world. I know I didn't personally. And it wasn't until the lockdown that I was able to really get a good grasp on what the hell was going on. The psychology behind it, though, I mean, when you grow up hearing what how things are supposed to be, and then throughout your life experiences, through your adult experiences, when things just aren't how you thought they would be, I mean, you know something's wrong, but I don't think a lot of people were able to really put their finger on it. That's when I found MGTOW and they were talking about feminism the way they were. I was like, yes, that's absolutely right. That's the same conclusion I came to. So I know though the men do have a habit of blaming men, but I didn't see enough people blaming women. I mean, men definitely do in the MGTOW
Mhm.
community, and I really appreciate that. That them being honest about things, their experiences. You know, I've learned a lot about a lot of the history behind what changed and when, and I mean the psychology of trying to be a sane person in an ever changing society that's slowly going insane. I don't know how much time you want to take with that contriver. I know it's hard for a lot of people, but yeah.
So, Mr. Johnny Midnight, the very same question as to why men realized it, I would say, too late.
I realized it's too late because I was fed the Disneyland. Oh, yes,
Just a
sir.
small interjection. Sorry to cut you off, sir.
Of course, of course.
I'm not saying about you personally. Uh, Men and mass,
Men
like
in mass. Okay.
in
Okay.
general. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess I kind of share that with men in mass. I was born in the early 70s to boomer parents. Well, my father was silent generation, but either way, I mean, there was this, like I said, Disneyland fantasy that you would, as a man, um, live the American dream. Now, that may be different than what you have in India. I'm sure the British Crown may have foisted that type of fantasy upon you guys as well. But there was this beautiful 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom house, white picket fence, 2.5 children, the dog, and of course the wife who is going to be there to support you emotionally, physically, possibly financially, and you would make that together with her. And I, as a Generation Xer, X Man, I did not get to meet those kind of requirements. Not because of how I look. I mean, I'm 5'10". I have brown hair, blue eyes. I'm built like that guy Pete. From the that guy Pete you refuse to invite to gatherings channel, just a skinny noodle dude, right? And I guess that wasn't enough or something, and I would blame myself for that over time. Um, but then I found MGTOW because of the technological wonders of Google. I found that hey, there are other men that are experiencing this serial monogamous fling zone that I was as well, and as I started researching it more and more, and this was back in 2011, man, I I began to realize there was a pattern. There was there was a linked structure that was happening amongst men who were experiencing these kind of things, and not just me, thank God, or people that were in my position, but other men that were actually, you know, getting married and having children and having it much, much worse than I ever could have. And I thought to myself, shit, maybe I did dodge a bullet, right? Um, and that's when I started learning about divorce courts and family courts and Title IX propositions and things like that. Um, as we keep getting, I hate being bullied but we are being bullied by the big daddy government that has been totally feminized and lives under that neo-Marxist brain. We're starting to realize that we are being elements in a control experiment, and that's what scares me the most. And I don't want to be part of that experiment. So that's why I went my own way. And I think that's why many men are hip to that. They're realizing we are being intelligenced. We are being put under the control of a feminized social structure that's only about 65, 70 years old. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
My turn.
Okay, good. Yeah. Yes, sir. The next question would be,
Well, I don't think I answered
that,
the first one, did I?
oh,
Yeah,
The
oh,
last
okay,
one.
okay.
yes, please let bullets answer. Thank you.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I think
surely, surely.
okay. Now the question is, when did men in mass figure, you know, collectively think something was wrong? Uh, in the early 2000s, there were a lot of MRA protests, and the feminists would there'd be counter protests from the feminazis and their Antifa cucks, and that's when the women started telling men to go their own way, and pretty much it's the feminists that invented MGTOW. It wasn't some the men that did it. Uh, MGTOW is just a response to feminism. Like, ooh, that's toxic. Yeah, we're gonna go our own way. We don't want nothing to do with that. In mass, it didn't hit. And I think what the big catalyst
Could you,
was.
yeah, sorry to interject and cut you off, sir. Uh, I want to know when, could you repeat what you just said right now? Because that is very critical moment in
Right.
our
Yeah.
human
I'm
history,
getting to
which
the
we don't
catalyst.
realize.
Right. I'm getting to the
Yeah,
catalyst.
yeah, but the protests about men's rights, when it
Yes.
started, and was it in congruence with the world events like 9/11, or the war in Iraq, or
No. No.
going on the war on terror or something?
No. No.
Was it in congruence with
No. The I remember the MRA here in Austin, Texas had a protest at the Capitol, and the feminists and Antifa were there. Okay, the communists were there, and they were shouting down the MRA. It got a little bit violent, you know, and but you don't see MRA protests anymore fighting for men's rights. You know, every time men have tried to speak up and out against being unfairly treated by the system, the feminists and their Antifa cucks would show up, and react to them violently. No different than what you saw, how they reacted to Milo in Berkeley, California, or any other, conservative, you know, um, talk show host that is attempting to speak. They try to shut down free speech. That's what they're about. Feminists don't want men to have a voice. They never did, you know. And the main it really came to a head, I think right around the time Anita Sarkeesian came out with with Gamergate, hashtag Gamergate. It was really big, and she started talking
yes, I
about
remember.
wokeism and CRT. Everything is racist. And you have to call it all out. It didn't matter what it was to her. Everything's racist. This bicycle sitting here on a stand to her is racist. This stool right here sitting next to me on the floor is racist. This microphone's racist. I'm racist. You're racist. Mother's
That
racist.
phallic
The internet's
microphone.
racist. Everything's racist. Okay, so okay, we got that down, and she really started to garner a lot of attention, and the corporations and the game manufacturers started kowtowing to her, and that started a big revolt in with a lot of the gamers. Okay, and then that's when all these hashtags like hashtag kill all men started to come out, and right around that time is when MGTOW really started to ramp up and take off. Men were going MGTOW and joining MGTOW communities in the thousands.
Oh, by the way, hashtag Kill All Men was the birth child of Jenny McDermott. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah. Hashtag kill all men. Hashtag kill all white men. I like how they got specific on that. And pretty much exposed what they were all about. And then in the early 2000s, you got guys like Barbarossa, Stardust, Spetsnaz, Terrence Pop, and everybody else, starting to make MGTOW content on YouTube, and it really started to ramp up, and waking dudes up, to the hypocrisy that was going on. You know, the problem that I saw is that there there were a lot of people that were coming in the community, and it was really toxic. You know, it's died down a lot. A lot of people, MGTOW has lost its cool factor, which in my mind is great. You know, because I don't want those people here. If you're just here to be cool, if you're just here to use, the MGTOW, philosophy and logo, to look cool and shit like that, to be just to be a part of your little, fringe group, you know, I'm glad you're gone, because now we can get down to the serious work, and get rid of all the fuckery and shit. Pardon my language. That these people have generated. Um, things are getting a lot more simpler for people, um, to come in and learn the philosophy and learn the lifestyle, and they can take from it what they want, and apply it to their own life, which is should how it should have been in the first place. You know?
Uh, can I just interject? Sorry again for a moment,
No, I'm
but
done.
uh, I wanted to ask that very peculiar detail, that very particular detail which you rightly said, sir, that there were some protests regarding men's rights
Hmm.
in 2000s, not 2010s, not
Hmm.
2020s, much before that.
Hmm.
In the 2000s, in the early 2000s, you said that.
Hmm.
Could you elucidate on that very particular event, chain of events, actually?
Well, at the time, I didn't really know anything about it. I mean, I knew of men's rights activists. I mean, I didn't really know what they were about or what they basically what it was. It was men who were unfairly treated by the government and shoved through the divorce court system, and basically, lost their kids, lost their house, lost their job, lost their careers, and basically reduced to homelessness. And these advocates were starting to come out, and talk, about these issues. Even Terrence Pop, went as high as, as Capitol Hill, talking to people. There was a few others. I can't remember that one dude's name
I
at the
can
top of my
actually
head.
go back before that.
Hmm.
As far as back as 1991, or even the late 80s, there
Hmm.
was a zine writer named Rod Van Mecklin who had a zine called The Backlash, which was a backlash against feminism out of Olympia, Washington, which is about the home of Good Mother, actually. And he would write these Xerox magazines about, the male struggle against feminism in feminized cities or states such as Washington.
Hmm.
Another magazine that was published about the same time in 1991 was by Jim Goad, and it was called Answer Me. And this magazine just pulled no punches. It was so based that this guy actually, Jim Goad, the publisher, was uh, wherever his magazines were sold, they were being pulled off the shelves for obscenity charges because he would talk about how disgusting women are. And, he
Hmm.
did not give a fuck, and he just went ahead and put this out there. And they were very well written and very well produced, and they had great artwork and everything, and it was threatening and it was powerful. And because of that, it people took notice of these things. Um, Mandy, I don't know if you're listening, but man, it would be great to have Jim Goat on your show. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm listening, of course. I don't
Yeah.
know who these people are.
Oh yeah, I mean they're old school, way back in the day, and it's not even just men's rights though. These are just people that were saying, "Hey, yeah, I'm out here in the system. I'm asking questions. Why is this happening, and what do we do about it?" I think it's
Yeah,
fantastic, and I mean this has been happening for a long time, but male
yeah,
voices are just not being heard until about now.
yeah. Well, I think the internet might have something to do with that too. But I remember growing up. I mean, my mom was a crazy bitch. She had multiple husbands, different, uh, dads for the kids, and I mean, even when I was growing up, I wanted to go live with my dad. And my dad was like, "Yeah, there is no way I can get custody, and plus, it's not good to split up the children." And my mom used the system a lot, so I kind of got an advantage being able to see somebody do that shit. And I always wondered, like, why is she allowed to get away with this shit, and how many people would enable her terrible
because
fucking behavior.
vagina. What I'm going to do is actually put those names in the chat. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, but she
Uh,
used psychology a lot, and her mental illnesses, quote unquote, and her disabilities, quote unquote. So that's always kind of been a point that I'm like, is this really, or is this just a shitty behavior that she's making an excuse about?
uh, this very issue that I wanted to expound upon, the next question would that be, uh, why is the government involved in feminism to make everybody as equal? And Mr. Bullets,
Oh, okay. What's the question again?
why is the governments all over the world
Hmm.
are involved in feminism to make everybody as equal, to make
Okay.
unequal things as equal in general.
Okay. Okay. Well, number one, feminism has nothing to do about equality. Feminism is actually a form of Marxism. In the past, feminism it started out as a socialist movement, Marxist movement, and its message was to bring women up to have the equal rights of men, and it has never stopped since. Now, what we have is a generation of women that are actually, from a government's perspective, superior to men. That's why they're given all these rights, and have there's 150 laws on the books to elevate women, supposedly equal to men, but at the same time that the government is doing that, you know they're leaving men behind. In other words, w- every man in the United States, or where these types of laws are enacted, you're basically been reduced down to a second class citizen. When you go into certain courtrooms, she's going to they're going to automatically favor her over you. They're going to look at you as a as a man as being the responsible party. You're the ATM machine, you're the credit card, you're the paycheck. you know and they're going to use her to get the money out of you. It's really all a
Uh,
grift. It's a scam. So,
yes, but if
Why?
Yeah, good mother. Please go ahead. Please go
Yeah,
ahead.
can I tell you why I think why? Because women uh, pretty much terrorized society in order to get the quote unquote right to vote, and then they started going into government and changing things when they really shouldn't have been. So I see that as why, because women invaded spaces they had no fucking business being a part of to begin with.
Yeah, they destroyed every male space out there. I mean,
Yes,
they destroy our spaces here online.
Yeah.
You know.
yes. But could you further expound on this very aspect that they terrorized, meaning
Yes.
that there could be a psychological effect or an approach behind it? What is that approach?
I mean, I see abusive and emotionally terrorizing women as literal domestic terrorists. So they the only way to change a man's mind is to poke and prod at his fucking emotions. And especially, I mean, women fight differently than men, right? Women are very cunning, and we're supposed to be nurturing, and so we're supposed to nurture a lot of the aspects of people's emotions, but those tools can be utilized for, I guess, evil, if you want to call it, malicious intent. A
Oh
lot of
yeah.
women will terrorize people in order to get them to do what they want. And they go in through the emotions, though. That's how they change the minds.
I've seen
Yes,
women destroy men. I've seen
Yeah.
women destroy men. Like, that's why a lot of men, like, after they get shot down a couple of times, by a couple of vicious thoughts, they'll never ask another woman out ever again.
Right.
You know, because they're when they're shot down or when they're like rejected, from the women in a given society, they're not going to men are not going to participate in that society. It can lead to depression, it could lead to suicide, and it has. you
Yeah.
know women aren't innocent in all this. They have blood on their hands.
Oh,
Women have
much.
a women have a lot of blood on their hands. I've seen women destroy men, just utterly just reduce them, to nothing, and to the point to where, even, many have committed suicide. We all know this.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's kind of like my take on that.
yeah. As a former someone who has attempted suicide once, I can tell that. I
Hmm.
can tell that with my own example that
Oh yeah, it
the
destroys your
heartbreak was
self-esteem.
the
And women know it too.
heartbreak.
They'll destroy your self-esteem. They'll make you feel like shit, and women, if you're wondering why you're single, look at the thought next to you. That's why. That bitch, who's always snobbing men and treating them like shit, she's the reason why nobody wants to get with you or date you or marry you.
Yes, but that very psychological part that we are trying to
Yeah.
take cues from. Could you elaborate on that a little bit, good mother? Because that is a very key aspect of what was written in a book. There is a very good book written by a female clinical psychologist called "How to How to Destroy a Man Now." And I'm not being facetious about it. This is actually uh, DAMN. This is the, shall I say, the actual book written by a female clinical psychologist.
Yeah, I've heard
And
of that.
yeah, and this is the book itself. And
Yeah.
she has written this
Psychology.
book, and yeah, she is a female clinical psychologist. And
Yeah.
this book was written around 2018, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 2018.
Well, I
So
mean,
what
if we, I mean, we know men and women have our own roles in society, right? We have.
before you go, just one line I wanted to add in this, that this very book, and on the first page of the book, Since this book is not free, I was not able to read it. Perhaps in the archive somewhere, and whenever I would get some time to read it, then I would be able to. Hold on, let me look if there is an archive version. Oh, there is actually. Oh, so it is free. Oh, I think that Control C and Control V I am giving to everyone in the private chat as well. Please
Yeah,
look into it
they've
because
had
it
magazine
will.
articles like this for like years, and
Yeah.
I remember reading shit
Ye-
like that in like ladies magazines like
Yes,
Vogue or something like that. You're sitting in a medical office and shit, or dentist office. They have the magazines, women's magazines, and some of the shit they put in these magazines, and and they know women read that shit up, you know.
yes,
So they've been
yes. But
brainwashing women into this for decades, gentlemen.
yeah, but could we just follow the chapter one that is on the first page of the book itself, the damn fundamentals? And our first ally is Allison allegation. Allegation can be so simple, effective, and easy to employ that it's elegant. An allegation is a claim, usually without proof, that someone has done something illegal or wrong. A claim at minimum requires nothing more than an assertion. For example, if I yell from a rooftop that the world is flat, I have successfully made a claim. Similarly, identifying wrongdoing requires only observation, recollection, or a minimal amount of imagination. From lying to murder, any behavior that you have heard of, seen, experienced, or think of that violates an ethical or a legal standard can suffice for an allegation. However, it is the last part of what constitutes an allegation that makes it uniquely useful. No evidence is required. The independence from proof allows you to make an allegation about any man doing anything without being encumbered by a need for facts. So, I mean, that's quite a mouthful, and I believe that
Well, it's
it's very
horrific. It's absolutely horrific, and it's against any kind of public policy that a society can work upon.
Right.
You can't just say, "Comrade Commissar, that man stair raped me from 5,000 miles away. Put him in jail," and they're going to concede to that.
Mm.
Ridiculous.
It is.
Absolutely, and it's going to happen.
Well,
Yes,
it's
but
not.
what?
It's not.
Yes, good mother. Your input on that very because this. I mean, if you look into history of historicism itself,
Mhm.
Buddha, Lord Buddha, who was born in Lumbini, Nepal, when he achieved the higher state of consciousness and was used to you know give his opinions about different aspects of life itself. There was a lady, and this is a very old story. There was a lady who used to wrap up a lot of cloth, and in her dress, she would act as if she has become pregnant, and she accused Lord Buddha himself, I mean, like 2,500 years ago, that this is his child, even after achieving the level of consciousness that he was at. So, even in the folklore, even in the history of historicism, there
Mhm.
are some evidence, circumstantial evidence, readily available for anyone to look at.
Yeah.
And what happened was that lady actually was booted out of that very particular village in which Lord Buddha was residing for a little while under a giant tree. So, if that could happen even in those days of the good old dark ages and Paleolithic age or medieval age, as we call it, what is going to happen if we are? equipped, and we are strapped with all these technological gadgets, and
Hmm.
on
Oh,
a
it's
whim,
happening right now,
this
contriver. I can tell you that.
yes,
It is
Yeah,
happening.
yes,
Oh yeah, we're
but
in the fall of
so
Rome, contriver.
No,
but
no,
yes,
no,
but
no. I'm talking about, you're talking about the technological gadgets when some crazy bitch starts doing crazy shit amongst men. And
hmm
we have a petri dish example of that happening right now with
oh yeah,
scorpion cunts.
yeah,
Exactly. And look what she did. She starts snitching and shaming and calling us faggots. And
right.
guess what we did? We destroyed her ass in 3 hours. Destroyed.
Wow.
She
That's
was
a feminist
yes,
Marxist playbook right there, just to come, to shame and blame. You
Yeah,
know,
I
shame and blame
mean,
man.
it
Call us
could be
gay, call us
anyone.
faggots, call us Nazis and racists,
but but
whatever.
but there used to be harsher consequences for such
Feminist.
malicious and malevolent fucking behavior from women. There used to be consequences that aren't present in today's society.
well, what would
Fe-
you do with Scorpion, good mother?
I
And
would burn. You know what I would do. I mean,
uh,
I would block her
but,
from every fucking channel. I would tell everybody, do not give her a single iota of fucking attention. She is a poisonous little slut bag. Period. The
Yes.
end. She does
Yes.
nothing but cause
uh,
problems.
Yes.
But
yeah,
people, especially men, don't, I think, understand how toxic and poisonous these fucking crazy bitches are. So they're
I don't
too
think they care.
kind.
They're not
But they,
thinking with their head; they're
yeah,
thinking
but
with the little head.
yeah,
but
yeah,
but
but
no, because
that
there's an element of guys kind of wanting to get back,
can
so they
I?
think that they want to time her out and teach her a lesson. But she actually enjoys that shit because, like she said, how she blamed it on me that I'm this whatever. How
Right.
negative attention is still better than nothing. Like nothing is the
There
solution.
not to forget, there is a psychological term for it called repulsive fascination. Anyways,
Yeah.
what I'm trying to get at is, good mother, if you could expound on that very psychological aspect as to the claim that you are claiming something. An allegation is just a claim without a proof.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
in that psychological aspect, is it more feasible for people to actually uh, pursue the MGTOW philosophy? And this question is specifically for you, and then I'm going to go around the round table. But first of all, uh, your take on it.
That people should pursue the philosophy because of false allegations, or I don't
Or
fully understand your question.
that just like okay, so I would say that just like every man is seen as a quote unquote potential rapist, that he has the potency to rape someone, could there be a very same reverse psychological effect
Yes.
been created in the advent of all these technological gadgets and innovations at our disposal, as well as
Yeah.
trying to sway the public opinion from one way to another and calling
Yeah.
in hashtag kill all men, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
So
Well. Well.
that has become actually.
Yeah. But what these women do is they are emotional and mental rapists. They trigger people on purpose to garner their attention. Like the passive aggressiveness of female nature when they're attacking men. I mean, you guys, I'm sure, have all experienced it, where they're poking at you and poking at you just to try to piss you off. They're doing exactly
Yeah.
the opposite of what you want them to and what you verbalize that you want to happen. They're instead doing the opposite and poking at wounds that you guys have. Like to me, that is emotional and mental rape. Now, we do have laws put in place for physical violence. We don't have enough laws put in place for emotional and mental violence. So that's kind of where we are as a society. behind, because the people that are actually in charge of the laws are heavily influenced by psychology, and it's psychology department, the fields, the institutions that produce the people with the damn degrees, they've been overrun by feminists. So they haven't been able to really properly sort this out.
Okay. And the next question to that would be, uh, where is my notepad? I wrote it down actually. uh, uh, since MGTOW, and I presume that could be my surmise and I could be wrong, but MGTOW has its origins or the origins from men's rights activism. Did any of the fellow panelists indulge in men's rights for a while before transitioning to MGTOW within the community itself of what we now know as the outlaws? We are the outlaws of the manosphere. And Mr. Bullets?
Did I participate in any men's rights activist activities? No,
No, not participate, but indulge in identifying yourself with
no,
men's rights first of all
no,
before going to MGTOW.
no. At the time, I mean, I was still chasing tail. I was engaged to a couple of women. I've been married before, common law and whatnot. And yeah, I had a blue pill mindset. I really didn't understand. You know, I mean, I didn't see it. I didn't see it. It took taking the red pill. It took a Terrence Pop video to wake my ass up to what happened to me in the past. You know, and you don't see it. And a lot of men that do come in here, that that and this is the big problem that I see. They come in the community and they see a couple of toxic videos, and then they say, "Oh, this is a bunch of bullshit. I don't want nothing to do with MGTOW," and they didn't even really learn anything about the philosophy. They got it from somebody toxic like Angry MGTOW or TFM or somebody else like
Angry
Misery Ray was
MGTOW.
toxic as shit. Yeah, you know, instead of somebody who's a little more based, a little more level headed, like, Terrence Popper, Stardust, or maybe Sandman, you know, and they got the wrong idea of it. And it really gave MGTOW a bad rap, in my opinion, to it, and put a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. Because I mean, I admit I'm at fault for that too, because I was part of that toxic community. I got sucked into it. You could really, you'll come in, you'll either reject the toxicity or you'll embrace it, and you spurg out on red pill rage. It's just the way it is. But I didn't realize at the time, what that there was a problem. I couldn't see the gynocentric landscape. I know that dudes would get divorced, and run through the system and everything. And to me, from the societal brainwashing, from the blue pill perspective on the plantation, it's just perfectly normal. This happens all the time. This is just life. This is the way things are. You know. And then after you took the red pill, you step outside the box and you look in the box and like, wait a minute, this isn't right. That things don't have to
Right.
be like this.
Exactly.
You know, something's wrong. It's manipulated into this, and the government's responsible for all this. The government is responsible for the destruction of the modern nuclear family. All these, like I said, all
It
these people on
catalyzes it. Yes.
Yep, all these assholes, all these politicians on Capitol Hill and your state legislatures were getting ready to destroy the modern nuclear family. They're going to lock us down with this COVID bullshit. Bring in the UN and Chinese troops and blue helmets, disarm us all, and sell us out to the globalist new
They
world
are
order.
sun zooing the fuck out of us.
Right, right. We're victims of propaganda. There definitely is. Alex Jones isn't lying when he said there's a war on for your mind. He's not lying.
And they let us keep making the same mistakes over and over again,
Right.
so we get weaker and weaker for the final blow. If I may answer that question, Contriver, I would like to. I
Yes,
do
sir.
have to. I have to sleep soon.
Yeah,
Um,
me too. I'm tired.
it- of course, bullets. Yeah. Never had any desire to join an MRA or an MRM movement. I did watch some of the videos, like Paul Elam and John the Other. I like Diana
Yeah, Paul
Davison.
Elam.
Yeah. Diana Davison, I think, was a fine female advocate, second only to Good Mother. In my 12 years of watching, MGTOW content, but I, uh, I basically am doing this for myself. I'm a selfish person. I'm a capitalist, and that does not make me evil or bad or immoral by any means. I really do want to see things get better for men as a whole in general, but I also realize the futility of the fight and the plight of the MRM, and we did see it just wink away in the last 5 years or so. You never hear about Paul Elam or John the Other or Dean Esme or any of them, and maybe Diana Davison will pop up with a video once in a while. But other than that, I think we realize that they tried to fight the ground battle and they lost it, and we fight the battle furtively.
Yeah, you
Like
said John the Other. That's a name I haven't heard in a while.
John the Other's been
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's been a while, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But this is this is exactly the way I think about that. I am looking out for number one first and foremost, as mercenary as that sounds. It's not because I don't care for other people. I really, really do. I hate seeing MGTOW brothers of mine fall, like Timothy Blades, Invention, and Paul. You know, and I worry about other ones that are on that borderline of losing themselves. I don't want to see that happen, but at the same time, I have to take care of my own self preservation, first and foremost, because unlike any woman that might be listening into this, um, we men are in an adversarial, an adverse environment, and we have to make sure that we are aware as much as we possibly can be from all directions. If if that sounds like the male version of feminism, I don't care. I really don't give a shit. So be it. Except I don't get paid for it like feminists do. So there's your big difference. And I'll leave it at that. Next.
Uh, my good mother, same question for you. Since MGTOW has its origin from men's rights activism, did you indulge in men's rights before transitioning to the philosophy of MGTOW, or did you stumble upon MGTOW philosophy and men's rights activism both at the same time or simultaneously?
Yeah, I've never indulged in any activism. Like, I don't know.
So,
I
those
did.
men's rights issue and the videos and the philosophy of men's rights activism. Let us call that.
No, I actually came across MGTOW stuff when people were suggesting different videos for me to check out after I started my channel. Because my whole spiel was that, okay, it's feminists, it's coming from the universities. I've been seeing it for over a decade. I've seen the policies shift. I've seen people's behavior shift, even with my clients personally. I'm like, ooh, I even have this client that started teaching and then she got fucking indoctrinated. And I mean, you can say men's rights, you can say women's rights, like all that kind of stuff. When I first learned about feminists and feminism, Like, I mean, I'd heard about it before, but I thought it was a fucking joke. I didn't think people actually listened to these fucking mentally ill idiots. So I did not realize until I started digging into history and really having a look at the people that were behind a lot of the things, that these people actually got a lot of fucking power, and it has happened over time.
Hey,
So,
Mandy,
yeah,
could I ask you a quick question?
yeah.
Did you follow Lauren Southern or Karen Strawn or any of the female advocates for
No,
MRA
no,
and
no.
MGTOW?
No, when I first came online, I was referred to them, and I reached out to them to fucking try to talk to them, and I got fucking ignored by everybody. I'm like, you guys
Really?
are, yeah, yeah, yeah. I even sent Contriver, like I was sent to the Honey Badgers, Honey Badger Radio, went over there. Nobody fucking responded to me. Nobody. So
Well,
I'm like, what's the
because
what's the deal?
the deal is that you weren't paying the honey badgers. That's the deal. They're all
Wow.
about the moolah.
Well, every MRA quote unquote that I've come across, they all fucking still sound like feminists and crazy bitches to me. So I'm like, no fucking wonder nothing's happened. Like, really? Because I'm like, this is a psychological problem. This is a mental illness problem. And when they say rights, these aren't even fucking rights that they want, and they have all these extra fucking privileges. Yet, in their mentally ill, delusional mind, they're blaming the privileges on other people, i.e., men, i.e., the straight white man that seems to be at the bottom of the intersectionality pile of shit. So, like understanding their mindset, I think I think that's why all these groups have failed, because for one, they do let the mentally ill in, and for two, they're not focused on the actual source of the problem. I know a lot of people disagree on the source. I have not been able to be have my mind changed so far, because every time somebody brings an issue, like they bring their bad guy up and put it against my bad guy, which are fucking women, who, going back to what you were saying earlier, Contriver, about the emotional terrorism, like, it's a woman's fucking responsibility to be the guardian and the nurturer of that, and these crazy bitches are literally using it to abuse people. So there's something wrong fundamentally with these women. They're not doing their fucking job properly. So,
I think that being an anti-feminist, or I reminisce uh, that in 2012, I suppose, when the MGTOW videos of Stardust, Spetsnaz, my favorite one, and Barbarossa, all these people, man, woman, and a myth, started to flare up and blow up. What was happening was there was a similar trend by some of the females making up videos like why I am not a feminist anymore, or why I became an anti-feminist or something, because feminists were also realizing that, you know uh, this is this is it, and we have come so far. And actually, I want to show people something regarding this very point.
I got something to say to that too
Sorry.
here in a minute.
Yeah,
As do I.
this was yeah, this was the very article called the, I don't know whether it is visible or not. Okay.
Oh man, the Atlantic.
Yeah, yeah.
You know that's a
So
communist
this,
rag, right? That's a communist. That's
yeah,
a
but it
communist
is,
ass wipe.
yes,
Don't
but
read that
the
shit, contriver.
yes, but this was actually, this is actually the, shall I say, the, oh no, oh shucks, oh,
Yeah,
I don't want to
the
try
Atlantic is a communist
try a,
mouthpiece.
yes, yes, but the end of men, and this was the very title of this 2010 archive of the PR magazine for NATO forces in general, the Atlantic. And if you go further, even before that, this was written by K. Heimowitz, an MA in English literature, who used to have opinionated opinions about men in general,
Okay,
called
are they
Child
like
Man.
putting men down? Are they complaining that men are acting like children and playing
Yes,
video
yes,
games?
I,
Okay, well, they
yes,
created this situation. What are they complaining about? They
and
created
this
that.
is the very same.
They created the
Yes,
child man in the
she.
promised land. They created that. That's their creation, not ours. We didn't create that. MGTOW didn't create
Uh,
that. MRA didn't create that.
yes, and this very aspect of men manning up was something that
That's
I.
propaganda.
Is- yes,
Heimowitz.
yes, and this is the very same K. Heimowitz
The
who
new girl
also
order.
had this.
Give me a fucking break.
Yes,
God,
so
you're gonna
yes,
love
and
her.
this
Probably
is in
related to Karl
autumn
Marx himself.
2007.
You know what, Contriver? I got an article for you to read. It's about this woman. I think
Yes,
it was she was in England or Australia or somewhere. She started her own
yes, sir.
TV station, staffed full of women, and it failed within the first year.
What about the first day?
And
Yeah, it just totally the
These
women
dumb
couldn't work together.
cunts.
That I mean, she goes off in this article about how they stab each other in the back, talk shit to each other. You know, it was a competition of who could dress the nicest or who had the nicest
Fighting over
nails.
cupcakes.
It's stupid. Stupid. And women are
Jesus
going to be in charge
Christ.
of the fucking world. Oh my god.
We're Big Ben is going to be made with fucking beer cans and dung.
I'm telling you, dude.
It will. It totally will. That's terrible.
Hashtag feminist bridge, right?
Exactly. Contriver, you know what? When you were talking about that rash of all these TradCon MRA sympathizers that were cropping up around 2012, 2013, about the time of Gamergate, one thing that they would also say, and they would all have, why I'm not a feminist. And then a couple of episodes later, they would have a an episode called Why I Don't Agree with MGTOW. All of them would.
oh yeah, surely,
Blonde in
surely,
the
surely,
Blonde
all
in
of
the
them had.
Belly of the Beast. Shit on Head did that. Fucking Lauren
Shit on
Southern
head.
did that. Yeah. Oh God, she really ripped him
Shoe
I
a
on
new
hated
head.
one.
her, man.
Oh God, yeah, I hate her. She is such a grifter.
Ukrainian lens, that pediatrician, British
All did
doctor
it. They all did
who,
it. Like fucking
The
Borg. They
YouTube
yes,
did
drama
it.
squad.
These
Fuck.
goddamn fucking
yes,
women. You know what? They're not zombies. They're woombies.
Movies.
yes,
Ugh.
and
Ugh.
I think
I'm gonna
dating
use that.
actually,
Yeah, please do.
regarding, yeah, but I think dating actually died after Me Too completely. Now it is only, and dating, which used to be like a casual, you are going to a restaurant or something, and going to someone's place, and you are getting ready, you are putting on a nice shirt so that your date might like you or something. I used to date as well in 2015 and 2014. And while I was listening to MGTOW and men's rights, for me personally, I actually used to align with men's rights before transitioning to MGTOW. Even though I had stumbled upon both of the philosophies,
Mhm.
simultaneously, both at the very same time. But for me, it was like, if I could get a deal out of the state or the government, respective government, in that case, it could be Indian government or it could be the Canadian government, it doesn't matter. But if I could get a deal out of the system, let me just try that. And that was a futile effort. and
Yeah, you're
that is what.
bargaining.
Yeah, that was a Faustian bargain, actually, because you are not
Yes,
going to get.
yes.
Yeah, you are not going to get anything out of the plea bargain you are making with the state, because the state is very clear, and this is what I have learned, and this is what I infer upon. The sovereignty of the state itself is absolute. This is from the book of jurisprudence, from the Canadian English common law. I came to India and picked up a book written by another author of law regarding. He was a very famous jurist from India. Uh, he wrote the same thing regarding the sovereignty of the state, that the sovereignty of the state itself is absolute and paramount. That's it. Period, point blank. And they are not going to do away with their own authorities regarding the elbow spaces that they have gained for a long time. So there is a nexus between women in general as well as the state itself, so that they could have the state or the government as their backup, supporting them, and women thinking that they are doing the backseat driving and running the affairs of the state and government, including people's lives. And that was the biggest red pill, according to me, 7 years ago. And I was in red pill rage for the next 7 years. And
I can understand, could driver. I mean, that's it's a terrible truth to find out.
yeah, yes. So the next question shall be, uh,
Before we do that,
yeah,
please, if I may, um,
yeah, sure, sure.
Contriver, thank you so much for hosting this. Mandy, thank you very much for having me on. Bullets, it was great to talk to you and being on this panel.
Yeah,
I,
good
I
talking to you.
have I have to go to sleep. I am
Okay,
just
Johnny.
yeah, if you don't mind, really,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm losing my mind. But thank you for having me on here. This was great. I am going to have to bid you adieu and have a great one. Okay.
Yeah, good
Thank you,
talking to you,
Johnny.
Johnny. Let's
Thank
do it
you.
again.
Absolutely, Bullets. Thank you, Contriver. You're the best. Bye now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Bye.
sir. Good night.
Yeah, you got me for like
So,
15 more minutes, bro, and I got to crash too. I got a lot of shit I got to do, man.
okay, fine, fine, sir. So the next question would that be, uh, for how much duration, or shall I say, time period, your red pill rage, since you got to know, since you transitioned and stumbled upon MGTOW itself in the first place, you did not. Mr. Eric, thanks for coming up on the panel. Uh, so,
How are
as
you
I
guys?
was asking, we are fine, sir. We are fine. Uh, what was the duration of your red pill rage, as they say? Because we all go through that.
Who, me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, after like, a lot of the story, like after I saw my first MGTOW video, which is Terrence Potts, What is MGTOW? Highly recommend that video. It's very, very educational. When I first saw that video, I was kind of like blown away. You know, I was having like, yeah, had an epiphany at that time. I watched that video like must have watched it like 10 times. You know, that first day, just because I mean, I just like started to realize everything just started coming back. And I was pissed because everything he was saying, was the true gospel. And began to realize that society programmed to make me think that I wasn't good enough, you know, um, that I wouldn't reach that bar, that society has set for me. And I come to find out that it was all done purposely in an attempt to destroy me as a man and my ability to establish a modern nuclear family, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they do that by many
Hey,
different ways
hey,
through the
Bullet, were you in like a marriage or a long-term relationship?
yeah, a long time ago, a couple of them,
How
you
did you
know.
come to the? How did you first come to like Terrence Pop or RP content?
Well, I just built a brand new computer. I mean, I watch YouTube videos and stuff, but it wasn't
Right.
until after I built this computer back in 2014, and it was in 2015. I think that video was released by Terrence Pop. So I was in and around YouTube. I think I found MGTOW from watching a couple of PUA videos. I really wasn't into dating or anything. Trying to. I mean, I could pick up women. It's no big deal. You know, but
Yeah.
MGTOW started to pop up, in that neighborhood as well on the online community. So that's how I like came across that. I've seen MGTOW videos popping up for like, I don't know, well over a couple of months. I just wasn't interested in it, but every now and then these videos would pop up, and I saw one. I said, "What is MGTOW?" Okay, let's figure out what MGTOW is, and I played it and everything, and it changed my life, and
Yeah.
it put me in a state of rage, after that, and
See,
I
I
started.
didn't really have too much
Yeah.
rage, but
Uh,
I
sir,
came.
sir, with the greatest possible respect, I'm going round table, so I will come to you as well with
Sorry.
the very same question.
Yeah,
Let Mr. Bullets complete first. Thanks a
yeah,
lot, sir.
yeah. Let
No
me
problem.
hammer this out for you. I'll make it quick. So I got involved with a crowd that hung around Chris Cantu and Howard Dare, and a few other channels like Miggy 101. And we would all live stream together and stuff. And we were all raging at the time. We all found out what MGTOW was. And a lot of us were, a lot of these guys were old school. They've been around for a very long time, you know, and I was caught up into that probably for a good 2 to 2.5 years. And I didn't start to come out of it until I went over to Lycan's channel, you know, because
Yeah.
I wanted to talk to women, not just women, but, to other people about MGTOW as well, and Jamie gave me a really cool platform to do that. He shared his platform the same way Mother, shares her platform with us, and a lot of the MGTOW ragers after our community collapse followed, me over there, and these guys are still around, they're cool dudes, they saw the fuckery that was going on, and uh, but I wanted to talk about the philosophy, with other people because it was good therapy, even if I have to talk to women about it. And one of the people that helped me come out of it was my friend Lori. Because at the time she was the only woman I talked to. I don't well that and Mrs. Call, maybe a couple other women over on Lycan's channel, you know, but they really helped me come to my senses and come out of that rage, you know. Not everybody's as lucky to have good friends like that to help pull, to help you make sense of things, So I would say probably about 2.5 years, before I came out of it and I found my zen. I think that's it. Eventually you transcend the red pill. I hear all this stuff about different color pills like red pill or even black people. Some people say that I'm nihilistic, that I'm black pill. I don't even identify. I transcended the
I
pills.
hate that stuff.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
I'm on the Zen pill now. Okay, I found out the meaning of life as it pertains to me. I know the path I'm on. I'm happy. I'm no longer raging. And
Well,
there's
that.
life beyond the pills, gentlemen.
Yeah. In the end, that's the most important thing. If you're happy.
Right. And you can pass it
Good mother
on,
was
or
talking about
contribute.
that too. Like it all depends on your happiness. That's for sure.
I think Contriver's taking another break. If you want to go ahead and go ahead and comment on that, Eric, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying. Like good mother stresses that too. Like being happy with your choices and whatnot. Most of the guys do. even contriver. Like you gotta design the philosophy to fit yourself to make yourself happy. Like that's what I do.
Hmm.
Like I came to the red pill from just searching marriage problems, and I found Sandman, Razor Blade Candy. I even think Mickey 101.
Yeah, razor blade candy. I remember that. Yeah, those are good times back then. Wasn't it awesome?
Yeah,
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 that
no,
was
I mean,
such
like,
an awesome community back
and
then, man. I
it
mean,
was it was very insightful. It was
yeah,
very uh,
I
the
love those guys,
philosophy.
man.
It
They're
was very
awesome.
philosophical, very deep.
It's a beautiful community. And hello, Mike. I see you out there. Yes, I do remember the 8 hour Christmas stream with Howard Dare, and I remember Chris
I
came
was
too, and a lot of the other guys did that too.
Yeah,
I was in that stream as well,
Hmm.
in that Howard Dare stream which you are referring to.
No, then yeah, we choose some of the same chat there. Then contriver.
Yes, sir. And
Mm-hmm.
that is why I remember Howard there, because he used to do in 2015, 2016 old
yes,
videos.
Mm-hmm.
So I
You
know him
probably
from
see me
those
live with
days.
Howard Dare. I used to stream with Howard Dare.
a
You
while
know,
back. Yes,
Uh,
yeah.
there was a stream where this guy came up, and he was saying that we are going to take back power and everything. And there was a gentleman who said that I have retired from Navy, and I have purchased a yacht. And he was telling about his own different plans, that my officer, my you know senior commanding officer, I would employ him
I
as
remember you, MGTOW Mike.
the caretaker of my yacht. So that was the case. And I would ask the very same question to Good Mother as a round table, and then to Eric Zompro. And I think, Mr. Bullets, if you want to sleep, we shall not keep you waiting. And it has been nice talking to you as well. If
Yeah,
you want to stay, please, sir, please
yeah. I
do.
figured I'd come on and give you a couple hours, man. But yeah, I got a lot to do tomorrow today, and I gotta catch some Z's, you know.
Okay,
But yeah,
it's
if you want to do this again, if we could if you can we'll have to work it out because I know you're in India, right?
yeah.
Yeah. So
And I
well.
have a three, 3 day, actually 3 day, and I have a 3 day holiday right now, because on 15th of
Hmm.
August it will be our own Independence Day.
Hmm. Cool.
So I'm hooked up for at least till 15th of August.
Yeah, like if you look at the clock, like if you I'm in central time here in the United States. You know, usually anytime like after like 7 o'clock is good for me. I don't know how that would match up with you, but something to look at. But yeah, I'm gonna bow out, gentlemen. To thine own self be true. Good night, Mandy. Smile and wave. Smile and wave. Thank you, Trevor, for inviting me on. Eric, cool meeting you, and
hey, you too, bullets. You
Johnny
take care.
Midnight. Awesome conversation, and we'll see y'all later.
All right. Bye, Bullets.
All right,
Thank you,
good night,
sir.
all.
Bye. Good night.
Hey, good mother. I
So
just before I'm gonna bounce too, but I just wanted to say I didn't forget you. I will be in touch. My mom is very interested in doing that video, but with the house and everything, it's just been so crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
But,
No, I get it. Yeah,
but
I get it.
you take care.
Not in a big, huge hurry.
No, I know you're
Yeah. Yeah.
busy. So,
Yeah.
but you guys take care. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Good night, Easy.
okay,
Take care.
sir. Bye. Take care. Good night. So,
What was the question?
Good
Something
Mother.
about a red pill rage.
Yeah. So, as guys, our whole world was turned upside down,
Oh yeah.
perhaps because of the failed relationships and all that. But did you
Hmm.
uh, go through any of these phases of grief, or denial, anger, or something? Or
Yeah.
did you feel the red pill rage seething from inside because of the sad state of affairs itself.
I probably feel that pretty much every day when I see the crazy bitches in our society continuing to get away with what they are. I mean, part of me is like, I don't feel like there's nothing I can do about it. I don't have that feeling because I do understand from a man's perspective that if it's the women that are really fucking shit up and you have your hands tied behind your back, you get gagged all the time, and you get castrated in all the areas of life. Like I don't think a man's really designed or built to properly sort out really toxic women. So I don't have that feeling personally because I feel like that's kind of one of the duties I took on to try to help with this whole situation. But no, when I first found out, when I first realized what the damn problem was, uh, like I was pretty pissed. I mean, for one, I'm like, these are just cowards that predate on people that can't properly defend themselves, for one. Like, part of me was pissed that a lot of men didn't feel that they could speak based on, what would happen in the past, getting attacked and getting canceled and all the things. Like, it just, that, realizing that state of affairs actually pissed me off a lot because I know there's a lot of people that, even women in certain jobs, I've heard from many of my clients that they're even afraid to say something because, the quote unquote mob will come and get them. And I'm like, but the mob is just a bunch of crazy, cowardly bitches. So what, what is it there to really be afraid of? But I don't know. The stuff that's been happening since December has been very interesting. I've kind of orchestrated trying to collect all of these crazy bitches and watching them do what they do best. Um, I'm still not even mad at them because it's in a crazy bitch's nature to do what they do, right? It's it's something that they have a pattern of doing. It's something that they have a history of succeeding at. And I think that actually makes me really happy that they are so predictable from my point of view. Um, Yeah, I don't know about the red pill rage or the black pill rage. I mean, I've had thoughts on, the proper punishments for these crazy bitches. Like I understand antisocial personalities and after being abused to such degrees, how people will crack and, go on killing sprees or shooting places up or whatever to try to fucking make a point. Like I understand all that. Do I think it's necessary? Hopefully not. But, getting pissed off at the way the world is currently and feeling like there's nothing else that can be done, I think puts you in a state of mind where you want those people to pay for their wrongdoings. And they will. All of these crazy bitches will pay for what they've done. All these feminists that have been allowed to destroy our society will absolutely reap the karma that they have created for themselves.
Regarding that very question that you said right now,
Mm-hmm.
what is the psychological definition or the specific trait that what these quote unquote crazy bitches actually use to get their way through anything?
The psychological definition,
Yes.
manipulation,
Okay.
gaslighting. I mean, I can give you a list of tactics they use.
Okay. Do these tactics also have names within the psychological? within the ambit of psychological studies?
Yeah. Oh yeah. They. I mean,
Please elaborate on that.
well, there's multiple disciplines of psychology for one, and there's some different language that was created to identify the same thing. I I mean, reputation destruction is a tool that they use. Um, they will hold a man's livelihood hostage. They will terrorize them emotionally, going after their primary drive of providing and protecting their family. So, like a lot of these men that do speak out live in fear of losing their damn jobs. So, that's kind of one of the tactics that these feminists use. And going back to that book you shared earlier, the false allegations thing. I mean, Bullets mentioned it earlier. Like, he got falsely accused of fucking domestic violence, and he almost lost his Second Amendment for it, for a false accusation. And I'm pretty sure Dak, I just noticed Dak uploaded, One Fast Dak uploaded a video of a crazy bitch that falsely accused him, and he spent 5 months in fucking jail for it. So, I mean, these,
Dak also got falsely accused.
yeah, this was a while ago, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
well,
so I also got falsely accused with I was actually threatened with a false accusation of sexual harassment,
yeah. I mean,
and that too yeah, by a
I
female lawyer.
yeah, I just chalk it up to lying. I don't know. I try to come at it at this most simplistic, fundamental principle, and it's lying. So the whole believe all women thing has really screwed up our society because it's those people that want you to believe all women as they lie their asses off and destroy people and families. So like these are literal fucking terrorists. And they have networks and groups of them, and they travel via university and get degrees. Like they're very organized, while they're blaming all the men for the things that they're actually doing. And in the psychology term, I think they call that projective identification. It's where these crazy bitches will project what they're doing onto a scapegoat while they're trying to cover up what they're doing themselves. So they've been doing it the whole time for decades and decades and decades. The most abusive people that we have in our society are women, whilst they blame men for all the things. So,
So my next question is this, and uh, this is a very neutral question. I'm not trying to put it on all women or something, but just like that potential rapist narrative that has been set against men by some women who claim to speak on behalf of all women, would it be feasible to suggest and say that women in general are beneficiaries of feminism by default? It is a different matter altogether whether they avail those benefits via the state or not.
um, by beneficiary of feminism, you mean they reap all the rewards of enslaving men? They
No,
they, they
the
get all
ben-
these
just
privileges?
because just because they have XX chromosomes,
Hmm.
they could cry to the government, and government would mollycoddle them.
Yeah. Yeah, we have.
So it is not all women who are doing that,
Right.
but they know that they can do that.
Hmm. Yeah.
So there are a bunch of articles and there are a bunch of things actually I want to go through. Just
Okay.
give me 2 minutes because I am finishing my lunch and
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm still eating actually.
Well, should we take a little commercial break and watch Dak's video?
Oh, surely.
Yeah. Okay. Because here, let me pull it up. Looks like another one of these crazy bitches. Okay. Perfect example of what's wrong with our society and why these women don't get held accountable.
Listen here, you fucking squid. You fucking contact me again, so help me God, I will go to your fucking house and burn it the fuck down with you and your fucking mom inside.
Hey guys, so guys, my last two videos here, you're probably wondering who this Chelsea is that I've described on um, the last two uploads I did. Well, that was her, guys. That was the woman that put me in jail for 5 months over a false accusation. Today, being August 12th, is her birthday. So, yeah, every August 12th, I'm reminded of this. So I go through this every kind of August 12th. Um, I'm not, what happened. I've explained this 100 times to every, I don't know. Basically, what happens, guys, is I was a single guy, just got divorced, living in my own house, and I had run into some health problems with my heart. So I had to sell the house and unfortunately moved back home because my health was that bad. And that was the girl across the street who was a single mother of three, who I gave most of the house stuff to. I gave her a whole bunch of stuff out of the house, for no charge, and basically fed her kids. And then I made the mistake of lending her $3,000. Um, when I went to ask her nicely if she could start please paying it back, even if it was like $20 a week, $40 a week, $50 a month, anything. I said, anything would be appreciated if you could start doing that, please. In no means did I ever threaten this woman over $3,000, threaten her life over $3,000. Not even for $30,000 I would. $300,000, yeah. But guys, and it got ugly. It got really, really ugly. You know, after I got out of jail there, I was pretty mad, guys. Very, very upset. I was gonna have her smoked, and um, it was just a really dark time for me. Uh, some of you guys know my background, some of you don't, but she's lucky. But anyway, at that time, some of the brothers just basically told me, no, no, just leave it alone, just wait, just leave it alone, wait, 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 don't do anything, leave it alone. So that's what I did. I left it alone for the longest time, and this was 5 years ago, guys. So, and I've been And, thankfully, at this time, I found MGTOW. So after I found MGTOW, all those feelings went away. All the hard feelings, all the hatred, all the, all the, I'm going to get you kind of thing, it all went away because it was explained to me why it happened, you know, why it happened kind of thing, right? And I have to take responsibility for it too, guys. Like, fuck, I simped pretty hard. Like, that was a pretty hard simp that I did there. And I was the one who lent her the money. So I don't know. Yeah, sorry, guys, I got off track. So what she did is she phoned the police and she told the police that I was calling her on the phone and threatening her life over this money. So the police came. I was prepared. I had this video that I just showed you guys, plus another three more of her threatening this kind of stuff. Plus, I had a stack of texts that I screenshot of her threatening to kill, burn, name, butcher myself and my family. And I gave that to the police. I gave that all to the police. But after I gave it to the police, it was never seen again. All that stuff was never seen again. It was gone. This is the only thing I have left, this one video that I kept on my files. This is all I got left of it. The rest of it disappeared with the police. I don't know what ever happened to it. I don't know. So, yeah. So, guys, you have to be very careful who you get involved with. And this, I mean, if it's a single mother, you guys, you need to go the other way fast. No matter how good looking she is, no matter what she says, no matter anything, you need to leave it where you found it. Get away from it, okay? Because this is happening every day. Every day, this is happening to men. So, the lesson, definitely a lesson. Sorry, guys, I'm not very talkative today. I've had kind of a rough week. I lost my uncle. He passed away this week due to something I'm convinced that it's due to something that he took, if you know what I mean. So, yeah, I've had a bad week. So, yeah, every August 12th, this comes up and I think about it, and I don't really dwell on it, guys. It's a date that comes up every time, and I thought I'd share it with you guys today. It's just a hard date for me because, you know, you do so much for people and you get burnt like that. It really rocks you to the core, and it affects you for a long time. Like, it's been 5 years, right? Um, and I've been 5 years monk, of course, since, but it still affects me. Today's not a good day, but tomorrow will be better, and tomorrow will be forgotten, and I won't think about it ever again till the next August 12th. But probably the next August 12th won't be so bad. I remember last August 12th went by, and I didn't even think about it. It went by, and I didn't even think about it. So I don't know what made me kind of think about it this year. I think it's just kind of right now I'm kind of going through a little bit of a hard time with personal things right now. So yeah, this came up, and lesson learned, guys. Do not give them anything. Do not ever give them anything, especially you young guys. Don't ever get involved with single mothers. My God, please do not. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. A little history on her. Um, she was a single mother of three children, three different fathers. Okay. Last time I heard was in 2019. Put it this way, this is really weird. In 2019, like, I had a friend of mine, because I'm not on Facebook, so I had a friend of mine check just to see if she's still around or if she's still alive, or I had him check. I think it was last year I had him check. And her last post on Facebook was August 23rd, 2019. Now, August 23rd is my birthday. So that was really weird. I haven't checked up on her yet. I don't know if she's made a post since then, but as it stood, that was her last post she had made in a long, long time. So, um, what else could I tell you? She went on to, I think, find two more boyfriends. Okay. Now these two boyfriends both self-deleted. No shit, guys. These two guys both self-deleted.
Hmm.
The last report I heard was from her parents told somebody who told somebody that contacted me that she was on her seventh abortion. So could you imagine, guys? Could you imagine? And yes, of course, with her there was a lot of drugs involved. Um, duh, right? So anyway, yeah. So that does it for that story. Anyway, guys, please take this lesson away, guys. Don't get involved with single mothers. Don't ever do it, ever. It's a dangerous path. Very dangerous. Um, the 5 months I spent in jail weren't so bad, you know. Um, it was it's a super max here in Edmonton, Alberta. It's called Edmonton Remand. If you want to look it up, it is a super max prison. Um, 5 doors for 5 doors to get out. So, spent 5 months in there, but it wasn't the worst thing that's ever happened to me for sure. Um, it definitely wasn't. It opened my eyes up to a lot of things that I was doing wrong at the time. Obviously, I was doing a lot of things wrong by hanging around people like that, right? So, it shook me up pretty good, but you know what? I don't regret it. I don't look upon it as a horrible time or anything like that. I actually took a lot of positivity away from it. I really did. I met a lot of really cool guys in there actually that were in there, same thing as me. You know what I mean? Being falsely accused of this or that from them. But 90% of those guys on my pod were in there because of a woman.
Mm-hmm.
So we all had a lot in common anyway in there. And, you know, it wasn't a bad time. It wasn't a bad time at all. So anyway, so today's been interesting. So I had a run in with Oki this morning, and we went back and forth for about 2 hours on his channel there about just about everything. This guy, right? So like going talking to Oki's like pissing on an electric fence. I'd say that's what it's like. So anyway, we went back and forth for a few hours, and then that Taylor guy stepped in and blah 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 blah. But I pretty well had him cornered pretty good, and I did well. And apparently today he took his channel down. So
Mm-hmm.
um, I'm hoping I had something to do with that.
Yeah.
Maybe not. I don't know. I'm hoping to, but he was going on and saying how I'm lying to young men, how we're lying to young men, and all this stuff, and we're a cult, and we're leading them down these roads of this and that and stuff like that. So you know what, Oki, if you're listening, you son of a bitch, I want to lead you a comment from one of my subscribers. It says, "Sir, I always saw you as somewhat of a role model. I think you've done a great job for young men. You filled a gap in my life I needed greatly, and many young men feel the same.
True story.
So fuck you, Oki. Fuck you." Anyway. It's been a weird day today, guys. Really weird day. I'd like to address a few other things right now, but I don't think I'm going to, because I'm not kind of in the right mood to do that right now. So I'm just going to let this go for now. Um, I do have more to say about a few situations that happened with, well, you guys all know. So I'm going to say something about that, but probably at a later date, guys. I'm really not in the frame of mind right now. Um, a little dark for me right now, so I don't want to say anything stupid or out of line about it. Um, yeah. So anyway, guys, thanks for listening. Sorry, it's kind of been a weird one. I'm not in my cheery little self right now at all, and I do apologize for that. But I mean, I feel better coming at you guys and kind of sharing with you what I'm going through right now because it kind of sucks. It's been a shitty last few weeks, that's for sure. So, but I'm going to address the other part of it maybe tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow will be a better day. And hey, of course, we got some good news coming up here. Really good news. I'll be heading to see our brother Chris Mitchell and our brother Eric Zombro on the 24th. I'll be leaving here to be with them at his place in British Columbia. So of course, my birthday will be on the 23rd, and I will leave early in the morning, 24th, which should get me to Chris Mitchell about 5 or 6 in the evening. It's a 9-hour drive, so it should get me there about then. And then the next day we will be picking up brother Eric Zombo at the airport. So I am really looking forward to that, guys. I think that'll snap me right out of this kind of thing. Um, so yeah, Chris has a lot of cool shit planned. So I can't wait. That's gonna be a real nice getaway for me, big time. So I'm really looking forward to that. And sorry, I'm just at a loss for words right now, guys. I really am. How many minutes has it been? 15 minutes, and I really haven't said fuck all. anyway, anyway, guys, I'm going to let you go, and I will speak at you tomorrow, and we'll finish this off tomorrow when I'm in a little better place. All right, guys, thanks.
Hmm. I'm gonna just play the crazy bitch in the beginning again.
Listen here, you fucking squid. You fucking contact me again, so help me God, I will go to your fucking house and burn it the fuck down with you and your fucking mom inside.
Yeah, crazy bitches. Hello, the goddamn bacon. How are you? Yeah, it's Dak. Yeah, Contriver. He is one of the nicest chaps I know as well. And the shit that a lot of people are putting him through currently.
I mean, he would come out stronger. I
Yeah,
know
yeah,
him. He is able to persevere and not yield in front of people who are telling him that he is this, that, or the other. He has gone through in life what most of these chaps cannot even dream of. He
yeah,
has spent time in jail because of a false accusation of a crazy woman,
yeah,
and this is something that most people actually don't realize as to what men have to go through.
yeah. Well, Scorpion has a hand in that, and the Gulag bitches via their White Knights have a hand in that too. That's what pisses me off. Knowing where the uh, the bullshit's coming from.
uh, well, that is besides the point now, what as to what anyone is doing, because he has suffered enough, and
Yeah,
it is time that he needs to recuperate regarding his own health conditions as well. And I hope he would come back stronger than ever. So When you were pissed off, continuing the conversation, taking it a little bit further, when you were going through the very same pissed off phase, and
Mm, like right now.
you, like right now, and
Yeah.
did you bear your fangs at someone, some crazy bitch?
I've been collecting them ever since. So,
Oh, uh,
yeah.
that is called loyalty, and men are like the very same canine that is in your profile picture right now, because men are the ones who say, to hell with everything, I'm
Hmm.
going to be loyal towards the cause or anything. And that is what we aspire to be in general. So I love it when anybody does it.
Yeah. Yeah, what he said about being in jail for, 5 months and how it's full of other men that were put there by women. Actually, Eric Zombro, because he is a retired police officer, so he knows damn well. He has a lot of those stories as well.
Uh, there is, shall I say, what what could I say? But there is a chap named Tony Santmanet, and he is a former Marine, a former SWAT team leader, and he is into strength and conditioning regarding everything. Hello, Mr. Pliskin. uh, he is into strength and conditioning. He is into bodybuilding and lifting heavy and strength, strongman sort of workouts and everything, which he does. So he used to be in the police force as well. So when he used to be in the SWAT team, or you know going to any house or something, he was telling an instance on a bodybuilding platform or something, weightlifting platform, where he was saying that opinions of people change, especially for those who are working in that very same field. uh, so the host, who was also into bodybuilding and all that, he asked him how it changes. So he told him an instance that there was a woman who just called 911, and we got there, and she was we heard some noise complaint actually from the next door neighbor or somewhere, 911 call, and we went over there. And that woman, when she came up, that man was actually washing his hands in the wash basin, and she said, "Oh no, I just slipped," and she was bleeding from her nose. So it was basically clear as to who was the perpetrator. They apprehended him, handcuffed him, took him to jail, and put him in a police lockup. The very next day, that very same woman came up and applied for his bail order in the court. And this is, I'm talking not about India, this is from America. So he was saying that the police officers and their mentality also changes, because it is very difficult to decipher as to who is right or wrong in that very instance.
Hmm. Well, I mean, if you have a pile of text messages that are fucking threatening and a video, couple videos, I mean, what he said about it disappearing after he gave it to the cops, that's weird to me. So,
I mean,
I don't know.
the, yeah. So people actually don't think for a second. Coming back to the analogy of MGTOW, as they say, or MGTOW, we
Mm-hmm.
call it MGTOW, men going their own way, which I know started much earlier in the late 2009. And there was a manifesto that we have to make women more feminine, that we have to, shall I say, uh, and these were former men's rights advocates who came up. These were nameless people, not faceless, but nameless at that point. So, in that very,
You're muted, Control. Okay.
sorry, I was speaking with mute on. Okay,
Yeah.
so Mr. White, Mr. Orange, Mr. Green, Mr. Blue, and someone was also there. Five people. These very five people, including Chris Cantu, all these people came up with the idea of MGTA as to what it shall be made. And, they wanted to hold conventions, they wanted to convene all of the people, like minded people who are libertarian, conservative, call it what you will, and they wanted to lay down the principles and review and re- revert back to basics of any civilization in terms of demographic change or anything. What happened was men were not showing up. So when men were not showing up on that very particular occasion, they said that men are not showing up. What shall we do? I mean, we have set up the chairs and we have set up the microphone as well, and
Mm-hmm.
we are just convening a meeting and nobody is showing up. Men are going their own way. They don't care. And that was the moment that when this acronym called Men Going Their Own Way was coined, this very term.
Mm-hmm.
Because this was a term coined by those very five people who said that men going their own way, they are not showing up for our meetings and what we need to accomplish. So they laid out further three stipulations, that is, no marriage, no cohabitation, and no children, just for men to avoid the claws or the tentacles of the system to harm them in any way, shape, or form. So, other than that, whatever you do, it is on your discretion. We leave it to your wisdom. And even if you are going to put an axe to your own feet, then you would be responsible. Nobody else would be. So, and it was all about a word from Latin, I think it is called non serviam, called declaring your sovereignty to be of prime importance. You are not going to define yourself by any other thing rather than your own self sovereignty. And then people actually started coming up with questions like, what if I don't have that much money? I'm just a janitor. How can I go my own way? They said, you are a minimalist. So that is where all these Reddit forums, which was the biggest one in MGTOW subreddit, feminism once, and feminism subreddit is also there. So they were pretty much pissed at us, and we used to post everything over there. Undead Chronic used to post it over there as well since 2016. I know him since then, and all these people actually used to come up with different analogies and what they are doing. And someone is making a cuisine, someone is making their afternoon meal, and someone is watching a movie, someone is going for a hike, someone is riding a bicycle. Everything was everything that was not related to, shall I say, harming the other person and building yourself, strengthening yourself. It was very much appreciated and admired by the entire masses. And this is th- this was the phase in 2015 when I came up after stumbling upon some of the videos of Tom Likas. I didn't know. I didn't knew at that time as to who Tom Likas was, but if I were to know beforehand, that would have been much, you know, of a greater help at that point when I was in a very dark phase regarding my own uh, relationship issues and life issues and some so on and so forth. I decided that whenever I I'm going to research it and I'm going to go through all of that. So I came to know that the only factor, I inferred upon this fact that the only factor that is holding men back from exercising their authority, at least in their own homes, is none other than the government itself. And for that, I just want to share my screen actually. So people would be able to know as to what is what. First of all, what is MGTOW? MGTOW. What is MGTOW? And there was a MGTOW manifesto as well. I don't know where it is. Manifesto. From my own understanding, manifesto. Where it is? GQ type 8 times. Oh, oh, it's gone. Oh, okay. Okay, fine, whatever. So, this is what. So, this is from Sunrise Hoodie. He used to make videos as well as, write articles about it. He was one of those guys who was, I would say, not a mediocre, but like above average in terms of MGTOW content creation, but videos were, mediocre. But his articles were the ones who actually, uh, you know, were the real deal. if I could say that. And in the Brifort's law, good mother, do you know what is Brifort's law?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. So, what is Brifort's law? Uh, Brifort's law, Brifort's law. Where is the Brifort's law? This article is not about. Uh, yeah, Brifort's law. Let us look at actually the Brifort's law. So, this is the basic tenet of a biological, observable reality, and this is from psychologytoday.com. Am I able to share my screen correctly?
Yeah, it's there.
Okay. This is from Dale Hartley, MBA, PhD, Machiavellians, Gulling the Rubes, and this is from October 31st, 2016. Brifort's law maintains that Brifolt was actually a famous biologist. So the Brifort's law maintains that the female, not the male, determines all the conditions of the animal family, where the female can derive no benefit from association with the male. No such association takes place. Today we could say relationship rather than association. For this bit of wisdom, we have Robert Briffault, 1876 to 1948, an English surgeon, anthropologist, and author, to thank. I do not present Briffault's law as fact, nor do I dismiss it as fiction. It is something to think about, and Briffault gives us even more to ponder. We already know, of course, that women wield the ultimate veto power in the mating game. It is women who give thumbs up or thumbs down to any advances or proposals from men. Briffault embellishes this truism by asserting that intimate relationships between men and women result from a calculated cost benefit analysis by women. Will she or won't she acquire a net gain from any relationship with a man? This does not necessarily mean monetary gain, although it might. Other types of gain might be social status, sexual compatibility, anticipated future happiness, emotional security, and the male's capacity for fatherhood. Men put that in your pipe and smoke it. Default continues with these three corollaries to his law. Even though a woman has accrued past benefits from her relationship with a man, this is no guarantee of her continuing the relationship with him. Translation: what have you done for me lately? And this is exactly what was the article which Sunrise Hoodie was trying to say. MGTOW, what have you done for me lately? Now, he doesn't know regarding the psychology or anything, but he actually was able to decipher this very thing on his own using MGTOW philosophy and Brifort's law in general. Basically, this is all Brifort's law. If a woman, number two, if a woman promises a man to continue her relationship with him in future in the future in exchange for a benefit received from him today, her promise becomes null and void as soon as the benefit is rendered. Translation: I will gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. Number 3. A man's promise of a future benefit has limited ability to secure a continuing relationship with a woman and his promise carries weight with her only to the extent that the woman's wait for the benefit is short, and to the extent that she trusts him to keep his promise. He further elucidates in economics there exists the concept of diminishing marginal utility. The benefit derived from a product lessens with each successive unit consumed. Consider an all you can eat buffet. If you arrive hungry, the first plate from the buffet provides 100% utility in satisfying your hunger. The second plate provides yes less utility, although you still may be a bit hungry when you begin filling the second plate. But by the time you have eaten the second plate, you are no longer hungry. If you return to the buffet for a third plate, you will probably feel overstuffed after eating it in terms of utility. You are now in negative territory. If we accept Breford's law at face value, women derive diminishing marginal utility from their relationships with men after acquiring the desired benefits from their relationships with men after acquiring the desired benefits. That Breford. What a romantic. And this is Mr. Dale Hartley, a retired professor of business and psychology. I didn't know that there is a branch called industrial psychology as well. So I
Contriver.
yeah,
Contriver.
yeah.
Psychology has attached itself to every single other field.
No, I came to know. There was a guy in India.
Hmm.
He was pursuing his studies even in his 50s right now. He has a son who is an engineer and is working in a multinational tech corporation or something. I said that, sir, he is an engineer himself in steel manufacturing and all that. So in a steel plant somewhere. So he said that I actually want to do a PhD in, and I'm pursuing it right now in industrial psychology. I said, really? He said, yes. And I said, why? He said, because I like studying a lot. And after retirement, I don't want to sit idle. So basically, my job as an engineer would be done, but I would then start doing some counseling regarding the works that are going on in the factories and whatnot. And industrial psychology is a very new field in India, but
Hmm.
it in on a nascent stage, I would say, but it has a potential to go further. These these are his words from 5 years ago. 5 years ago. So you can take out of it that people are getting into the fields and streams of education regardless of whatever their qualification is. And kudos to this man who was pursuing his life goals even at 50s regarding reading something and pursuing an academic qualification. But whatever, that is besides the point. Now, some people actually were saying that, well, you are not even from this country. Why do you care about feminism so much? And
Hmm.
why do you actually have to delve deeper into all these theories since you are not a signatory party to it?
Hmm.
Uh, I have some receipts actually here itself. And very recently, what happened, good mother, was there was a South Korean campaign a prime ministerial campaign, and this is from March 10, 2022. Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. March 10, 2022. Sorry. Leading up to the March 9 presidential election, South Korea witnessed an anti feminist backlash, a backlash that now appears to have aided in the victory of People Power Party (PPP's) candidate Yoon Suk Yeol. In 2017, President Moon Jae-in. Okay, so it's a presidential form of government, not a prime ministerial, which is in India, because we take after your transatlantic cousins from the Westminster and Whitehall in London. Anyways, in 2017, President Moon Jae-in campaigned on a promise of becoming a feminist president, promoting gender equality policies. Such efforts to alleviate gender inequity gained greater attention following South Korea's own #MeToo movement, which emphasized women's lived experiences such as dealing with new age technology, including spy cam or molka videos, and increasing occurrences of femicide. Yet, the rise of feminist discourse quickly sparked a backlash. Conservative pundit and current chairman of the conservative PPP, Lee Jun-seok, described feminism under Moon's Democratic Party as having a totalitarian tendency. In 2021, Lee called for abolishment of Minister of Gender Equality and Family. So there is a separate ministry, like a State's Department or a DOD, Department of Defense, with regards to, or the Treasury Department, with regards to what USA has in terms of different sectors of government's functions. And survey research similarly shows a growing tendency, especially among younger men, to view gender equality efforts as discriminatory and equate them with preferential treatment towards women. And the anti feminist backlash coincides with changes in the South Korean workplace. Although women are now entering the workforce at higher rates, over 70% of Korean women between the age of 25 and 34, South Korea maintains the largest gender pay gap, whatever. A key part of the debate is state perpetual perpetuated gender discrimination rooted in anything regarding that. Next, we broke down, unsurprisingly, women, high and dry, the whole 9 yards. Yes, progressive, moderate, conservative, whatever. And there are some men who are writing all these articles because it is cool to be a feminist till now.
Mm.
But again, I stumbled upon another article. This was from the Diplomat, by the way, and it is a highly recommended stuff. For, this the Diplomat, and this is very highly recommended for people who want to get into international affairs, international relations, and strategic affairs of the world. But then, and this is a very new article, but then I came upon an article from the New York Magazine called The New Anti-Feminism by Sarah Jones on November 27, 2021. The conservative movement believes men are in trouble. Okay, as if they are going to do anything about it. Yeah, but it is rambling on and on, lamenting about the fact that MGTOW and all that things. But yes, this article actually written by Elizabeth Hobson, and I like this article very much because it tells you the reality of the situation. And just like in the article, she says that anti feminism is the new feminism. This is the fourth wave of feminism. Gloria Steinem christened Camille Paglia the anti feminist, while Paglia rejected the label. The anecdote provided me with supreme validation. I assumed that I was a feminist for years when I embarked upon motherhood. The empathy I felt for other mothers led me to start wearing the label. I would digest experiences of people lacking basic rights and meditate on them, usually working my way to women's issues. I believed that no problem was the sole preserve of one sex and that it was productive to have people work simultaneously to support different demographics. I thought that as a woman wanting a better world, I was naturally destined to put my energies into pushing for the progress of my gender. My transition to anti feminist happened shortly after I started talking to feminists online. The vast majority of feminists disgusted me online, in media, in literature, and in modern day activism. And the varying degrees, misogyny, dangerous fanaticism, misandry. Feminists are, as a rule, ignorant of men's issues. They take positions of denial, dismissal, and derision. Meanwhile, these are positions that the feminist is hypersensitive to. Hypocrisy sucks, whatever. And men can't represent women except white knights on special occasions, refusal to acknowledge evidence, contempt for free speech, self absorption. The slur "misogynist" has become a compliment for genuinely free thinkers. It comes from these feminists who apparently don't know what it means. They sling it at people who support equal rights and respect women, whilst bearing all of the hallmarks of genuinely hating the vast majority of women themselves. This is exactly what feminism has become. Having acquired equal rights, they now wish to change the nature of both man and woman. But this very last line, if you look at it, having acquired equal rights, they now wish to change the nature of both man and woman. What does that mean actually?
Hmm. I think somebody is still covering up what's really going on. Because feminism has
Okay,
never been about equal rights. It's been about radical lesbian feminists who want to destroy men. So that's how it started.
okay, yeah, changing the nature. And
I mean, they want
this,
men to be
yeah,
more like women, right?
yes,
They
feminizing.
want they want the men to be the women that they believed that men enslaved in the past. They want men to be slaves. That's what they really want.
Surely. This is from opendemocracy.net. Whatever, the feminists are taking over. Uh, Again, the Atlantic. To learn about the far right, start with the Manosphere by Helen Lewis. Whatever. This is from UN, by the way. UN Women Org, Fund for Gender Equality,
Mm-hmm.
women entrepreneurs. So it is all supported by the United Nations as well as the respective governments all across the world, including the US federal government itself, which
Mm-hmm.
is the biggest donor for all of these dumb charades that we are trying to play. Peekaboo. Fund for Gender Equality. The Fund for Gender Equality has one guiding purpose: to support national women led civil society organizations in achieving women's economic and political empowerment and the sustainable development goals. So that says it all, I suppose, that
Oh,
we don't
well,
need to ponder upon anything further than that.
it's not sustainable though, contriver. Like all of that
Oh,
was a
no.
bunch of lies.
Yes, but sustainable development goals, I mean, we would come to that as well. But sustainable development goals, as far as I know, are a bunch of 17 goals that have been set up by the United Nations, including depopulation as well, which
Mm-hmm.
actually gives rise to all these women-led, strengthening, bolstering, and emboldening all these women and their civil rights organizations everywhere in the world.
Mm-hmm.
But an instrument for uh, in and UN United Nations for the Rights, an instrument for feminist philanthropy based on principles of accessibility, trust, and women's ownership. The fund is a unique global grant making model.
Mm-hmm.
It transforms financing from diverse donors into high impact initiatives by women led organizations. People with deep pockets, basically, investing
Yes.
in their ideas and abilities to pursue interventions, by the way,
Yeah.
closely attuned to women and girls left furthest behind. 97% of its projects working with at least one category of vulnerable groups and 70% involving two or more.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
uh, there is not much to say anymore after that. I mean, that says it all. So the people who are trying to say as to whether I am concerned about it, because I'm concerned for humanity, just
Mm-hmm.
like any other person, and feminism is huge in India as well. We would come to that as well. But it was created in 2009. The fund has strengthened the capacity of 131 organizations and delivered US 65 million in grants to 121 projects in 80 countries. Wow.
Oh, that's it?
Projects have,
Only 80?
uh, I mean, in 80 countries, actually, where there are downtrodden, poverty stricken countries like Somalia, Nigeria, where
Mm.
it's actually not working, but they are trying to pursue it further over then. And
Yes.
doing the same thing over and over, like in a war of attrition, what happens is that you become desensitized towards it, or you start having some sort of a Stockholm syndrome philosophy, where you even start agreeing with your adversary. That is happening right now in those countries, including India as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, to maintain the highest standards of quality and impact, the fund constantly learns from past experiences while looking ahead and exploring new ways of working. So they are trying to make amends to their game as well in our language. With select grantees, it is currently experimenting with alternative grant making approaches involving upscaling and social innovation, social engineering basically. And
Yeah.
this is from United Nations Women, by the way. United Nations.
Yes.
United Nations, guys. Commission on Status of Women, Executive Board, Trust Funds, Fund for Gender Equality, UN Trust Fund to End Violence Against Women, and Fund for Gender Equality. Our model, grant making, accompaniment and growth, results and impact. Oh, results and impact. Shall we delve deeper into this? Because I want to see the impact on
Mhm.
ground.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Results and impact. Let us see what you people have. Oh, okay. Farmers supported by the Grantee Society for Protection of Nature in Lebanon. Oh, you people are in a war zone. In every region of the world, grantees Fund for Gender Equality have achieved results in giving women better protections under the law, more voice in political decision making, greater access to the tools and skills to make a living, and stronger abilities to claim their rights. An independent evaluation found that in expanding the scope for women's political and economic participation, the Funds for Gender Equality transforms the social norms that define gender relations. It totally transforms it. Wow. Long standing beliefs that women cannot lead or generate wealth have fallen as women prove their aptitude in these and many other arenas. Some of the most powerful impacts have been in local communities, including where women have formed their own groups to work collectively in a sustained drive to realize their rights and well being. For more on the fund's results, refer to the political empowerment. Examples of results between 2014 and 2018 include six foot. So this is the juicy part. Where is control? Control plus. I need to enlarge it a little bit more further. So, in political empowerment, 640 laws and policies adopted and 8 reformed as a result of program interventions recognizing and promoting gender equality and or women's rights. 930 legislative and policy recommendations proposed in public governance forums. All activism, by the way, all activism,
Mm-hmm.
fellas. 1,200 consultation spaces created to influence decision making.
Mm-hmm.
Influence
Yes.
decision making with 91,104 women participating to influence policies.
Yep.
56,300 women trained on leadership, communications, and advocacy. Basically, activism.
Yep.
They are, harvesting, so they are reaping the next crop, the next harvest. 145 women trained were subsequently elected to national or local public decision making bodies. 6,900 women achieved leadership positions in institutions that affect their lives, and 78,000 women took action to claim their rights as a result of funds for gender equality interventions.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just the political empowerment. We have not come to economic and overall achievements. Uh, I before I go further into economic empowerment, this is what I always say, that we are all in this together as a humanity.
Mm-hmm.
We are not some village woman in India. She used to complain to the Britishers as well, so that the white man would come in, take our own people, put them in jail, so that he would learn how to behave according to the English common law. That is in the history of jurisprudence in India as well, in the Indian constitutional history. So, this is a part of our own folly that we fell for it, and this is basically, and they are not even hiding it.
Right.
They don't even try to actually provide some sort of a camouflage for it, camouflage and concealment. No, that is out in the open, and they are doing it, and we have to just watch it destroy our own civilizations, as we call it.
Hmm.
So that is why I say what I say, I do what I do. For some Jack Murphy doppelganger married men who think that this is not my country, this is my war. No, this is my war, and this is my fight. And
Yeah.
I'm not fighting it, I'm actually making other men and boys aware via using some platforms where I could share my thoughts and my opinions about it.
Yeah.
So, to hell with you, and to hell with your conservatism. Anyways, I got it out of the way. And again, coming back to economic empowerment, 28,200 women increased their incomes thanks to creation of sustainable livelihood activities and access to markets. Basically, bra burning generations and opening up their sector for women. And next, 7,400 women reporting increased control over decision making around household resources. Well, we all know that 62,900 women gained technical and vocational skills. 740 new economic collective structures were created. 14,200 women accessed productive resources, land, credit, natural resources. And these are the overall achievements. 772,600 indirect beneficiaries sensitized on gender issues and women's rights through workshops, events, and campaigns. Seminar, webinar, call it what you will,
Hmm.
convention. And this is actually directed by all the governments all across the world, not only uh, somewhere else. 20,200 men engaged as allies. And who are these allies who are actually going to destroy other men?
Yep.
Not every man is as MGTOW as we are. Anyways, 741 networks created or supported, 607 organizations joined networks. Some indigenous organizations also joined them because they might have to get the big bucks from Uncle Sam or United Nations, or either that, or they have to flare up in their own local polity as a result of gaining traction via holding the hand or climbing onto the ladder provided to them via the United Nations. Again, 30,500 women gained literacy skills, 27,300 beneficiaries attained increased access to healthcare and education, 4,900 women benefited from social protection measures, and 38,700 women accessed legal assistance. Well, we all know why they required legal assistance.
Mm.
Yes, and this is again from the United Nations.
Hmm.
UN Women's Feminist Roadmap tackles triple crisis of job, scare, and climate.
Ugh, climate.
And yeah, this is from Mexico, by the way. These are
Yeah.
Mexican women. Indigenous women's group perform a Talala Malali opening ceremony to kick off the Generation Equity Forum in Mexico, which is hosted by, again, the highly revered United Nations. 16th of September 2021, the UN's Gender Equality and Empowerment Organization on Thursday published a flagship feminist plan for economic recovery and transformation, which aims to learn the lessons of the past and seize the opportunity to handle COVID related crises better. A gloomy assessment. Yeah, a
Mm.
gloomy assessment. In the first UN plan of its kind, the report details how the COVID 19 pandemic has exacerbated pre existing gender inequalities and laid bare weaknesses in the already fragile global care economy. Moreover, women are disproportionately impacted by environmental degradation while also
Of
being left out of
course.
the
Of
decision making around policy and
yeah.
financing to address climate change. And by the end of 2021, men's jobs will have recovered, but there will still be 13 million fewer women in employment, the Gender Empowerment Agency pointed out. The trio of interconnected crises of jobs, care, and climate systematically undermine gender equality and threaten the survival of people and planet. But there is still an opportunity to change course. And what is that? Today's report provides a roadmap for how to do this while recovering the ground that's been lost on gender equality and women's rights. Said Ms. Patel, address these intersecting crises. UN Women is calling for better policy. Oh yeah, the article we just read right now, and fair shot for women under the premise that transitioning to environmental sustainability can create up to 24 million new clean.
Ugh.
The report stresses that women should have that fair share of these opportunities, including by getting the necessary training and skills.
Mm-hmm.
Moreover, and next, raise the financial bar. Moreover, despite their critical roles as watchdogs and providing a social safety net in communities, women's organizations are woefully underfunded. In 2018,
Good.
women's rights organizations received only 1% of all aid allocated by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development,
Oh,
OECD.
whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on, Contriver. Are you saying our government is funding these domestic terrorists? It,
Yeah,
okay, okay. Note
no, I
taking.
would come to that as well. This is
Okay.
from the UN, by the way.
Yeah.
All these three articles, previous ones as well, were from United Nations, and this one as well.
Okay.
So, to gender equality amounting to only a tiny fraction of total aid. This must change, says UN Women.
Of
To
course.
finance these measures, transformative macroeconomic policies, including progressive taxes like taxing men more, and especially for low income countries, global cooperation and debt relief are urgently needed, the report says. Equally important will be to achieve a shift in power relations to amplify the voices of historically excluded groups and ensure effective gender mainstreaming. Wow. So, the next is what? Ah, by the way, do you know how many think tanks are over there in US? As a side note, I am telling you how in India it is around 1000. How many think tanks are in USA? There are around 1700 plus think tanks available in US, and all of that do this very thing. You read this intersectional feminist advocacy is chronically and structurally underfunded at CFFP, called Center for Feminist Foreign Policy, the acronym suggests. We feel the effects of this in a very real way. If you can, please consider making a donation. Click here to do so. No, bitch. Am I audible, by the way?
Yes,
Hello?
you're audible.
Oh, okay. Okay, okay. So this is global think tank emanating out of hailing from America, called Center for Feminist Foreign Policy.org. So the foreign policy, on top of being a feminist nation, even the foreign policy has to be a little bit of a feminism flavor to it. So this is why I wanted to bring up this very geopolitical, geostrategic think tank regarding that. The Center for Feminist Foreign Policy is shaking things up. We are a research, advocacy, and consulting organization dedicated to promoting feminist foreign policy across the globe. Click here to see our upcoming events, become a member, as well as join the Vox network. We are thrilled to launch Women Experts Network. Okay. Donate as well by PayPal, as if you care, as if you are not getting enough funding. And this Justin Trudeau, the less said about this bastard gay Hitler, the best. Government report acknowledges feminist federal budget benefits men more than women. Finance Minister Freeland defends the budget, citing $30 billion for child care, as if anybody cares. The Liberal government has made gender equality a top priority, but its latest federal budget benefits men more than women because many of its spending initiatives targeted male-dominated sectors. Of course, it would do because they are the ones actually running the infrastructure in your country. What
Right.
world are you living in? And who is the one who wrote this jackass article? Joseph Tunney. This bastard is the lamenting limousine liberal I have ever seen. I know this guy actually. Huffington Post. Sandeep Prasad, by the way. An Indian. An Indian. Indian men are also sellouts, like this Sandeep Prasad. Is this really what a feminist government looks like
Hmm.
on Justin Trudeau? As if anybody cared. Philanthropy women. As countries fund new ways to end poverty, the US stands still. Women led governmental progress toward ending period poverty is happening finally. Yet, the US federal legislation still lags so far behind these human rights efforts, regardless of the valiant progress by countless charities, non-profits, and individuals. Poverty ending of whom? Do you not see any poor people in US? Oh, after all, it is written by a woman again who
Mm-hmm.
is a feminist. Oh! I missed it. I missed it. Look. Check out Feminist Philanthropy News Guide to Feminist Funding Topics. Where is it? I was supposed to see that. Where is it? No, it is not here. Okay, I'm here. I will tell you what is it. Feminist funding topics, feminist foundations, feminist funding, feminist philanthropy, feminist strategy, financial feminism. Okay, so in finance, also feminism has seeped in. Gender equity funding, gender lens corporate. Okay, gender lens investing giving circles. Okay, philanthropy networks, philanthropy women, reproductive rights, sports for girls, sports gender equity, women in business, women leaders, women of color, women's fund, women's health, women's journalism. Okay, nothing new to see here. But again, coming back to the Sustainable Development Goals, the 2030 Agenda, and these are the Sustainable Development Goals on the website of United Nations, by the way, Department of Economic and Social Affairs, Sustainable Development. History. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, adopted by all United Nations member states in 2015. India is also a signatory to it, provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. At its heart are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which are an urgent call for action by all countries developed and developing in a global partnership. They recognize that ending poverty and other deprivations must go hand in hand with strategies that improve health and education, reduce inequality, and spur economic growth, all while tackling climate change and working to preserve our oceans and forests. The Sustainable Development Goals on decades of work by countries and the UN, including the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs. So, what are these Sustainable Development Goals? Oh, there is a progress report as well. The 17 goals. Goal number 1, end poverty in all its forms. Number 2, end hunger, achieve food security and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. In that way, you could see genetically modified food as well. Goal number 3, ensure healthy lives and promote well being for all at all ages, minus men. Goal number 4, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, minus men. Number 5, achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. You see that? Let's get into that. come on, achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. It would take another 40 years for women and men to be represented equally in national political leadership at the current pace. 39% women accounted for 39% of total employment in 2019, but 45% of global employment losses in 2020. Women's share in national parliaments in 2015 it was 22%, in 2022 it was 26%. More than one in four women 15 plus years have been subjected to intimate partner violence, that is 641 million, at least once in their lifetime. Gender responsive budgeting needs to be strengthened. Only 50% of women 15 to 49 years are making their own informed decisions on sex and reproductive health care. 64 countries data from data spanning from 2007 to 2021. The Sustainable Development Goals Report 2022 unstats.un.org events as well, national launching workshops supporting micro, small, and medium sized enterprises to achieve the sustainable development goals in Cambodia through streamlining business registration policies. Oh, wow. So, this is the fifth goal of the United Nations itself, Department of Economic and Social Affairs. That's it. And these are the total 17 goals, Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations. Lancet is a very good medical journal which I used to read every once in a while. But now, uh, in 2019, they published something like this. Feminism is for everybody. To be feminist in any authentic sense of the term is to want for all people, female and male, liberation from sexist role patterns, domination, and oppression. Bell
Bullshit.
Hooks made this. Yeah.
Sorry, I just had to say bullshit. That's not what feminism is.
Oh, I thought you said pause or something.
No, I said bullshit.
Oh, okay. Bell Hooks made this clear and powerful statement in her 1981 study of sexism, racism, and the feminist and civil rights movements. Ain't I a woman? Black women and feminism. Almost 40 years on, the world is still reckoning with pervasive and inexcusable gender inequality underpinned by the bias and sexism, and research and healthcare are no exception. Healthcare, okay. The nursing industry is dominated by women, by the way, and they could make any hospital in India fire any good doctor as well because they are unionized and they could do whatever they want. Even if the doctor says something like check the blood pressure of the man, of the patient, they don't do that. I had first hand experience myself. When my father was admitted over there, the doctor said that his sugar level is going up, please give him insulin. They did not give him. So when he got to the toilet or something, he
Hmm.
fell down on the floor, and
Yeah.
my mother had to drag him out a little bit. along with the help of some other bystander who was just passing by through our room.
Yeah.
I mean,
Actually,
in that
medical
hospital.
malpractice from these women is actually literally, I think, the leading cause of death that we have in America. I don't know about India, but more
In
people
India as
die.
well, it is just that in India, what happens is the legitimate cases are not even reported
Yeah.
for medical malpractice because everyone has to make a buck. The
Hmm.
hospitals, the doctor, the nurses. There have been some sting operations done by some of the journalists who came up with dead bodies who are 48 hours before died or something, and they came up and said that she became the sister or some of the deceased individual, and she said, look what has happened to my brother. And they said, okay, it's going to be an emergency, we are going into the operation theater, did all the drama, and they literally just shut down the operation theater room and sat there for at least an hour or so and saw that this man is already dead. But we are going to charge them all the way, so that she was going hodgepodge. And when she came up, when the hospital authorities actually gave her the bill regarding the expenses, it was amounting in hundred thousands or something. And then she started laughing. She said that this man is already dead. This man has been dead for the past 48 hours. And hello, I am a journalist from so and so news television network, and I am here to investigate as to what you, as doctors and medical professionals, have been doing all this while. So, this has happened as a fact. Everyone is out to get you. And in India, it is just a case that if you don't have money, you die. That's it. Again, coming back to the Lancet Medical Journal, it is well established that women are underrepresented in positions of power and leadership, undervalued, and experience discrimination and gender based violence in scientific and health disciplines across the world. Intersectional approaches have provided insights into how other categories of difference, such as ethnicity, class, geography, disability, and sexuality, interact with gender to compound inequalities. Most submissions to this theme issue come from high income countries, highlighting the need to support scholarship from the global south. Good job. Keep it up, Lancet Medical Journal. Keep it up. Keep it up. I'm never going to read any other article from the Lancet because it used to be that I read something from Lancet Medical Journal once in my life and liked it. Chicago Tribune, Alexandra Petri, December 5, 2020, 2012, 2012, whatever. Is feminism really wrecking love lives everywhere? Yes, it does. Whatever. Your one article is not going to. Feminism is everywhere, even in shopping. Tamara M. Feminism is not a true equality movement. I used to like Emma Watson when I used to watch Harry Potter movies, not anymore, since she has become a feminist. Uh, Feminist statistics. Why we still need feminism. So, good mother, it is not just that they have satiated their hunger by destroying the Western civilization. Uh, they still want to continue this gravy train. Women and non binary people have come a long way since the term feminism came about in the late 1880s. Lest we forget, this year we celebrated the 100th anniversary of some women in the UK getting the vote. A statue of Millicent Fawcett now stands in Parliament Square holding the sign Courage calls to courage everywhere and get your party hats on. Ireland has finally repealed the eighth, that is, abortion, or repealed the Roe v. Wade sort of equivalent over there. This was in 2018. Okay. Often it can be hard to stay positive in the fight against the patriarchy. It can feel lonely and even hopeless sometimes. We have to remind ourselves why we fight so we can keep our motivation rolling. But we must also remember that we still have work to do. This is not an article to get you down, but rather to have a list of statistics to go if someone tells you that feminism has completed its job, which, let's face it, most of us have heard all these things. 62 million girls are denied education all over the world. So it is not just about England, it is about the rest of the world as well. This is from April 14th, 2017. Feminism is everywhere. Phyllis Racken. Oh, Anarchist Federation. Feminism is everywhere, building a multi-sectoral, transversal movement in Chile. So, mother, this is Chile.
Hmm.
Feminism is everywhere.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
So,
Well, have I showed you what I found that is the reason why feminism is everywhere?
oh, please do, please do.
Oh, okay. Here, let me share this. This is a radical lesbian group here. They do have a YouTube channel. It's called the Woman's Declaration International. So they host these webinars and get networking, get with all the women from all over. But
Susan Hawthorne.
in their, it kind of, at first glance, looks like a little book club or something. But this little, well, I don't want to call it little because it's a literal organization. Let's see. Their declaration has been signed by more than 30,000 people from 157 countries and is supported by 418 organizations.
Including governments all across the world.
Yes. Well, they have people on their that join their webinars that work in the governments across the world. So they have speakers from all around the world. And they have their own Spinifex, their own publishing company, where they're churning out lots more books and whatnot. Because actually, something that I figured out that these women are really afraid of, because the majority of them don't have any kids. They don't have any legacy. They don't, they have their life's work of trying to kill men and destroy men, right? And apparently they've gotten some pushback from places they've tried to insert their propaganda, but they want their work to live on. That's why they want to write these books and do all this stuff. But this is a pretty big organization. And here's their website. I'll show you. They didn't accept me, by the way, when I signed up for their little thing. I haven't heard back from them. But you actually have to sign a declaration in order to be a part of this group. And the
And what is
declaration...
that declaration order?
You want to see it?
Oh yeah,
So
surely.
they have it in all these different languages.
English one is good if it
Yeah,
is in English.
yeah. Let's see. Summary page, maybe?
English.
Read the full text.
The shortest summary. The shortest summary is underneath, right? We reaffirm the sex based rights of women and girls. We reaffirm motherhood as an exclusively female status. We reaffirm women's and girls' rights to physical and reproductive integrity and oppose their exploitation through surrogacy and related practices. We reaffirm women's rights to freedom of opinion and expression, peaceful assembly and association, political participation. We reaffirm women's rights to fair play in sports. We reaffirm the need to end violence against women and girls and to protect rights of children. We oppose all forms of discrimination against women and girls that result from replacing sex with gender identity in law, policy, and social practice. Oh, so these are these are not so much Dick Van Dykes.
No, no,
These are
no. These are the
these are
radical...
terms.
No. These are the radical lesbians that created the Dick Van Dyke people.
Okay,
And now
so
they're mad at their creation because their creation's trying to take over, and they're trying to gain power back, quote unquote, from the trans
okay,
movement.
okay.
Yeah.
So these are the women who want to be stuck in their own second wave feminism of the 60s. Okay, so these are
No.
these
Yeah.
are trans exclusive
Yeah.
radical feminists. That
Yeah.
is what we call as TERF, TERFs, trans exclusive radical feminists. And that is what they are because they want to keep trans women out now
Mm-hmm.
since it would become a little bit more malleable and meandering in between, totally gender neutral fluid like, and it would destroy the very essence of XX chromosome. But then again, they had it coming since they destroyed masculinity the same
Exactly.
way, and
Exactly.
femininity is also going to follow suit.
Right. Now, these are the women that created trans, so they're trying to separate themselves from them currently.
Now they are on the wrong side of the progressive history because they know for a fact that they cannot do that. And they cannot do that because they destroyed masculinity the same way.
Right, but the only reason that they do not like trans women is because they're biologically men. Like, it's not because
Oh,
they
I know that.
value womanhood by any means, because the majority of these crazy bitches don't even have families or are mothers or anything like that. They just dislike trans women because they're biologically men and they hate men. They have no problem with trans men, strangely. If a woman wants to transition into be a man, that's still okay with them because they're biologically women. They'll never be men.
This is what is literally called as golden vagina privilege, and they want to maintain all the elbow spaces which they have gained so far via activism.
Yeah. Well, they are very politically active. See, they don't even want surrogate motherhood to be a thing because they don't want men to have children without the women.
Not only
See?
that, these are the very same group of people you would see they criminalized prostitution as well, so that
Yeah.
men would not have any sexual outlet.
Yeah, they want to stop all medical research aimed at enabling men to gestate and give birth to children or to be eliminated. See, they want to continue their emotional and mental terrorism via their fucking mouth without any punishment, prosecution, or punishment. And they do not want men in any of their spaces, even though they have taken over all the men's spaces. See, this should be include the right to assemble and associate based on their sex. See, lesbians should have the right to assemble and associate on a basis of their sexual orientation. This is the
Lesbians are
radical
les-
lesbian fucking sex cult.
oh yes. You cannot eliminate that. It is always going to be there. It is just that the only the only counter to a bad behavior is a good behavior.
Yeah.
And since you people don't like good men, fine. Who cares?
Yeah. Well, it's a pretty long big thing.
Oh
This
yes, I know that
declaration.
for a fact. I know that for a fact.
Oh,
These
here we go.
are has been veteran second wave feminazis. That's it.
Yeah.
This is an organization from Australia, I suppose.
I don't know where it started, but let me see. I mean, let's see. Yeah. The United Nations General Assembly, let's see, was adopted in 1979, further developed in the United Nations.
And adopted inter alia in the United Nations Declaration on the Elimination of Violence Against Women 1993.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All this because our major institutions let women into universities to begin with. So these are the women that have been doing it this whole time. And boy, do they hate men. They want
Susan
them
Hawthorne
gone.
lives and works.
Let me see if I can find the one. Yeah, see, this is one of their idols. This crazy bitch. She was just in Japan not too long ago harassing the Japanese government. There is, and they are busy, by the way, super busy. But let's see, Robin Morgan. I'm trying to find the one where they were going over the. They were digging up the old tyrannical hags of the past, and they were reading books and stuff that were fucking 200 years old, stuff that the radical lesbians of 200 years ago wrote, and the things that they said, and it was the same damn shit.
Hello, good morning, and welcome back to another fantastic edition of Radical Perspectives, hosted by the Women's Declaration International. My name is Julia, and this morning I'm joined with my good friend Anna, and we would really enjoy to share the works of Emma Goldman with you. She was known.
No, that's not the one.
Do you know that woman who was shown in the video?
No. Which one?
That one on the left.
No, I don't.
Just hold it right there. I'm showing you something amusing. Hold it right there. Okay?
Yeah.
And pause it. Because I'm coming in hot. Come on, YouTube. Don't hang me out like that. Playlists. 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 1 second. Because I usually prepare everything beforehand. It is just that sometimes when, you know, human rights. No, no. Yes, gender. La 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 la. Okay, it is here.
March.
Yes. Oh boy. Her
Oh
name is
no,
Julia.
not her. Oh,
Oh yeah.
that's her.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay, well that makes
Julia Beck.
sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she was the one complaining. Yep, I remember this one. By the way, I can't hear anything, Contriver, if you're trying to play it.
Oh, you cannot hear this.
No.
Why is it? I mean, my is it some problem in my system? Just let me see. Let us do one thing. I would copy paste the video, you play it yourself, so that it would be very visible from your screen. Because
Okay.
since it is not visible from my screen, so
Yeah.
yeah, in the private chat, here is the link. Control C, Control V.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julia Beck. I live in Baltimore City, and I am a lesbian. You might be thinking to yourself, why is a lesbian speaking at the Heritage Foundation? And I ask myself the same thing. but my answer is pretty simple. There is no place for me. I am politically homeless. So believe me when I say I
Aww.
am grateful for the opportunity to share my story. Thank you to the organizers, to my fellow panelists, and everyone here for making this happen. My story is as unbelievable and absurd as it is commonplace. I got kicked off of the Baltimore mayor's LGBTQ commission as the only lesbian simply for stating biological facts. After a months long witch hunt, I was found guilty of violence. My crime? Using male pronouns to talk about a convicted male rapist who identifies as transgender and prefers female pronouns.
Good.
It doesn't matter that he sexually assaulted 2 women in a women's prison after being transferred there on account of his gender identity. Oh no, it is far more criminal for me to call a male rapist he than it is for him to rape.
Mm-hmm.
The man who led my inquisition also identifies as transgender. He is the president of the Baltimore Transgender Alliance and claims to be a lesbian. I find that almost funny, because everything he does makes life for women, girls, and lesbians worse.
Good.
Last June, during Pride Week, his organization, the BTA, sponsored a public event where lesbians would be, quote, hung by their necks, end quote. He advocates for commercial sex work, of which he has no experience as a white trust fund baby. He also inhibits the work
Oh.
of on the ground women organizations for not using inclusive language. I joined the LGBTQ Commission to give lesbians a voice in our local government, to advise the mayor on our underrepresented issues. I was reviewing proposals, speaking at town halls, and sharing very detailed notes with everyone on my committee. After a few meetings, I ran for a leadership position and I won. I was one of 2 co-chairs on the Law and Policy Committee. But that did not last long. After the BTA president accused me of transphobia, the mayor's liaison swiftly scheduled an emergency meeting to assess my fitness as a leader. The meeting went worse than you can imagine. I was not allowed to talk out of turn. One by one, members of my committee, representatives of the BTA, and 3 brave friends went around the table speaking their minds. One gay man at the meeting said, biological sex was a thing of the past. I looked at him and asked, how can we be homosexual if sex is fake? Um, I kid you not, that really happened. Another gay man disagreed with the dictionary definition of woman as adult human female. These men could not support their flimsy arguments. The next speaker, though, she broke my heart.
Oh. Oh, is she gonna
She had
cry?
just survived a
Really?
hysterectomy,
Oh my
shaking,
god.
shaking and complaining of hot flashes. She said she was not and had never been a woman. Quote, it doesn't make me any less of a man that I have a vulva. It's there and it's masculine and it's a male and it's a man, end quote. As she said this, my accuser snapped his fingers as if we were at a poetry reading.
It was so fake and performative. He didn't care at all for what she had endured in the name of gender identity. He snapped because it made him look like an ally. Hours went by, but I insisted that sex might be
Right.
actually important to our work, as it definitely is to my sexuality. But their decision was made long before that night, and I was voted out. The meeting made one thing crystal clear: inclusivity means all voices are welcome, except women's, except lesbians.
Mm.
It's unfortunate that so many people are truly confused about gender and sex, so I'd like to break it down right now. There are only three sexualities: homosexual, heterosexual, bisexual. All the hip new identities in the alphabet soup, like non binary, gender fluid, pansexual, are not actually sexualities. Neither is transgender. Yet everything is about the T now, entirely eclipsing the L, G, and B. The T is diametrically
Aw.
opposed to the first three letters in the acronym, and
Yeah.
especially to the L.
Yeah.
Sexualities are based on sex. Gender
Especially.
identities are based on stereotypes. They have nothing to do with same sex attraction. In
Right.
fact, they undermine and erase homosexuals. People are not attracted to genders. Yet every lesbian I know has been pressured to accept males into our dating pools and dwindling spaces. In order to validate their gender identity, men who call themselves trans women try to break the quote cotton ceiling, which refers to lesbians' underwear. The completely illogical statement that trans women are women is recited like a big brother mantra in every leftist space. No one really believes it. But saying so will jeopardize your career, your community, and your life. Sex and gender are not the same. People like to be polite and say gender instead of sex, and often use the terms interchangeably as if they were synonyms. But they mean different things, and we must not conflate them. Sex is a biological reality. It's not a dirty word. It refers to the two reproductive classes in our species. Even people with disorders of sexual development, commonly called intersex conditions, are either one sex or the other. To deny this fact means we are unable to name, address, and fix systemic sex based oppression and exploitation. Many
Mm.
well intentioned
Pause.
of this concept
Oh, yeah,
Pause.
yeah, 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 yeah.
frontier of social.
Yeah.
Oppression.
I know.
Even
She's full of
at the
shit.
Heritage Foundation, she is so oppressed.
Yeah, she's full of shit. She's just mad because the people she created, the problem that she created, is now causing her problems and taking away the attention in the specialness. I mean, she said it, especially the L. L's most affected. Like
Take
it's
an
the
L,
snake
dear, take an
eating its
L.
own tail.
Exactly. But my problem is something. When some conservative comes and says that, it is not your problem, it is not your country. Bastard, do you see the Heritage Foundation insignia behind that? That is a so called self proclaimed conservative think tank organization which holds these events, including some things like geopolitical and geostrategic stuff, where they even discuss and analyze the trajectory of a missile or a nuclear submarine. I know the Heritage Foundation from that lens of strategic
Same.
affairs and military affairs. But these people are so conniving that
Uh-huh.
they have mollycoddled and they have gained access to a conservative think tank as well, which people don't want to recognize. They don't want to recognize that because they know for a fact that these conservatives are not real conservatives anymore. They are not conserving anything. They have become ideologically the very same progressives whom they claim to fight. It is just that these people have a speed limit just so that they could make sure everyone is on board, as they call it. This is what the so called right has become. The so called, these are supposed to be our people.
Mm-hmm.
So, the people who say that why I am speaking about this, it is not just about this country or USA in general. Everywhere, every feminazi has uh, become a part of the right,
Mm-hmm.
and they are dictating the terms as to what should be the way forward for the right to progress. And that is what is going to happen, that even the Chinese Communist Party Politburo is going to be like a right centrist sort of a force within the coming years, because the overtone window has shifted in the left's favor and it is not coming back, because they have been successful in the art of subversion, as KGB defector Yuri Bezmenov used to call it. But this oppression, this bite, this word is what I was waiting for you to pause on in this very video. Because other than that, it was just her crying in her cups.
Yeah, it
But
was gross. Yeah.
apart from her sob story,
Yeah, I
what
don't
I
care.
wanted to throw some light on is that this very fact that even though she is sitting on a panel in the Heritage Foundation, she is still not letting go of her oppression narrative.
Right.
So then the Heritage Foundation itself is supporting that as
Yep.
a result of it, and thereby destroying the family structure. Because I hope that you might hear this every once in a while, or even if you have not till date, you would be hearing it from now on. The conservatives would start saying, "Oh, look at all these poor little women. The first
Mm-mm.
and second wave of feminism was for equality, and I'm okay with equality. It is just that I don't want and I don't like the third wave feminism."
Yeah.
Julie,
I'm wondering who this Dale Spender is. He's the one that's doing a lot of this. Hold on, listen to this.
sure.
I'm just going to check that everything's up all right and we have got everything. Yes. So this book by Dale Spender is, I'm just getting up the thing. So it's called Women of Ideas and What Men Have Done to Them. It was written in 1982. It covers 140-ish women of ideas and what men have done to them from 1640 Aphra Behn to 1982, when the book was published, Germaine Greer. There's a list in the back of the book of those women who are discussed and covered. Now, on the front of the book, this is a copy of the book here, there's a quote which says, "This is no string of biographies. It is a holistic study of feminist political theory." So we're going to talk about how what comes through from the political theory and what the ideas from these women are and how they've come through. Spender's other books by Dale Spender are Man-Made Language, Invisible Women, Mothers of the Novel, and there are many others that you could look for. Her work is said to be a major contribution to the recovery of women writers and theorists, and to the documentation of the continuity of feminist activism and thought. Dale Spender was born in 1943. She's an Australian feminist scholar.
Oh, fuck. Dale's a chick, of course. I was like, what man would be writing about this shit? Yeah, so this book is a compilation of a bunch of the women's political crap dating back to the 1600s.
Teacher and writer and consultant. She is still alive, which is great. And so, and living in Australia. And her sister writes some great stuff about her in this book, Not Dead Yet, which is published by Spinifex Press. So so there's a really nice bit about Dale Spender, and you can find stuff online. So I'm going to hand over to Dorothea now to talk a bit about why we chose the book and why the book's so important.
I mean, the major thing that made me want to sort of discuss this book now was in the chat when man-made language was discussed a few weeks ago. Somebody in the chat commented that Dale Spender's work was outdated, and I just found that, I don't know, sad, ironic, frustrating, or all of those. That the woman who wrote the book about how women are made invisible, how their knowledge is dismissed, and calling it outdated is one of the techniques for doing that. I just found.
Mind you, I've been on many of these lives, and nobody responds to any of my comments during this. So, just a little side.
Surely.
Yeah, I mean, I started
know
tagging them when I first found them, and they completely fucking ignore me. I mean, as a woman, I should be very upset about that, shouldn't I?
Oh,
Just because
sure.
I'm not a lesbian doesn't mean I'm not a woman.
Found that really
You are not a dick
annoying,
van type.
and thought, well, this book needs to be better known so that we can understand some of the techniques that men use to hide women's knowledge. And one of the things that Dale Spender is really clear about in this book is that one of the techniques that patriarchy uses against women is to make our knowledge invisible. They control knowledge. And so it is really about a theory of knowledge, about how men control knowledge and women's resistance to that. So I just wanted to read a quote that sort of sets that off, and I found quite poignant, really. But it says, it's well to remember that we are not the first generation, and she means women of the second wave, to recognise that we've been programmed to the invisibility of women. We're not the first generation to discover that women have had their intellectual and creative energy and efforts taken away. Virginia Woolf went back and constructed the tradition of women's ideas and contribution. Before her, it was Matilda Joslyn Gage, and 50 years before her, it was Margaret Fuller. We could simply be part of a tradition of lost and found, unless and until we have control over our own work and knowledge, and are then in a position to ensure the transmission of that tradition from one generation to the next. I do not think we're any closer to achieving this than were our foremothers. I have no illusions. And she says, okay, she's got a publishing contract for this book and it may well sell, but so did the books of those other women, and they still got lost. And I think we have come very close to that. Dale Spender was one of the women that helped to establish women's studies in universities.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, the patriarchy reacted to that, turned it into gender studies. And we've now got a sort of, academic feminism that doesn't have women in it. And so I think it's really important that WDI is hosting these webinars, and that women are sharing that knowledge and talking about these books and making sure that they're not forgotten, and encouraging women to read them again.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just sort of come in there on that. I didn't know that. I'd heard of Dale Spender, and I'd never read any of her work. And the Man-Made Language book, women were saying just in the last couple of years, oh, that's a good book. And I got it and didn't read it until it came up on this Radical Feminist Perspective series. And I'm lucky enough to sometimes talk to Sheila Jeffries, who has taught women's studies and has been an activist feminist, knows pretty much every book that's been written. And she mentions in a chat or in a group that I was involved in, that Women of Ideas and What Men Have Done to Them is a good book. So luckily I have that link. So I bought the book and started reading it and just blown away. This is amazing. But we need to do more than just have these lucky chances of individuals sharing the important books. So it is, I think it's great that we've done this series and we're doing it to sort of consolidate that sharing of important books and ideas so it can get out really widely. And there's so much to be done, but it feels great to be in that tradition, that we're picking up Dale Spencer's book and having a look at it.
So they still blame men for fucking everything, contriver.
I know that. I know that.
These are
But
the ones that I found on my own that I see as being like the main organization that produces the terrorists. And these are the most radical ones. These are the ones that absolutely fucking hate men. Now, any kind of other feminists that they come in contact with and recruit into their man-hating group, especially the young ones, like they're not quite these women. These women are the leaders. These are the cult leaders.
we now know that that very chick who was there on the Heritage Foundation's panel discussion,
Yeah.
she came very panel as well. So
Yeah.
it is just like a 1984 George Orwellian sort of a dystopian reality where we have to think war is peace.
Exactly.
So
Okay. Colonization. I think this is the one that I first saw.
And dehumanizing language as the.
Yeah, this is the first one.
We're going to go to Suzanne Forbes Veerling, and she's going to speak to us about the utilization of dominance techniques and dehumanizing language as the first phase of conquering womanhood. Over to you. Thank you so much for talking.
Who is in charge of all of this madness that we're dealing with? I will not call them TRAs. No, they are men. And these are men that are sticking together and helping each other in all of the different things that they are doing to womanhood. I say white men here, and I realize that they're men, from different parts of the world, all different ethnicities. But, men, we're talking about men who use their power to legally create a minority status for themselves. And they do have and utilize and weaponize their power to be able to step into womanhood, do whatever they're doing, playing house, colonizing, and then be able to step back out of womanhood to assert their authority and dominance over women as needed. I think we've heard a lot of that this morning so far. This new form of power, this majority, minority status, it just seems like absolute power. It makes regular male power look like a boring snack, really, because women are then wedged between two spots, one where there's no power and another one where you can be accused of being a racist, you can be accused of being transphobic, you can even be accused of being misogynistic, if you can believe that.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I get accused of being that shit all the time.
No. But imagine if there is a, shall I say, tattooed liberal white woman or a black woman. Okay.
Yeah.
and if there is an Afghan refugee who is coming up from
Yeah.
Afghanistan, you know, and they would say, so she was very much accurate in her assessment regarding that very subject, that, we would be called as racist, we would be called as misogynist, since we are the ones who would be paying the price for it. But this is what it comes down to, and people are still not realizing the fact that they think that for a fact that they are able to actually, deal with the consequences. Now this is what happened with one of my friends, and I'm here not being facetious, I'm telling you real facts and real story. So my friend actually, he was a Muslim, and he came in, he from South Asian country. I would not reveal his identity. And he actually had a verbatim with a feminist in Canada as an investment banker. So he stood up. He called her, "You are being Islamophobic
Yeah.
just because you are marginalizing me just because I am a Muslim." And she was, she used to be always in everyone's face and everything, and
Yeah.
she actually was taken aback. Her jaw dropped to the floor, and she was taken aback, and she was quite astounded by the fact that someone was able to talk back to her for a
Yeah.
fact. And after that, not only that, the cherry on top, she had to, give her resignation letter, and she started working for a different bank, investment bank. So this actually happened, as a matter of fact. We are not realizing, but this actually happened.
Hmm.
So this is my testimony. Hashtag me too, and I would testify for it because this is a real
In
life
terms
experience of mine. That
Yeah.
this majority minority complex, because they are going to say, "Oh, you are a straight white man," and after that going to happen after that what is going to happen is, if some Latino guy, for example, I'm not saying all Latinos, but if some Latino guy is going to come up and he is hardcore patriarchal, or some Middle Eastern guy is going to come up, some Arab who is going to come up and he is hardcore patriarchal, he is going to say, "Well, bitch, get the fuck off. I don't care. That's it." And he is not going to relent. People think that they are going to change the law, or they would be able to change themselves because of the law. They are sadly mistaken. And this is what I have been pointing the problem towards: dying demography. Once you have a dying demography, just like in Florida or California, in South California and South Florida, most of the people don't speak English, they speak Spanish. Why? Because the majority of the English speaking European origin or African American origin demography died. That's it. Period, point blank. And we still try to dilly dally our way, as if it is going to help us in the long run or something. I mean, it is quite asinine, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah. Here, I think I listened to this and might have been like, what the fuck did she just say? Even newborn boys have an advantage over newborn girls. Babies.
terms of athletic performance, we think about elite sports. Puberty is the majority of advantage, but I absolutely would argue it's not the whole male advantage. If you look at when newborn boys are born, they go through a little spurt of testosterone in the first 6 months that newborn girls don't go through. And that's been linked to things like height acquisition later on. And things like BMI, so how much muscle versus fat and what your body weight might be. So I think there is an argument biologically that early on that males might have advantage from birth. Whether we can make that argument effectively, I don't know.
No, she is quite right. Biological males have an advantage.
Right. But she's trying to use it, to talk about talk against having trans women in sports.
But look, the thing is,
Which is a true thing. She's talking about physical strength. Yeah.
yes, but she did not use the same language when it came to her smashing the patriarchy in the first place. So why would the world care right now? Just because you got your panties in a twist? No, no, sweetheart. Nobody cares. So regardless of your mellifluous, authentic British accent, it is not going to be the case.
Yeah. Pseudoscience. Yeah. Yeah. Playing house is colonizing, right? Female accusing men of colonizing, white feminist takes over education, military, politicians, etc. Can the victimhood mindset be called a mental illness? It is a mental illness.
Oh yeah, surely it is. It is
Yeah.
just that we want to. I was talking to some gentleman in India, and he's a MGTOW as well. He asked me, Contriver, what do you think about all these LGBT and other sexual orientations which are used to be? I said, plain and simple. Well, sir, this is only and only for, if I might be as bold to say, developing unnatural and promoting unnatural sexual orientations. That's a short point, and thereby actually destroying the demography so that the agenda 2030, that is of depopulation, would also be fulfilled. They don't want families, they don't want a union between a man and a woman, because, or even if that is the case, that has to be the most hedonistic and disgusting activity that has ever occurred. There is no spirit behind it. There is no uh, real commitment behind it. It has to be just like a porn movie or something.
Right.
So fine.
Yeah. Well, these crazy bitches, man. Yeah, pseudo brings.
Oh, I have not shown you the one that is from. Hold on. Yes, that was stream. Where is it? Where is it? Feminist activist takes to the streets in Kazakhstan. Hundreds of activists and sympathizers took part in a march for women's rights in Almaty. See,
Mm-hmm.
this is from again the Diplomat. It is actually a magazine that covers a lot of geopolitical and geostrategic stuff. So I know the Diplomat from then, and some of my friends used to write for this magazine as well. After that, and this Men's Rights India, fight against legal terrorism, understanding the divorce industry in India, 13th of February 2015. Read online how to fight and reduce maintenance under CRPC and Domestic Violence Act. All is well. The headline of the interview was titled All is Well with the Ongoing Divorce Industry. So it has become a divorce
Yes,
industry in
hold on.
India. Yeah.
Contriver, keep reading. I'll be right back. The
Oh
cat
yeah,
is
sure,
bothering
sure.
me.
Yeah, yeah, I know. She's meowing from the background. Is divorce really cool? No, it is not cool. Is divorce an industry? Given that there are incentives given to state bureaucracy in US to enforce child support payments, and given that the Bar Council of many US states have opposed from time to time implementation of shared parenting laws which will reduce conflict during divorce, it is clear that both the state officials and divorce lawyer community do not want the money from divorces to go away so easily. Divorce is a $50 billion industry in US, much bigger than the famed Hollywood industry at $32 billion. An average divorce in US costs $50,000, and with 50% of first marriages and 70% of second marriages ending in divorce there, calling it an industry will not be an exaggeration. So, there is a following excerpt from an article which says more money flows through the family courts and into the hands of the courthouse insiders than in all other court systems in America combined. Over $50 billion a year and growing. Through extensive research and interviews with the nation's top divorce lawyers, mediators, judges, politicians, litigants, and journalists, this documentary uncovers how children are torn from their homes, unlicensed custody evaluators extort money, and abusive judges play God with people's lives while enriching their friends. This explosive documentary reveals the family courts as unregulated, extra constitutional fiefdoms. Rather than assist victims of domestic crimes, these courts often precipitate them, and rather than help parents and children move on as they are mandated to do, these courts and their associates drag out cases for years, sometimes decades, ultimately resulting in a rash of social ills, including home foreclosure, bankruptcy, suicide, and violence. Solutions to the crisis are sought out in countries where divorce is handled in a more holistic manner. And divorce industry in India. The divorce industry in US seems to be centered on children, both in terms of child support payment, false allegations of domestic violence to get restraining orders on fathers, and so on. In UK too, anecdotal stories that suggest that the courts related to family and children work courts related to the family and children work in an opaque and sometimes secret manner so that the process and the decisions made are not open to public. Also, a convenient modus operandi is to bring the father to his knees by withholding whatever little visitation time he can get with his children. In India, the divorce industry blossomed after the wave of IT and business process outsourcing industries led to large scale creation of higher paid jobs starting from year 2000 or thereabout. The divorce scenario in India seemed to be very different from Western countries. Some statistics about possible number of divorces per year in India are in order. About 100,000 IPC 498A cases are filed in India every year. We can safely assume that all these 100,000 will add to the number of divorces within few years of filing of the case. Every divorce may not be initiated from an IPC 498A case. 85% of divorces in India are initiated by women, 15% by men. 85% of divorces in India are initiated by women. Given news reports of 5,000 to 8,000 divorces in particular large cities like Mumbai or Bangalore per year, and going by the sequence numbers of MC cases, matrimonial custody cases filed in courts, we can estimate the number of divorces around to be about another 30,000 to 50,000 per year apart from the IPC 498 ones. So the total number of divorces applied per year would be about 100,000 to 150,000 per year. How the money flows in Indian divorce industry. A divorce can take various routes in India, from the simplest and rarest, where the couple part ways with little or no alimony upon a mutually agreed divorce. We can go all the way to multiple criminal and maintenance result related cases filed on husbands. Simplest and cheapest divorces will be where the couple part ways agreeing mutually to a divorce. There is some legal fees involved, but not much compared to contested cases. After that, we come to cases where wife would file a maintenance case under CRPC 125 or under Domestic Violence Act on husband first. Both parties will use lawyers to guide them through the process. Wow. In some cases, either husband files divorce first or files it after wife files a domestic violence or a 498A case. IPC 498A was a multi thousand crore business. Crore is like a billion or something, which involves seven zeros in the unit, according with the figure. So you could make it out business until recently due to application of anticipatory and regular bails for the 1 lakh means 100,000 cases filed every year, with Supreme Court guidelines on following CRPC 41 and 41A. The number of arrests seem to have come down a lot, though we don't know exactly how much. The most common scenario is when a divorce is not filed by any spouse, but due to pressure of maintenance and possibly criminal cases on husbands and cases ongoing for years altogether, they are forced to agree to a supposedly mutual divorce and pay a large lump sum amount to wife as the price for having done the crime of marriage. Lest some people think that Indian lawyers are better than US lawyers, the legal community had opposed amendments to CRPC Code of Criminal Procedure in 2010, sections 41 and 41A, which would make arrests in IPC 498A difficult. But they had the honesty to say that these amendments will reduce number of bail applications and threaten their livelihood. As I have outlined in other articles under important posts, the typical divorce cases in India are filed in a premeditated, mediated way, not premediated way, and the planning had been done even before marriage. Even before marriage. Again, even before marriage. Says it all, right? Female nature is universal. Again, the targets are the middle class folks, professional jobs, basically IT professional from the tech sector, which provide high incomes in beginning of the career itself. The pressure put on them is to either pay a huge lump sum amount or run around in courts for many years, thereby damaging a promising career in early years itself. How lawyers add fuel to divorce industry. When there is a dispute in a business contract or about a property, a lawyer's advice and filing of legal case will help the supposedly truthful party to get justice from courts. There are costs involved in filing and fighting a legal case, but society agrees that this cost is a reasonable one to have the rule of law in the society. But it is highly doubtful how lawyers will add value by taking up matrimonial cases, since it is difficult to get divorce in India unless one proves spouse to be cruel. Lawyers advise clients to add false allegations and embellish upon allegations, knowing fully well that many of these allegations don't have an iota of proof, but they hope the client will feel emboldened by the prospects which result from filing the case. So, in a way, the client is led up the garden path. It is true even for legal advice given to men who are advised by the advocates to file an RCR or send a legal notice to wife. The men don't know it at the time, but any legal action taken results in massive legal action from wife's party which the husband is never prepared for beforehand. Lawyers also gain by taking cases from women and drafting complaints by adding terrifying allegations, and also by adding husband's relatives into IPC 498A or domestic violence case. It has been observed even by Supreme Court that some complaints in 498A FIR are written in manner of a legal draft, so they couldn't possibly have been written by the complainant wife herself. On online forums, lawyers have been seen advising women to file legal cases whether to do with a marital problem or a premarital problem. A woman who wanted her husband to come back to her was being advised to file 498 a case on husband so that he learns a lesson. Another woman who had the failed love affair was told to go ahead with IPC 376 rape case on the man. So whether it is before or after marriage, if you go to a lawyer, expect him to suggest some cases to file. If you go to a lawyer, expect him to suggest some cases to the file or to file, because at least they will get something out of it. A clear trend these days is that once IPC 498A arrests became difficult after July 2014 Supreme Court judgment, FIR under IPC 377, unnatural sex, meaning anal sex, are being filed to trap the husband in some IPC section which can lead to his arrest. Also, IPC 376 and IPC 354 are being filed on husband's father and brother too, meaning the father in law also raped, the brother in law also raped, everyone is getting raped and everyone is raping. Advocates can defend themselves that the clients want us to file cases on husbands, so we have to suggest appropriately. However, such a stance goes against the legal profession, which is often held out to be ethical, high standard, and a service to the society, whatever that means. Also, it flies in face of evidence that legal community is usually opposed to any amendments to law which reduce arrests of husbands or reduce conflict during divorces. Lawyers also try to be a counselor by suggesting to husbands to move on rather than face a false case. The words move on are basically same thing as agree to lump sum payment and mutual consent divorce. In the end, the high conflicts during divorces does not benefit the fighting couple in any way because they lose both money and time in the process. The society, law and order, and justice delivery system does not benefit in any way because the time spent in useless 498A and IPC 377 cases could have been spent on other real crimes, and the time of judiciary in trying these cases for years could have been better spent on other pending matters before the courts. But those advocates involved in divorce cases definitely benefit from it. So do the judges because they are highly corrupt. So there is a conflict of interest between the parties who file divorce and the legal community which advises them. The case for the celebrity divorce lawyer. To be continued. You hear that, good mother?
Mm-hmm.
This is a man's plight. Anyways, what I have shown you is this is from Kazakhstan, and you hear Mongolia, the great Chinggis Khan. This is all about women of Mongolia. They don't have feminism. Oh no, they have actually. Oh, do you read this? We have no time for feminism. We need gender equality. A young Mongol, as if both are mutually exclusive to each
Right.
other.
Right.
A young Mongolian explained her perspective to me. The streets of Ulaanbaatar, the capital of Mongolia, are influenced by three cultural characteristics: the old nomadic tradition, the socialism of the past, and the young democratization movement. How
Mhm.
these different influences are reflected in today's image of women was the question that motivated me to do this portrait series. Well, feminism in Afghanistan.
Mm.
Oh yeah, you see the auntie over here
Mm-hmm.
on the KBC News.
I think pseudo left. Damn it.
Have you heard about feminism in Saudi Arabia?
No.
Now
I'm
you
sure
know
it's
that.
everywhere. I'm sure it's everywhere.
Hashtag women to drive.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. In 2011, Saudi Arabian activist Manal Al Sharif posted a video on YouTube of her driving, an act that strict societal norms prohibits women from doing, but that is not enshrined in Sharia law. The video went viral and Al Sharif was arrested. Feminists across the world rallied around Al Sharif's defiance and proclaimed Saudi women's inability to drive as the ultimate injustice of one of the last absolute monarchies in the world. Yet feminism is much more complex and contradictory in Saudi Arabia than this one, albeit large limitation on women's rights and freedoms.
Mm-hmm.
That's her. Feminism in Argentina. History. The Socialist Party has had considerable strength in Buenos Aires in the early 20th century, from 1918 or 1919 to 1922, the movement developed rapidly, and there were some 280,000 inscribed members in this movement among the laboring classes. Okay, Mexico's feminist movement, hashtag MeToo. On average, 10 women a day are murdered in Mexico. The government is not doing anything about it, but women are fighting back. Okay. Yeah. 100 years of feminism in Indonesia. 100 years, by the way. Hashtag feminist Asia, comma gender justice. Feminism in Indonesia has a long history and has contributed to the discourse of equality as a critical project that brings social change. It is frequently accused as a proponent of Western ideology or adopted from Western cultures. The study shows the third world feminism stems from its own ideals and cultures. And this is, by the way, 100 years of feminism in Indonesia. Yes. Feminism in Japan, Barbara Maloney. Japan's first movement for civil rights emerged in the 1870s, and a small number of women were a part of it. Women's legal status was significantly inferior to men's in the pre World War II era, and feminists struggled for decades to improve it. Their activism in transnational organizations often gave them a voice they did not have at home. For example, the Japanese branch of International Women's Christian Temperance Union. So Christianity also promotes feminism. Wow.
Yes.
Work to end all these church ministries and everywhere they are planting them. Well, they are promoting feminism. Feminism in Russia. Yeah, whatever. The jungle of capitalism and the law of the strongest survive, replaced the Soviet Union regime. A cult of gold diggers.
Hmm.
Feminism in India. Yeah, this is a website. Feminism. Partition of Bengal and its impact on women. Nevertheless, only 24 million men died, so it doesn't matter. Feminism in China, past, present, and future. Historically, feminism in China has strong links to nationalism. The Chinese Revolution, socialism, and class struggle in 1912, Chinese suffragettes invaded the parliament, which inspired the May 4th movement in 1919, calling for equal rights for both genders. Oh, we didn't know that, did we? Thus, it can be said that modern Chinese feminism was born in the struggle for national independence. However, although gender equality is a vital aspect in the struggle for socialism, women were never completely equal to men, even under the extremes of Maoism. Boy, did we hear that? Mother, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. What is African feminism? An introduction. The African female is vastly different from the Western female given the different socio-economic, political, and cultural structures. Further, the African female is viewed to have somewhat different preconditions from the Western female. African feminism addresses cultural issues that they feel pertain to the complex experiences faced by all women of all cultures on the African continent in regards to the feminist theorizing. Many of the authors of such theories originate from West Africa and Nigeria. In particular, in her article, West African Feminisms and Their Challenges, Naomi Nakalia discusses the various forms of African feminisms. She looks at four main types: womanism, Stevenism, motherism, and Nego feminism. Okay. First, she points to womanism, which she argues is not part of African feminism as it pertains to African women of the diaspora and not continental African women. Okay. Second, she looks at Stevenism, which places African women at the center of the discourse. This is due to the fact that Stevenism is deeply rooted in the experiences and realities African women face. Thirdly, she looks at African motherism, Queen Mother Goddess, Semos Gold and Sheet, a maternal form of feminism that sees rural women as performing the necessary task of nurturing society. Femalism is also interrogated when it comes to African feminism. It puts the woman's body at the center of the feminist conversations. Lastly, she looks into Nego feminism, which urged the inclusion of men in discussions and advocacy for feminism, and both argue that the inclusion of men is necessary to the freedom of women. These modes of feminisms share several commonalities. They all challenge the term feminism, both its Western term and roots, because they bring to the forefront the experiences of the African women and it being significantly different to the Western woman. Further, they are dependent on indigenous blueprints they take from histories and cultures of African people in order to create the necessary tools needed to embolden women and educate men. Queen Mother Goddess, Seymour's gold and sheet.
Educate men.
Yeah, educate men. An NYU professor says fewer men going will to college will lead to a mating crisis with the US producing too many broke and alone men. Written by a Muslim immigrant called Sara Al Arshani. Anyways, she is a breaking news reporter for Insider. Well, before joining Insider, Sarah was an editorial intern with the Jordan Times. Well, no wonder. Okay, so you have seen feminism all everywhere, fucker. Now, never
Everywhere.
ever say again that feminism is not there for everyone else, and you are the only one who is being who is the one who is actually suffering. No, you are not. You don't know jack about anything.
I think you should have a debate about that with Jack Murphy's doppelganger.
I don't want to debate any fucker from the Gulag Bitches group. The reason being, they are not good at what they do. They only know as to why they think that they would be able to. I have done more in. He says to me, I have done more in men's rights regarding, as to what you have done, and you don't even belong to this country. Well, even
Right.
though I don't belong to this country, your country is calling all the shots everywhere
Mm-hmm.
else. So
Mm-hmm.
why is it? So why is it a fact that I cannot speak about it? And since I've lived in a Western country for a while, quite a while actually. So I'm able to have my opinion on that, regardless of uh, uh, what my opinion is. It is in favor of men, but it is just that this constant dick measuring contest between men, which happens every once in a while, that as to who is who. Oh, hello, Mr. Billy is here.
Hello,
Anyways,
Billy.
uh,
Billy showed up just in time for
oh yes, now I can be free because my segment of showing all the articles and everything, it is
Mhm.
over. Now it is upon you, and you are doing the driving. I'm sitting in the long chair, and I'm actually, chilling.
Whoa,
And
whoa,
I would
whoa.
be, yeah.
You're done torturing for the day. Are you sure?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Billy, you missed it. Contriver's been torturing me for hours with articles on feminism. No. Ugh. Why can't we just push a button and have them all explode? Like their heads explode.
Now, this very, I have to provide a rejoinder, legal rejoinder, by the way, because this would be used against you by Texas A&M University Police and Criminal Investigation Joint Task Force of the
Oh
FBI.
yeah, that's right. I
Now, yeah,
forgot.
yeah,
Yeah.
whatever you say would be shall be used against you in the court of
Mm,
law. You have the right
mm,
to remain silent,
yeah.
and
Okay.
whatever you do or say shall be used against you in the court of law. So that is the case, and I think for a fact that first of all we have to get past this stage that we cannot have our own say on our own channel, and we would be dictated by other people as well as the tyrannical government agents who think that we cannot have our own voice.
Right.
So, I mean, to hell with you, by the way, all
Yeah.
these people, to hell with you deep state, and to hell with you all these three letter agencies, and to hell with each and every one of you, because we are supposed to have some sort of, at least we should be able to talk it out. At least if we
Mhm.
could, we would not be able to take it out on someone. So talking, it is a great therapy for myself.
Yeah.
And good mother has provided us with the opportunity, and she is not saying that this is what happens, or she wants to blow up all the people, which you literally take at face value and end up on her doorstep with automatic rifles and weapons. What is her fault in doing so? Just because some false accusation was made by someone? So, I mean, shame on you. And Godmother has actually provided me with a voice to the voiceless, who could at least be able to talk about these things which they have never been able to talk about.
Yeah.
That's it, Ma. I'm done. I mean, if you want to add something, or if you want to even torture me with anything else, I'm all for it.
Okay. I'm gonna
But
torture you with this feminist book, Woman of Ideas by Dale Spender. Because
okay.
listen to the way they talk about this woman and her work. It's
Oh,
pretty gross.
surely.
Yeah, yeah.
By way of introduction, do you want to say another thing before, and then I'll talk about the first bit of the book?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm not sure what else what else to say at the moment. Just that it sounds a bit dry. Oh, it's about all these women. Some of them are quite sort of back from 300 years ago. But it is a really easy read. It's a long book. So it's possibly not something. It's not something you can read over a weekend. It might be something to dip into. But all the women are so interesting, and they do so many. That it's really eye-opening what they actually wrote about. And one of the big things that she says is constantly saying, look, this woman was saying this 150 or more years ago, and we thought in the 1960s to 80s we thought we were the first to say it, but actually women were writing about male violence against women. They were attacking prostitution and the exploitation of women in prostitution. They were talking about marriage and how it's harmful to women, which is what I was planning to sort of talk about
Listen to that.
a bit later.
Hold on.
Just
Yes.
How marriage is harmful for women.
And they were writing about it in the 1600s. Lest we forget.
Yes. Yes.
there's just so much in it, and the political activity. So
Political
also,
activity.
brings in the key women
Yes.
involved in the struggle for the vote, both in America and in the UK. I mean, it does concentrate on women in in England, the UK and America, which I think is fair enough. Obviously, she speaks English. It would be a bit much to ask her to go off and research all the women in other parts of the world, but it does cover a whole lot, and it does help you challenge things when they say, they're all just concerned about middle class, or they were not only interested in legal equality and the vote. They weren't interested in, sort of sexuality, marriage, violence, all those other things. I just found it a really interesting.
It's so eye-opening.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I'm going to start off and tell everybody about the beginning bit of the book. So here's the book, and this is how big it is. It's 700 pages, but you can buy it quite very easily, and it costs things like £3.20 or £4.50. Second-hand copies are available, and so it's really recommended to get them. Now, the introduction to the book says, "Why didn't I know?" And she says she's part of in the 70s, she was part of the second wave, that wave of the women's liberation movement. And she said, many of us began to ask whether we were the first generation of women to have felt this way. And then she looked at it and realized, of course, that they weren't part of the first generation, although that is where they started, thinking possibly where the first lot. Then she started thinking, right, okay, these women exist. Why didn't I know? And why didn't we know? And so this is a major question in the book. She's not just giving us the resources and links to these 140 women who have written very, very coherently and brilliantly about their lives and the oppression by men, but she's all the way through it doing this questioning, this sort of metacognition, or sort of above the narrative of saying, what's been done to these women? What are the techniques that shut women up, that hide them, that disappear their ideas? How do they get pushed out? How do the men make sure that they are dismissed and not known to the next generation? And this happens, it's great because for every writer, she looks at the ways that that writer was dismissed by men and undermined by men. And there are a range of different techniques which are very interesting to read about. Then another question, she says, this is central to our understanding of patriarchy. Why were women of present cut off from women of the past, and how was this achieved? And she's saying it's vital for us to become connected, to not get cut off, and this is a political act of us to know our links to women in the past. So that's great at the beginning. Then she says, in this introduction, patriarchy requires that any conceptualization of the world in which men and their power are a central problem should become invisible and unreal. So what she's saying is that it's needed by patriarchy that these women writers in the book become invisible, and that younger women and the current generations do not know about them, that they are invisible and they're unreal, and that there are a range of ways that they are unknown. Another thing she says in the introduction, which is interesting, is saying, so before we begin, we find the world weighted in favor of men. For centuries, they have been consulting each other, developing their view of the world, and encoding a language to embody and construct their meaning, in which they are central, and in which all else, including women, is defined in relation to them. And she says, she says a bit more about that. And then she says, in order to become members of the society in which they hold sway, we must learn their rules. we must learn that we are women and that we do not occupy the privileged position men do. We do not count as much and we don't have the same human needs. And yet we must also learn that these conditions of our existence are not open to discussion. So this is exactly, I guess, all of our experience is that we find that we are outsiders, we find that we're outside knowledge. And if we do try to make contributions to knowledge, that those are dismissed in a range of different ways, or silenced, or people pretend they can't hear them. But in one way or another, they are unvalued. Now, she says she's going to pick that apart and explain. And another thing she says in the introduction is, it is men, not women, who control knowledge. And I believe that this is an understanding we should never lose sight of. It's because men control knowledge that we do not know our traditions as women.
Actually, the problem is that they are not actually delving deeper into it. They are just one step closer to reality. Who is ultimately accountable and responsible for both of them? In a family, who is responsible for everything? The man himself. So if he messes up, then controlling or doing all these things, it is just going to wean away like a pack of cards. And this is what they don't realize. This is what they never realize. It never fails to amaze me that they think that this is some sort of a nexus that they have created via patriarchy to hold the information, rather than supply and strengthen the information for the next generation of men that would be able to do that for themselves as well as for the other party, their own uh, better halves. Shall we? Please play.
Sorry, that was, I was muted this whole time. Actually, I was gonna say, being since Billy is here, I want to torture him with this video because this one explains this Sheila Jeffries chick. Now, this is a feminist who went from starting activism, getting into political activism in her teens. Then she went to university, joined a feminist sex cult, and the way they described it completely fucking describes like the love bombing these cults do. And how she was a lesbian for a while and then went back to men and then I think got married and then had kids. But this one was interesting. Yeah, being since Billy's still here. I hope he's still here. I'm going to torture him with this one.
And 20, just a couple of years ago, by the Australian publishing house Spinifex Press. Obviously, this today will be all about Sheila Jeffries and the content of her autobiography, but just to give some sense of things outside of that biography very, very quickly before I go to Janet Fraser, is to mention the sheer volume of scholarship and academic publication that Sheila Jeffries has managed to achieve and is still achieving today over her life. I'd say scholarship and I say academic, but to be honest, it's extremely accessible, readable, and just fun to read from start to finish, every single one of her books. I'll quickly mention a few just to give a sense of just how significant, obviously, Sheila's, as sisters here already know, Sheila's theorising is. It started with 1985, The Spinster and Her Enemies, Feminism and Sexuality. 1880 to 1930. 5 years later, Sheila published Anti-Climax, A Feminist Perspective on the Sexual Revolution. Then in 1993, The Lesbian Heresy, A Feminist Perspective on the Lesbian Sexual Revolution. And in 1997, The Idea of Prostitution. After that, in 2003, was Unpacking Queer Politics, A Lesbian Feminist Perspective. 2005, then, was Beauty and Misogyny, Harmful Cultural Practices in the West. And this book has been translated into Spanish, Korean, other languages. And this year will also be published in Japanese translation. So I'm very excited about that. And then in 2009, The Industrial Vagina, The Political Economy of the Global Sex Trade. And 2012 was another book titled Man's Dominion, Religion and the Eclipse of Women's Rights in World Politics. And in 2014, and I know many sisters would have already read this book, Gender Hurts, A Feminist Analysis of the Politics of Transgenderism. And nearly finished now, 2018. And this 2018 book is very connected to the one that we'll discuss today. So this was The Lesbian Revolution, Lesbian Feminism in the UK, 1970 to 1990. And that does bring us up to finally the book that we're discussing today with Janet Fraser, which is the 2020 Trigger Warning, My Lesbian Feminist Life, which is Sheila Jeffreys' autobiography. So going now to Janet, and to introduce Janet, I know many sisters will already know Janet from her work with the Australian Women's Declaration International Seminar Series on Saturdays. But Janet Fraser is a mother, poet, historian, and has been national convener of the Australian Home Birth Network, which is called Joyous Birth, since 2004. She writes about feminism, history, human rights, birth and parenting. Her book, which is titled Born Still, A Memoir of Grief, was published in 2020 by the Australian publishers Spinifex Press. So the same year and publisher as the book we'll discuss today. Janet is on the management committee of the Feminist Legal Clinic, and she also co-founded the New South Wales Women's Guild in 2019. So over to you, Janet.
Hello everyone. I feel quite awed by such a huge audience. It's much larger than we usually do. I'm honoured to be here, and I would really like to introduce Caroline. Caroline Norma was a PhD student between the years 2006 and 2012, supervised by Sheila Jeffreys at the University of Melbourne. She first met Sheila when she was 19 years old at a Coalition Against Trafficking in Women Australia group meeting. She now teaches translating and interpreting at a different university in Melbourne, but still contributes to anti-prostitution activism. She was co-author with Melinda Tankard-Reist in 2016 of a book of survivor stories called Prostitution Narratives, published by Spinifex Press. She's been recently involved with the translation of Sheila's 2005 book, Beauty and Misogyny, into Japanese, which will be published this year.
Oh, great.
And just to accompany that, Janet, I'll let Janet speak, that's for sure, but we might have a graphic that depicts my
this is weird.
long history learning from Sheila Jeffreys. And
Sheila Jeffreys is like their idol. Apparently there was this picture where she was in the same room with her or something. I don't know. It's fucking weird, but I'm going to skip that.
It occurred to me that I would be. And when I was asked, what's a Radfem book? I was like, that's the latest one that I read. So I suggested that one. I think both of us have some lovely links with Sheila. Yours are much closer, mine are a little more peripheral. This is a hat trick for Spinifex publishers tonight because we are all Spinifex authors. And my book came out the month before Sheila's. So I was very heavily involved with Spinifex at the time of the launch of Sheila's book, which I attended, and was absolutely thrilled to be here and discuss this. So would you like to take over, Caroline?
Thanks, Janet. I'll start by describing the structure and narrative of Trigger Warning as, I think, taking a shape that entirely reflects the nature of the politic and the methodology of women's liberation that Sheila Jeffreys has pursued throughout her career, both in written form and in activism and campaigning. That shape, in my view, is one of gradual integration and alignment of every aspect of Sheila's life as time goes along in the book, as the years pass through, and it's written mostly chronologically. We get taken through a process of Sheila Jeffreys making decisions or having things happen in her life that lead her, and a lot of it's deliberate, as we'll describe, to entirely align her political ideas, her political writing, her campaigning, and her aspects of her personal life and aspects of her paid employment, until we sort of reach the zenith towards the end of the book, where that's almost wholly achieved, and some of it's a little bit undone towards the end, when obviously feminism starts to really go into a period of abeyance, and then we get the final chapter at the end. So I feel like that's kind of the shape of it. Obviously, Sheila Jeffreys is unique in her theorising as a radical feminist theorist, in the extent to which she does call upon our radical feminist movement to take a form of making the personal so political, and to have our lives integrated into the campaigning, the movement, each other, and even, if we can manage it, even our paid employment. And I noticed the other day, a couple of weeks ago, with the Chinese Radical Feminist Sisters through the Women's Declaration International webinar series, she spoke in an interview form with our Chinese sisters, and halfway through, I remember Sheila said something to the effect of, she felt that the movement as we have it today is very much an action-based campaigning one, and that's good, and sisters are doing well all around the world in that kind of...
Hold up. Yeah.
Rewind it to 20 seconds via the keyboard.
Women's Declaration International webinar series, she spoke in an interview form with our Chinese sisters, and halfway through...
Chinese sisters?
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember Sheila said something to the effect of, she felt that the movement as we have it today is very much an action-based campaigning one, and that's good, and sisters are doing well all around the world in that kind of action-based approach to our political movement, but that she felt that we didn't spend as much time on this other side of liberating ourselves in terms of our personal conduct, the way we think, how we carry ourselves in the world in terms of rejecting beauty practices, and obviously Sheila...
Rejecting beauty practices.
Yeah.
His recent experience in South Korea has shown her that actually, we can mount a radical feminist movement today. The South Korean sisters have done it, whereby you are doing this campaigning and the kinds of movements that the kinds of actions that we're doing in the West, but that you can also, alongside that, incorporate things like take off the corset, the 4B movement that rejects beauty, beauty and marriage and children and sexuality. So yeah, I kind of was interested in...
4B rejects beauty, marriage, and children.
And sexuality.
And sexuality, yeah. And that's how you get the blue armpit hair. Pliskin. I'm glad you're here, Pliskin. You need torture too. It's Contriver's turn.
Sheila Jeffreys mentioned that fact, but I should move on. So the integration, and I'll just tell the first part of it, move on and hand things over to Janet. But this idea of gradual integration over the years, I think Sheila can tell her life in that way, because that's kind of how it happened. I think it kind of makes sense in the way that it happened that way. So she didn't come to the movement as a lesbian and then become a feminist. It happened in kind of a more of a staged process. But her early...
Right.
Came as a Dick Van Dyke, stayed as a lesbian.
Yeah. No, she turned into a lesbian after getting abducted by the movement.
Oh, I would tell you as to how these women become lesbian.
No, she's going to explain it completely. She's going to explain it. Yeah.
Okay, but
Yeah.
I also have a plethora of evidence regarding that.
Okay. Well, let's hear, because this is from her autobiography. Yeah.
Okay. Let's hear her first.
Okay.
Life in her family can probably... I mean, Sheila Jeffreys was born in 1948, so nothing particularly surprising. She grew up in a relatively conservative family.
Conservative family.
Not just
Oh yeah,
conservative, they
surely.
were a military family, which meant that she moved around with their family to Malta and Germany and places in the UK. They're also a fairly religious family.
Religious.
And not one hugely steeped in education and sort of intellectual pursuit. But that changed, and Sheila Jeffreys appears to have had a fairly significant break with that kind of value set in her earlier life, even though certainly there's evidence even from when she was 14 years old being involved in political groups and little campaigns in her school, which was just extraordinary to read.
14 years old being involved in political groups and campaigns when she was 14.
Exactly.
Nonetheless, once she went off to the University of Manchester for her undergraduate degree, she found herself then immersed in the values of the sexual revolution and kind of liberal type left politics. And so it's sort of this, and she describes sort of doing things like actions against the Vietnam War and sit-ins at the university, kind of on a sporadic basis, but really her social circle wasn't fully integrated with that kind of political action, even though political action pops up here and there through that time. But her reconciliation in herself with the values of the sexual revolution that she sort of moved into with the undergraduate degree was tough for her, as they were for many women.
Tough.
In the impositions of sexuality caused Sheila Jeffreys to have to consult psychiatrists and to suffer a fairly long episode of depression and to get antidepressants for that.
Antidepressants, psychology field. That's where that intervention came in.
And Sheila Jeffreys links that kind of difficulty in terms of mental distress directly to those impositions of heterosexuality, which made total sense, I think, in the book. And then, and this keeps coming up in the book as well, her intellect, precociousness, her voracious reading, luckily saved her a little bit by the end of the undergraduate degree, because she's fairly lost, sort of caught up in all the sexual revolution values and ended up sort of pursuing heterosexuality as a, in alignment with those values. And but luckily did so well in her degree that she was offered a scholarship to continue on to a master's degree. And it was through that master's degree she went away for a while and worked, believe it or not, I think at an electricity company, so responding to client complaints and things like that. That was very funny. But sort of floated around. I mean, Sheila Jeffreys was still having a tough time actually. Mentally around that stage as well, floated around, but then made her way back to Manchester University for the master's degree, where she got the scholarship. And fortunately, at that point, encountered the suffragettes in her, because she was a history major from her undergraduate and into her master's degree, encountered the suffragettes. And it was at that point that then, after completing the master's degree, and yes, I won't go into the 1970s, I think, yet, Janet. I'll pause there. I don't want to ruin our chronology. Yes. And then began, and I'll talk about this in the next section, I think, but then began to seek out Kate Millett's Sexual Politics, another feminist book. So it was kind of that link between the suffragists and the contemporary feminist text that led Sheila Jeffreys finally away from the values of the sexual revolution and more towards the feminist values. But there was still a period there that we need to discuss. There was kind of an interim period. But I don't know, Janet, if you want me to discuss that first, or I'll let you go ahead.
Don't mind at all, Caroline. You seem to be powering through it. So why don't you keep going?
Sorry, Janet, it's been very kind. Sorry. I think Janet, we'll talk about.
This interaction is weird, by the way. They don't flow very well together. But like this hoity-toity fucking fat ass on the left here, I don't know. There's this weird thing there. I don't know.
Women have to fake a smile towards each other because they have to work together with each other, because I think that they would not like each other in real life if they were even office colleagues working with each other.
Yeah, but that's not all women. There's lots of women that get along a lot better than that. It's just weird.
Men I have seen fight with each other all the time.
Yeah.
That's it. Women I have rarely seen fighting with each other, especially in
Oh,
India. I come, yeah.
yeah, you don't know when women fight though. Like women can have 5 fights right in front of you and you guys won't even notice.
And this is what I'm getting to. What she
Yeah.
said right now, this hoity-toity said to the
Yeah.
other gingerhead, well, you are pairing through, so why don't you
Yeah.
carry on? It is
Yeah.
just like hearing to Catalina Castillo saying that, why don't you just slide the way back where you came from?
Right.
Just like she said to you.
Right. Except I wasn't this little submissive, like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Like
Sheila
there's
Jeffrey, Sheila Jeffrey.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Sheila Jeffrey cult.
Right. She's the bottom bitch of Sheila Jeffries. Oh, and this crazy bitch thinks she's the top bitch of Sheila Jeffries. Yeah, no, this one has an attitude. I don't like it.
Yes.
The shift to lesbian feminism. So I think I need to get this part done out the way first. Sorry, everyone. Okay, so now another major thing that stands out reading the autobiography is the extent to which in the 1970s, but also throughout the book, in fact, up until the present day, the intensity of Sheila Jeffrey's engagement with political groups. She founded many groups, actually, herself, but was also involved in groups throughout almost the whole of the 1970s, directly ground level, grassroots, and increasingly radical. They weren't always radical in the beginning. She started out with socialist feminist groups. But the extent of at every point in the autobiography, the sort of physical or action-based kind of involvement that Sheila Jeffries had, or the things that she did, then had a very strong effect on the integration of her personal life, or herself, other aspects of her life, her paid employment. And she kind of emphasises just how these sort of external things did cause her to reflect on herself and change herself. For example, when she read Kate Millet's Sexual Politics in 1971 while she was teaching at a girls' school, she said, quote, I never felt tempted into such self-abuse again after having read that book. And by self-abuse, she was referring to beauty practices. Quote, after 2 years at the school, this is at the girls' school where she first read Kate Millett, I returned to Manchester to do a one-year teaching certificate. I was already so emboldened by my reading of Kate Millett that I wanted to get involved in feminist politics. So I joined my first feminist group, which was the women's group of the Teachers' Union, and started to develop my thinking. And yes, to say that Sheila at that point from 1971 onwards got involved in feminist activism and campaigning is really an understatement. That I tried to count up all of the groups she was involved in or founded, and didn't manage to do so, but they included things like the National Abortion Campaign, one of the consciousness-raising groups in the area where she was, the London Socialist Feminist Group, Women's Mental Health Group, West London Women and Mental Health Group, and later in the later 1970s, the London Revolutionary Feminist Anti-Pornography Group, the Leeds Rape Crisis Collective, the Leeds Revolutionary Feminist Group, and then top of that, archival and history, women's history, lesbian history type groups. We haven't got to the shift and the transition to lesbian feminism yet. Just quickly finishing here, I do want to mention, so Sheila Jeffries attended the National Women's Liberation Conference in Edinburgh in 1974, where she said political lesbianism, lesbian feminism was discussed and put ideas into her head. And then she joined the National Women's Liberation Conference in 1977. So by this stage, she'd been a feminist, but not yet lesbian feminist for a number of years. And at these conferences, probably some of us have heard Sheila Jeffries talk about the old conference format and style, whereby somebody who wants to give a paper, wants to speak, sort of Xeroxed their whole speeches or summaries of them and put them apparently on a table or some kind of lineup for participants in the conference to pick up and just sort of read and decide which ones they wanted to go and hear the writer present out loud. So at the 1977 conference, Sheila writes, my paper for the national conference that revolutionary feminism said that revolutionary feminism was needed for two reasons. One was the fact that the women's liberation movement had experienced a liberal takeover, and the other was the grave lack of theory in the movement. Theory and strategy were needed, I said, to wrest power from the hands of men. So at this stage, Sheila had been involved in socialist feminist groups and had taken the insights, had actually had some difficulty with those groups and then attempting to deplatform her and push her out of conferences because she was speaking about sexuality and things too radical for them. But nonetheless, she'd taken on their kind of an understanding of class antagonism, class struggle, and applied those insights to feminism in order to create what Sheila Jeffreys calls a new tendency in feminism, and that is revolutionary feminism. So I'll finish up here. It's a little bit of a longish quote, just quickly to finish off this section of Sheila Jeffreys coming to the zenith of her feminism stage. So this is a further description about what happened at that workshop, which she presented the revolutionary feminism paper. Quoting now. At the start of the workshop, I was asked to read the paper, and my reading was greeted with great enthusiasm. There was some excited discussion, and at the end, two women offered to carry me out of the room on their crossed arms, as if I had performed some heroic act. Most of those at the workshop, and certainly those who were most enthusiastic, were lesbians, whilst I was not. I was wearing what I now call my heterosexual dungarees, that is, figure-hugging, as in tight figure-hugging dungarees. Dungarees were the fashion, but lesbian feminists at the time were wearing ones that were loose and more closely resembled those used by trade persons. Immediately, discussion began amongst many London feminists as to whether a new tendency called revolutionary feminism should be created. I had not intended this, since I did not have the political nous or the contacts to make that happen, and I was simply using revolutionary as an adjective. But the excited lesbians around me were serious and set out about promoting the idea of revolutionary feminism as a new and dynamic variety of feminism. A meeting was called to iron out the differences, if any, between revolutionary and radical feminism. I did not know much about radical feminism, as I had come from socialist feminism, but it did not seem to me to have a clear analysis. I was not sure what the political theory of radical feminism was. So, in the very well-attended meeting, I asked what it was. Gail Chester responded that radical feminist theory could be summed up in the phrase, our theory is our practice, and our practice is our theory, and referenced the US radical feminist collection of papers, Feminist Revolution, by the group Red Stockings of 1975. I knew the Red Stockings book, but I felt none the wiser. I replied that the practice theory phrase sounded like a Zen koan to me. Right. In other words, deliberately mysterious. I think that was my favourite part of the book. Over to you.
Oh my God. Deliberately mysterious. Oh, that's so great. Yes. Oh. Our practice is our theory, and our theory is our practice. So she got love bombed into creating a new form of feminism by a bunch of lesbians who literally carried her out of the room like she was a hero.
Yes. She came from socialist feminism.
Right.
That is what she says. Socialist feminism. Anyways, I want to show you something.
Oh, it's your turn? Good. I'm tired of listening to these girls.
Yeah.
Anyway, long story short, she joined a sex cult. Here, I'll put the link to this for anybody if they want to. They should check this out in the future. She joined a lesbian sex cult and then became a lesbian for a while, and then, you know, had a bunch of mental health problems, and then and then ended up leaving college because of her fucking mental health problems. And then she got a normal job where she was being a support staff for an organization. And then she met a guy, you know, the lesbianism was wearing off. And then she did return back to university after hooking up with this guy. So it was her lesbian sex cult story. So go ahead and share.
So this is the
What's next?
yeah, in the private chat. Play that video,
Oh,
and
me
it
play?
is actually yeah. It is a very good, damn fine video. So you would be able to see for yourself as to what it is.
Okay. Got it.
Got it. Got it. Afterwards, yeah.
Social psychotherapist and engineering.
Please play that in full screen. You would be delighted to hear what they have to say.
Okay.
It takes a little bit while to on our own website because
And to produce the new self, they turn to the ideas and techniques of Wilhelm Reich. Death, a small group of psychotherapists have been developing techniques based on Reich's ideas. Their aim was to invent ways that would allow individuals to free themselves from the controls implanted in their minds by society. Their center was a tiny
Feel
unknown
free
hill
to
on the remote coast
pause.
of California. It was called the
Yeah.
Esalen Institute. The dominant figure at Esalen was a psychoanalyst called Fritz Perls. Perls had been trained by Reich and had developed a form of group encounter in which he pushed individuals to publicly express the feelings inside them that society had said were dangerous and should be repressed.
It's a basic fear of that thing inside me, like a little demon in there. It doesn't come out very often. It's really hard to get it out.
Now put the thing inside you on that chair and talk to it.
Pearls used to call this getting on the hot seat in front of a group. If this were the hot seat and you were Pearls, and you would guide me into this process of self-enactment, self-revelation, of staying present to all the parts of yourself and noticing it, and then taking ownership of this.
As the demon.
Yeah.
Pause.
Yes, I can come out. I can come right out of him.
So I'm just saying, feel free to pause whenever you want because this video is very important from a psychological analysis point of view as well. Yes.
Yeah,
Now
I'm just
let's
watching it. I'll take notes. It'll give me probably some good ideas for the Crazy Bitch Boot Camp.
Oh, you are going to get a huge arsenal. You just watch it. I knew
Yeah.
you would like it.
Yeah. It sounds like what I already have planned. Sounds a lot like it.
Yes, play.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I can push him aside.
You, say you.
I can push you aside.
Yeah. Be the demon with each one of us.
I can make you all cry.
Do it.
I can make you all feel terrible. Maybe even forever. I can make this mouth here, do things and say things. I can almost destroy anyone, each one of you, if I get out.
Yeah.
There isn't one of you that I would spare. Not even you.
Yeah. How do you feel now?
I feel better. I feel very honest.
Yeah. And you notice the increase of power.
In other words, taking ownership of who you are and how you act and how you feel, your whole being in the world. In other words, giving you autonomy, owning your freedom.
I'm frightening. When I have my power, I am frightening.
See, I frighten you with my power.
I frighten you with my power.
Now, where do you feel the power? In your hands? In your muscles? Where else?
Wake up! I want to do for me. God damn you.
Okay. Stop it.
You. It was not phony movement. That's what I wanted to do, and I did it.
What Pearls and others working at Esalen believed was that they were creating ways that allowed individuals to express their true inner selves.
I want them to applaud for me.
Out of this, they believed, would come new autonomous beings free of social conditioning. To the left, defeated in the wake of Chicago, it was an enormously attractive idea. These techniques could be used to unleash a new, powerful self, strong enough to overthrow the old order. In the late 60s and early 70s, thousands flocked to Esalen. Only a few years before, it had been an obscure fringe institute. Now it became the center of a national movement for personal transformation, the Human Potential Movement.
So it became magnetic. People wanted to join this stream of exploration. Within 7 or 8 years, there were about 200 of these centers in America, looking mainly to Esalen for the leadership.
I feel so liberated.
Really? It's fantastic.
And it took on a big political agenda. You could not separate personal transformation from social transformation. The two go together.
As the movement grew, the leaders of Esalen decided to try and use their techniques to solve social problems. They began with racism. They organized an encounter group for white and black radicals. Both groups would be encouraged to express their inner racist feelings which had been instilled in them by society. By doing this, they would transcend those feelings and encounter each other as individuals.
I started a series of encounters called Racial Confrontation as Transcendental Experience. We thought that we wanted to get that kind of black-white confrontation so you could really get down to see what was between the two races, not by backing off and trying to be polite, but by going right into the belly of the beast, of this beast of racial prejudice. And these were extremely dramatic. These were the toughest workshops ever convened at Esalen Institute.
I'm looking at you, Whitey. You got clothes on. You got shoes on.
You're so sure looking at me, huh?
You got the goddamn police in the neighborhood.
Really? They're not my
You got a governor. You got a mayor.
Oh, really?
You got the president. You got ambassadors.
You can vote too.
You got debts in Vietnam. That's the benefits of slave labor. You got buildings, skyscrapers that you dominate and control economically and politically. And tell me that it's not yours.
It's yours too.
Then the blacks all got together and attacked the whites. And they just let us have it. What they call it was peeping somebody. Peeping somebody means peeping into their secrets, into their phoniness and so forth. Like the white liberal. Oh, they really got onto the white liberal.
So don't give me no shit about I'm free. You're a goddamn liar, you white pink son of a bitch, you. Yeah, I want to know what you came down here for. You want a black buck, huh?
Yeah.
You looking for a stud? Huh? Well, what did you come here for? You sitting there with your legs all gap wide open, showing.
Dude, they're saying the same fucking thing as I've heard these MGTOW, these B1 fuckers say. They're saying the same fucking thing.
Well, that is the case. Now you know where they are taking their cues from as regards to mass psychosis.
Right. Hey, Hemi.
I don't know. Did I
It
get nuked?
says we still have... Oh, it's because we're playing... Are we playing copyrighted material?
Could be the case. We have to stop every once in a while, that's it.
Oh, God, I hate that. Well, let's pull it down for a second. Did it get gone, or just paused? Let's Stream suspended for policy violations. Well, lovely. Right, Dak? YouTube is racist. Oh, well, I guess they can't, if I can hear anything.
But
Is
you
it
see where they're
suspended, or it'll come back, I think. Let's just wait for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're back.
Okay. So these are the people who are taking these cues about mass psychosis from these very places in this very aspect of it. And I didn't know about all of this unless and until I got to our own website.
Right. Yeah, Dak. I played your video. That Chelsea bitch. I went into this mode. I gotta show you my black pill rage avatar. Okay. That's the mode I went into. Well, how much of this can we play and get away with it?
The juicy part is actually right now after this one, so I don't know. But we have to pause after every 30 seconds and then talk about it a little bit, and then we would pursue further.
I wonder,
Because,
can we just listen to it? Like, could I?
oh yeah, you could just not share the screen
Yeah,
and listen
yeah.
it on your part. That's
To
it.
the audio. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me try this. Let's see if it works.
On your drawers. Now, what'd you come here for?
The black-white encounter groups were a disaster. The black radicals saw it as an insidious attempt to destroy their power. By trying to turn them into liberated individuals, Esalen was removing the one thing that gave them power and confidence in their struggle against racism, their collective identity as blacks.
For my reason. For your reason. Now dig this. Your reason for being here is different from my reason.
So the human potential movement turned to another social group who they believed would benefit from personal transformation. Nuns. And this time they were more successful. The Convent of the Immaculate Heart in Los Angeles was one of the largest seminaries in America. A group of
Pause
radical
every 30
psychotherapists
seconds.
approached the convent. They wanted to try out their techniques for personal liberation on individuals whose identities were defined by a series of external rules which they had deeply internalized. The convent, anxious to appear modern, agreed to the experiment.
And we did weekend encounter workshops for several hundred Immaculate Heart nuns. Nuns who were reserved, and they tended to be more reserved than other normal people, were told, don't be so reserved, let it all out. You're a good person. You can afford to be who you really are. You don't need to play the role of a nun. You don't need to keep downcast eyes. Prudence is an oversold virtue.
You're trying to assert yourself, trying to find out who you are, who you're becoming. At the same time, you're trying to live a life of dedication, of service, and you're trying to make all these things fit into who you are. And you're just, it's such a turmoil at times that you just blow a gasket and do silly, crazy things. Running around the orchard and stealing oranges and taking Cokes out of the refrigerator and crazy things.
I felt like I was being a hypocrite, and I wanted people to respect me for what I was, not for what I was wearing. And so I'm glad for the change.
You feel frightened, but you'll go on.
Oh yeah, I'm scared to death, but it's worth it.
The experiment began to transform the convent. The nuns voted to discard their habits in favor of ordinary clothes. But the psychotherapists found they had awoken other forces.
Solid.
One of the things we unleashed was sexual energy. The kind of thing that the church had been very good at restraining was no longer to be restrained. One sister who was a member of the community, she got the idea that she could be freer than she had been before. And she seduced one of her classmates and then seduced the mistress of novices, who was an older woman, very reserved. And her program of freeing this older woman was sexual.
Right.
She drove her to the store, and when they drove back and drove into the garage, she leaned over and gave her a big kiss on the lips. And thereafter, Sister, who had perhaps never been kissed before, was ready for more.
The effect of the experiment on the convent was cataclysmic. Within a year, 300 nuns, more than half
It
the
says
convent,
stream unavailable.
petitioned the Vatican to be
I'm watching it on. James von Maxwell's. We're just taking a small commercial break. Oh, Dax said he's still good.
Is it coming? I don't know. I have even enlarged the screen because.
Oh, Dax
But
said
you
he
see,
can still see us. It says stream unavailable. Maybe in Canada. Maybe it's not blocked in Canada or something.
it is not blocked on my country.
Thank you, James. I'm gonna keep playing it.
released from their vows.
It's almost done
And
anyway.
6 months later, the convent closed its doors.
See, look at
All
that.
that was left was a small group of nuns, but they had become radical lesbian nuns.
See?
The rest gave up the religious life.
Fucking radical
They did,
lesbians,
yeah, they became
man.
persons.
Wait, he said they became persons?
Yes.
Persons? They became radical lesbian sex cult members. Oh my god. This is so fucked up. Oh, Dak can't see you, hamster. Oh, because he's over at the Crazy Bitch Boot Camp. I think, Dak, you must be at Contrivers. Hello, Douglas. Here, I will, wait. Does hamster even have your...
It could be someone else.
Here, let me share. Well, no, I have hamster. I have the link pinned on the boot camp for Contrivers channel. I will put it here anyway.
But it is nice to see as to how psychology plays a huge key role
Yes.
in subverting the people,
Yes.
which KGB defector Yuri Bezmenov also talked about.
Yes. It does. One Fast Dak, how are you feeling? We watched your video earlier.
If he wants to come up, my condolences from my family, by the way,
Yeah.
towards your family, sir. Oh no, not this one. Sharing the StreamYard link. Invite. Shall I share the StreamYard link?
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay. Okay.
Dak just went over to the boot camp to get hamster over. Hello, Polska Bob.
6 hours ago. Yes, sir. 6 hours. And I can go 6 hours for more.
Yeah, Contriver is ready to go. He slept in. We had
Yes.
this scheduled
I
for
slept
10,
in.
10 p.m. my time, and then he sends me a message at what, 2 something? He's like, "Are you ready?"
Yes. I overslept, by the way.
I
I could
know.
not see anything.
I know. I
I
was good with it.
apologize.
I figured
Yes, but
you'd write when you woke up. I was just listening to Saunders. He hadn't streamed for a while.
impromptu.
Yeah.
Morning, Joe. What is that? A tea or coffee?
That's a coffee. Cup of Joe.
Okay. Okay.
Well, if Dak doesn't want to come up, I will
Despite her early life in her family.
Yeah, surely.
continue torturing y'all with these radical lesbian
Sheila
sex cult
Jeffrey.
members. Yeah, Sheila Jeffries.
Yeah. And even during her days, I presume that this Sheila Jeffrey used to be during the 60s or 70s, if I'm not
Mm-hmm.
mistaken.
Yep.
So even in those days, she used to be cozy with the Chinese
Yes.
sisters of the sisterhood. So,
Yes. Oh, Hemi's ready.
oh wow.
Can probably, I mean, Sheila Jeffries was born in 1948, so nothing particularly surprising. She grew up in a relatively conservative family, but not just conservative, they were a military family, which meant that she moved around with their family to Malta in Germany and places in the UK.
Oh, hold on.
They're also, and this keeps coming up in the book as well, her intellect, precociousness, her voracious reading, luckily saved her a little bit by the end of the undergraduate degree because she was fairly lost, sort of caught up in all the sexual revolution values and ended up sort of pursuing heterosexuality as a, in alignment with those values. And but luckily did so well in her degree that she was offered a scholarship to continue on to a master's degree. And it was through that master's degree she went away for a while and worked, believe it or not, I think at an electricity.
Wait, where did we leave off here?
Pardon?
We already heard this part. I'm just going to play it anyway for the newcomers.
Companies are responding to client complaints and things like that. That was very funny. That sort of floated around. I mean, Sheila Jeffries was still having a tough time, actually, mentally around that stage as well. Floated around, but then made her way back to Manchester University for the master's degree where she got the scholarship. And fortunately, at that point, encountered the suffragettes in her, because she was a history major from her undergraduate and into her master's degree, encountered the suffragettes. And it was at that point that then, after completing the master's degree, and yes, I won't go into the 1970s, I think, yet, Janet, I'll pause there. I don't want to ruin our chronology. Yes. And then began, and I'll talk about this in the next section, I think, but then began to seek out Kate Millett's Sexual Politics, another feminist book. So it was kind of that link between the suffragists and the contemporary feminist text that led Sheila Jeffries finally away from the values of the sexual revolution and more towards the feminist values. But there was still a period there that we need to discuss. That was kind of an interim period. But I don't know, Janet, if you want me to discuss that first, or I'll let you go ahead.
Mind at all, Caroline. You seem to be powering through it, so why don't you keep going?
Sorry, Janet, it's been very kind. Sorry. I think Janet.
Sorry.
We'll talk about the shift to lesbian feminism. So I think I need to get this part done out of the way first. Sorry, everyone. Okay.
Sorry.
So now, another major thing that stands out reading the autobiography is the extent to which in the 1970s, but also throughout the book, in fact, up until the present day, the intensity of Sheila Jeffreys' engagement with political groups. She founded many groups actually herself, but was also involved in groups throughout almost the whole of the 1970s, directly ground level, grassroots, and increasingly radical. They weren't always radical. In the beginning, she started out with socialist feminist groups. But the extent of at every point in the autobiography, the sort of physical or action-based kind of involvement that Sheila Jeffreys
God bless
had,
you.
or the things that she did, then had a very strong effect on the integration of her personal life, her herself, other aspects of her life, her paid employment. And she kind of emphasises just how these sort of external things did cause her to reflect on herself and change herself. For example, when she read Kate Millet's Sexual Politics in 1971 while she was teaching at a girls' school, she said, quote, "I never felt tempted into such self-abuse again after having read that book." And by self-abuse, she was referring to beauty practices. Quote, "After 2 years at the school," this is at the girls' school where she first read Kate Millett, "I returned to Manchester to do a one-year teaching certificate. I was already so emboldened by my reading of Kate Millett that I wanted to get involved in feminist politics. So I joined my first feminist group, which was the women's group of the Teachers' Union, and started to develop my thinking." And yes, to say that Sheila at that point from 1971 onwards got involved in feminist activism and campaigning is really an understatement. I tried to count up all of the groups she was involved in or founded, and didn't manage to do so, but they included things like the National Abortion Campaign, one of the consciousness-raising groups in the area where she was, the London Socialist Feminist Group, Women's Mental Health Group, West London Women and Mental Health Group, and later in the later 1970s, the London Revolutionary Feminist Anti-Pornography Group, the Leeds Rape Crisis Collective, the Leeds Revolutionary Feminist Group, and then top of that, archival and history, women's history, lesbian history type groups. We haven't got to the shift and the transition to lesbian feminism yet. Just quickly finishing here, I do want to mention, so Sheila Jeffreys attended the National Women's Liberation Conference in Edinburgh in 1974, where she said political lesbianism, lesbian feminism was discussed and put ideas into her head. And then she joined the National Women's Liberation Conference in 1977. So by this stage, she'd been a feminist, but not yet lesbian feminist for a number of years. And at these conferences, probably some of us have heard Sheila Jeffreys talk about the old conference format and style, whereby somebody who wants to give a paper, wants to speak, sort of Xeroxed their whole speeches or summaries of them and put them apparently on a table or some kind of lineup for participants in the conference to pick up and just sort of read and decide which ones they wanted to go and hear the writer present out loud. So at the 1977 conference, Sheila writes, "My paper for the national conference that revolutionary feminism said that revolutionary feminism was needed for two reasons. One was the fact that the women's liberation movement had experienced a liberal takeover, and the other was the grave lack of theory in the movement. Theory and strategy were needed," I said, "to wrest power from the hands of men." So at this stage, Sheila had been involved in socialist feminist groups and had taken the insights, had actually had some difficulty with those groups and then attempting to deplatform her and push her out of conferences because she was speaking about sexuality and things too radical for them. But nonetheless, she'd taken on their kind of an understanding of class antagonism, class struggle, and applied those insights to feminism in order to create what Sheila Jeffreys calls a new tendency in feminism, and that is revolutionary feminism. So I'll finish up here. It's a little bit of a longish quote, just quickly to finish off this section of Sheila Jeffreys coming to the zenith of her feminism stage. So this is a further description about what happened at that workshop, which she presented the revolutionary feminism paper. Quoting now. "At the start of the workshop, I was asked to read the paper, and my reading was greeted with great enthusiasm. There was some excited discussion, and at the end, two women offered to carry me out of the room on their crossed arms, as if I had performed some heroic act. Most of those at the workshop, and certainly those who were most enthusiastic, were lesbians, whilst I was not. I was wearing what I now call my heterosexual dungarees. That is, figure hugging, as in tight figure hugging dungarees. Dungarees were the fashion.
Wait, so is figure hugging not okay? I want to fast forward this back to
Sure.
where we left off before.
Who timed out Polska?
I think Hemi accidentally. Oh, here we go. He's back. He has a wrench now. No, Hemi did it on accident. I think he tried to make him a mod or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that this Australian chick, she racked up many sorries.
Really valuable for women to read is precisely because of all that triggering stuff. Like, you've never seen a women's group explode more quickly than if somebody says, we should all be vegans, and somebody else says, I'm a political lesbian. Then you can have an absolute explosion. In my experience of running a radical feminist group, the one topic that brought us undone was dieting. Because many of us said, well, you know, you can get support for that elsewhere, but in this group, we're actually concerned with much bigger things than seeing that women take up less space in the world.
See, did you just hear her fucking excuse for being a fat ass? Yeah. Women taking up less space in this world?
Yes.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
So I think what's really important for women to take away from a book like this is that dynamic, evolving sense of women's liberation, and both attachment, firm attachment to a clear philosophy, a clear revolutionary sense, tendency, as it were, but also as what used to be more easily described as the right wing, but now is a kind of a corporate capture culture, has taken over so much of the world. I think we have to consider the fact that it's okay for us to hold lightly, perhaps, all of those competing notions within the groups that we belong to, and within the friendship circles and the women to whom we have strong attachments. I think that so much is at stake for women's lives and girls' lives and children's lives in general at the moment, with the spectre of medicalising, sterilising, permanently harming and altering the bodies of those who are not conforming to sex stereotypes, that it really should be something that we consider. And not that we all sit around and hold hands and sing Kumbaya. I don't mean that at all. But I do mean sharing space with, being respectful of the women who came before us, the women who are here now, the women who will come after us, and the widely varying experiences.
The women who will come after us. If that is true, why will they not share space with me? I've been going after these bitches for a year and a half.
Because you don't conform to it. Is all about the culture of a conformity and submission. So if you conform to their belief that eternal suffrage or eternal victimhood,
Yeah.
then it is absolutely fine.
But she just said that she wants to share space with the women who come after them.
No, who come after them, not in a negative way. Those who question them, those who challenge their notions, they don't want those sort of women. They want those sort of women who would be like this woman, the one on the right side, the
Oh.
ginger head. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, men, basically.
Okay. Okay.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Yeah.
and political theory that these women develop. Sheila Jeffreys is obviously one of the great political theorists of the 20th and 21st century.
Oh, contriver. What if I, as a woman, develop a political theory and call it the patriarchy X? You think I could slip that in the back door there?
Yes.
Yeah? If I put it like an
Yeah.
X on it?
Yeah. X on it.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Not even a single
Patriarch
egg. No, no, not even a single, not even a single X, double X, so that
Yeah.
it would be much more legitimized, and
Yeah.
then we shall call it patriarchy double X,
Yeah.
and then all hell would
Oh,
break
right.
loose.
And if she were a bloke, we would think of her as a Noam Chomsky or, equivalent, because people would very broadly be able to see that this is liberation politics at its best. This is deep theorizing and then living according to that deeply theorized, deeply felt, deeply synthesized set of standards or morals or ethics, however you think of that stuff. And for me, that was really beautiful, getting to read that journey from kind of instinctive activism, which I think a lot of us relate to as young people. Young people are often instinctively drawn to the idea of justice and right and wrong, and Sheila is no exception. And then that movement through what was available to activists and people who really cared about social conditions at the time, which was left-wing activism, and veering into animal rights activism. And now we're starting to get into the trigger warning areas, right, where we all have to behave. And then eventually being able to move into that women's liberation model of politics, and taking all of that experience and all those layers of meaning and understanding with us into that. And I relate very strongly to that, coming from a very strongly lefty family. I've got very early memories of being taken on peace marches and left-wing things. My parents were in the moratorium marches in Vietnam. I'm exactly 20 years younger than Sheila, so just the next generation. And
So her parents fucked her up. That's who we can blame for that one. Okay.
Well, look,
Parental failure.
she says that she is 20 years younger than Sheila Jeffrey, so that actually means that her parents were supposed to be hippies from the boomer generation.
Okay.
That is what.
Mm.
It
So I
predates
grew
back
up
to the 1600s, as you rightly pointed out in that book that you
Yeah.
were showing earlier called Women of the Mind.
Yeah.
immersed in this kind of stuff. My grandmother's struggled against conscription in World War I in Australia. And so I grew up with this background of activism. And so for me, I came into women's liberation via that lefty paradigm as well, because that's what there was and it made sense. And then I applied it to women's liberation, which made me the black sheep widow in the family, because who would do that, right? But I think that...
Did she just say
The black sheep widow.
widow?
Yeah.
Is that like an alpha widow?
No, it is like a black widow, but alongside being a black widow, you are a black sheep. So there is an outlier in your family.
Okay.
That pathway possibly no longer exists for women, because the left, as we knew it, no longer really exists. The left is also now a loose group of kind of corporate interests that class never gets a look in. So it was both lovely to read and sort of, recognition struck me at that time as well. and I think that managing all of that tumult that I'm describing is kind of the job of this generation of women's liberation activists that are just coming of age now. We have this amazing, beautiful, rich, deep, theoretical history, but also history. And there is so much opportunity for younger women to find a path into radical feminism via that now, as opposed to coming in from the left, because it really no longer exists. You know, I was dabbling on the edges of the Socialist Party when I was very young. That's how I came into radical feminism eventually. So I really feel that managing those differences is something we're going to have to struggle with in order to grow the movement. I think that that's going to be one of our tasks. The movement obviously needs growing at the moment.
Their numbers are down.
Their
numbers are
Trans
down.
Trans is the new gay.
Yeah, trans is more important than women.
Yes.
Yeah.
And for the first time, they are doing all the right things for all the wrong reasons.
Right.
So I think a lot of what Sheila was working on has now become normalized. So a lot of that violent sex, that the sexualized violence towards women has become normalized and naturalized now. You know, they do it to us and think we like it because pornography, the pornographers have won, basically. And those sex role stereotypes are so profoundly embedded now that people literally think that their child should be physically altered in order to fit the opposite set of sex role stereotypes. So that's a profound difference in taking into ourselves of that corporate spun idea that we can chop and change our body parts.
Wait, she just said she's talking about violence and sex, and they think we like it. All the stories that I keep hearing are from women who get men to do that kind of shit.
I mean, 50 Shades of Grey, or
Right.
call it what you will. It
Yeah.
is all about them. Yeah. In a way, she is right. In a way, I'm not saying fully, but let us just say around 5% out of 100%. She is right that this has been internalized by the society itself. So they went around and circumvented and overcame the obstacle that they had. Congratulations, you played yourself.
Yeah.
What was the need to be a champion of feminism in the first place?
No, Hemi, I don't think you smell. I don't know. There are, it looks like 2 people at the boot camp and then 4 people at Contrivers. So I just think people are dumbfounded by listening to these 2 thoughts.
So I find Sheila's critique of that from early on profoundly useful, and will never cease to be useful to us if we want to work for women's liberation. And I have to confess, in about 2007, because I looked this up the other day, I said to somebody, I do see what Sheila Jeffries is saying about this cross-dressing transvestite kind of movement. I just wonder if, though, we could be kinder. So having a good laugh at myself now, and on that note, I am thoroughly chastened and I have learnt better, and my kindness is all reserved for women now. So I would like...
See? And that's exactly how I feel about my kindness not being reserved for women at all. And that's what I see a lot of men doing with these crazy bitches currently. Like, oh, we should be kind to them. And meanwhile, they they keep fucking dogpiling on people, and they don't deserve kindness.
Biological imperative, as well as, you just have to stroke their ego once in a while, so that, make them feel like a man, make them feel like they are in charge. These are, I'm just paraphrasing what Esther Willard wrote in her book, The Manipulated Man. Desiderte mel.
Mm.
To hand back to you, Caroline.
That's a lovely story, Janet. It's nice that you're so honest. You don't have to self-flagellate at all, not at all. But I think it leads into a nice little point, though, because it is striking how early and how concentratedly Sheila Jeffreys did pursue the issue of, first calling it whatever it was called at the time, transvestitism, and then moving into the sort of the political shape that the transgender movement has become now. But she didn't leave it. I mean, even as early as the 2005 Beauty and Misogyny book, that has already obviously a substantial discussion in there about the problem. And of course, we can say, yes, Janice Raymond, of course, discussed the issue earlier, but we don't. I think I got from the feeling from the book that Sheila towards the end says, I was left in the wilderness for 10 years. I was left alone pretty much for 10 years, withstanding the harassment through her employment at Melbourne University, from trans activists, threats to be taken to human rights tribunals and things like that, because she did pursue the issue so early and continued to do so. And even in the book, I think she mentioned that even back in the late 1970s, she remembers being involved in lesbian and feminist groups where men doing woman face and parading as women would come and take up roles.
Men doing woman face. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I have to pee. I'm gonna pee myself. Man doing woman face. Oh, good morning, Hermit. Hold on, I'll be right back, Contriver. Will you talk about man doing woman face?
Oh yeah, surely. Actually, what happens, fellas, is that her coochie actually gets jealous, even from a man. Hey, good morning, Hermit. And if they're for abortion, if they are for abortion, they are fair game. Yes, but these are actually TERFs, trans exclusive radical feminists. So there is that. There is that. So that's gonna be a long day. Oh, surely. Good mother has been up all night, and I contacted her at 2 o'clock in the morning. Sorry, night, and we arranged a stream. The less people who came up on the panel, I don't know, but I wanted to talk to about this very aspect as to why men go their own way, and that is why I came up with the acronym, and that I want to revisit why we went our own way. So there is that, and
Okay.
Jeff is one of, yeah.
Man doing woman face. Oh my. Oh my.
Why she is so jealous of men doing women faces?
Oh no, they're mad that men and that trans get more privileges today
Oh,
than because they're used to having all the privileges, contriver. Because trans is literally doing to them what they already did to men, and they don't like it. So men are kind of doing the same thing back. They're playing their game, and they're losing. Like these crazy bitches are losing all the attention and all the spotlight. So that little narcissistic injuries that they're feeling,
yes.
yeah. Man doing woman face. I haven't heard anything so fucking absurd.
I think one of them was playing music or something, and that lesbians at the time, and feminists at the time, felt uncomfortable about that and saw it as a problem. But that kind of
Yeah, because they didn't want to fuck them, right? Because they're lesbians.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Just like men feel very uncomfortable around women that are trying to be men and coming at them fucking very overtly masculine and aggressive, like physically.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure they would feel something like that kind of uncomfort.
Well, but the thing is, they don't care actually. If they cared, then it would have been a different matter
Right.
altogether.
Right.
They don't care, and that is why they are in despair.
Good. They
Especially
fucking
these-
deserve it. They deserve it, contriver.
I hope that
again, I'm making the same point again.
that I hope that institute video, which you have seen so far, was instrumental in bringing up some more ideas about anything.
Mm. Hey, why don't can we start our own think tank?
Yeah, we can.
Is that a thing? We could just make our own.
Yeah. Oh, look who is here.
Good morning, one fast
Mr.
stack.
One.
Hey guys, heard you guys were looking for me.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you come for some radical lesbian torture?
No.
She,
No.
she just complained, Dak, about man wearing woman face.
Oh my god. My god. No, I just went back in your stream and watched when you play my video. So I was back there checking it out. So thank you guys so much for doing that. That's really nice of you.
Yeah. Did
Thanks to you,
you
sir.
see my avatar switch?
No, I didn't. I wasn't watching.
Oh.
The wolf thing?
Well, this was my avatar
Yeah, I know.
beforehand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the switch there. Okay, yeah, this is a new one. I know this is a new one here, but I didn't witness the switch itself, but I knew it was a new avatar.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's cool. So yeah, today I'm going to do a video and I'm going to address Brandon and Ghost MGTOW. I don't know if you guys saw that in the chat what Ghost MGTOW was doing, but it was absolutely disgusting. So
I left the server itself. That this is why, which Mr. Dak you also talked about, that this is why Hammerhand has no Discord.
yes, that's right.
So that is why, I mean, we are content with our lives.
Mhm.
That's it. We
Yeah.
don't need permission from anyone to do anything, and they don't need permission from us as well to have their own opinions.
No.
Everyone is free.
Yes. Agreed.
Well, but if somebody's being abusive,
It was being abusive in the chat. It was baiting. It was ugly. It was the ugliest thing I ever seen. And the disrespect to me and Contriver was just unquestionable, unacceptable. I'm sorry. And I mean, here I am. I'm the guy who helped that guy on his first live stream. You know, I was the first one to call in, helped him out with it and everything. And that's what he does.
Are you talking about on True Bloods?
Yeah, the
Paying
chat
attention to that? Oh yes,
yeah,
yes,
in the
yes.
chat going Ghost was banning a raid. Like he sent JR into such a tailspin
Yeah,
and the whole
yeah, yeah,
chat into such a witch
yeah,
hunt
yeah.
that
And
I'm gonna address
I did notice that JR was the one that got yelled at by Brandon, and somebody brought up the fact that Cyber Toxin was in love with Alice, and that got banned.
Yeah.
Who has free speech exactly?
Well, it's just this is the MGTOW community, and there are a few guys in this community who are sensitive men. One of them is JR, and one of them is Riggs, because they've been through certain things in their lives. So when these guys, like Ghost, start doing stuff like that in the chat, it basically sets them off. Okay.
Yeah.
And it gets ugly for them, and it gets ugly for the whole chat. And I am not putting up with that. If he
Yeah.
wants to continue in this community, he will abide by what I tell him, because my God, that was a sick display.
Well, it was super disrespectful. I mean, it's just like the left when they're like, apologize for doing this thing that I'm accusing you of doing. That's not true. Just bend a knee. Like,
yeah. Like, I'm not going to be too hard on him or say what I'm saying, yell at him or nothing, but I am going to make it known that in this community, that is unacceptable. Period.
I mean, aren't you guys supposed to be there for each other? Not
That's
like,
right. That's right. And I'm
like
also going to bring up the point that if you have a problem with another brother, you don't live stream about it.
Yeah.
If the guys want to live stream about people like Oki or whatever, great. You know what I mean? We are all missing Undead Chronic at the moment. We're missing the roasts, right? There's kind of a hole in our heart there, right? For now, because he's missing, which is understandable. I'm not blaming him, not being rude about it to him or anything. So there's kind of a hole there. So we're kind of missing, the roasts and stuff like that. So, but the last thing we got to do here, Brandon, is turn on each other.
Right.
So I'll be addressing that today in a video. And
Well,
it'll be a nice professional video. I'm not going to get mad. I'm not going to swear. I'm not going to throw things, but it's going to be pretty straight up, man.
Well, but you do realize that a lot of this was caused because some crazy bitches have been calling out, got their white knights to come stir some shit with you guys.
Oh yeah, I watched it. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Well, yeah, I know who's who.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I know who's who. Thanks to you, I know who's who.
Well, I mean, I've tried to warn people, and I've been told by my psychology-minded folks that it's kind of pointless, that people need to get burned and learn their own fucking lessons. But this emotional terrorism, Dak, is fucking contagious.
Yeah, it is. It is contagious. You're right.
Yes. So.
It is, and it rubs off on us, and it's something we don't need.
Yeah.
But thank you for being there, Mandy, for me and everybody else. I really appreciate all your help and knowledge, and you watching out for us. I really, really appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, somebody's got to have your guys' back when it comes to emotions, right?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely, 100%.
I want to ask, with the permission of the fellow interlocutors, I wanted to ask this very question to each and everyone in the panel and each and everyone who is watching the stream as well. Since when did this constant, red pill rager struggle sessions actually started in the first place?
What do you mean struggle sessions? Like in MGTOW, like between us? Like when it started?
Yes, I
when
mean,
Chronic got deleted. I don't know. Probably before that. Maybe I'm wrong. But when Chronic got deleted, it was a real blow. You know what I mean? It was a real blow. So I think a lot of guys are feeling it right now. And I am, for one. So it was just a real blow to us. You know what I mean? I know he's not MGTOW or anything, but you goddamn right he supports us. So I just think it was a big blow. I really do. And I think that, maybe one of the reasons why, Brandon was upset and whatnot. And, it was just, it was the most horrible live stream I've ever had the pleasure of joining. So, but I'll address that today.
I mean, whatever. We will let bygones be bygones from my side as well. I just came in
I'm
good
going to
faith.
let bygones. Hey, I'm not mad. I'm letting bygones be bygones. I'm going to ask him if you'd like to just continue on, and let's just drop this thing. I will apologize to him for my behavior, and that'll be that.
Well, after he apologizes for what provoked the behavior?
Yeah, well, I don't know if we're going to get that, Mandy. Me and Shinobi were talking about it, and I don't know if we're going to get that or not from him. We don't think so, but hopefully. If not, no big deal. I'm going to say my piece, and I'm going to do my thing, and that's that.
Sometimes even our own kindness and niceness is regarded as our own weakness, but there is that. Anyways, what I'm getting to is a point where I personally, since I was for majority of the part on that very stream on Brandon's channel,
You were, yeah.
I cleared up each and everything regarding myself personally,
Mm-hmm.
and I was there for all the smoke. I was ready to do that. After that, I would never be doing it ever again.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. End of the story. Chapter closed. I'm not doing an another red pill rager struggle session. This
Mm-hmm.
is our own life.
Yeah.
And actually, Mikta, and when you left, I also left and said that I think I have said enough,
Mm-hmm.
and including all these panel on the people, including one fast Jack, we all are living examples of the three stipulations of MGTOW philosophy, and that's
Mm-hmm.
it. We
Yeah.
don't need any other person to tell us to whom we should talk and to whom we should not talk,
No.
and that is just me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, Mister. Hey, Hemi, I'm not looking for an apology, brother, from him at all whatsoever. I'm just gonna lay it down, man.
Well, and Bob has a point. Yeah, it started over there with the whatever the quote unquote distrust or the dislike of me before chronic. So it happened the same time that I got the visit from the police too. So
FBI,
and I know
FBI.
where the shit came from.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. You're right. You're right. Yeah, yeah. I agree. Yeah, I agree. 100%. Yeah. Well, we've all been through it.
Yeah.
So, before you go, sir, there is a very good announcement that I have to make.
Go ahead.
Hermit is saying that I am about to go to bank in a minute, to the bank in a minute, and make my final payment on my land in Hawaii,
Nice.
and then it's officially mine.
Nice.
Congratulations to you, Hermit.
Congrats, brother. Right on, man. That's so good.
So,
nice
how is your health?
Who, me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I run on adrenaline now, buddy.
Oh no, that's not good. That's not good for the heart.
Sure it is. It's not bad. No, I'm okay, man. I'm feeling okay. I'm good.
Yeah.
I got some new meds and stuff, and I changed my lifestyle a bit, and I've been moving around and stuff like that, so I'm getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel good. I'm not belly up right now, so that's pretty good. Usually I am. Usually I get up in the morning and I'm up for an hour and then I'm down again. So now I'm getting up and I'm staying up. So that's a really positive thing.
Yeah.
So I feel good. I do.
And the feet are good? Not.
They're swollen, but I have an appointment with the heart clinic on the 21st of September, so we'll get that under control. Okay. They're probably swollen because, well, one, I'm sitting at this desk right now talking to you.
Right.
And I sit on the edge of my bed with my leg down and watch YouTube all night.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
That, it's self-inflicted, right? So.
Yeah. Hey, you might have to get some of those compression socks.
I might if because I'm already on water pills, right? So
yeah. Oh, so you have to pee a lot.
I pee all the time. I pee freely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Oh man.
But I'm going to try to avoid the compression socks. But we'll see what the doctor says.
Come on, the stockings. You might like them.
The pantyhose.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see.
They help the swelling.
Yeah. Well, if I need them, I need them. It's fine.
Yeah.
Not a problem. But
instead of that, what you should do is keep your feet on a chair, another chair.
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm going to do. Yeah. I either got to be standing or walking, or when I'm sitting, I got to have them up, one or the other. So I'm trying very hard to keep standing and walking right now.
Yeah.
And I'm doing quite good at it. So we're going to roll with it.
Rusty wrote this.
Catch more fish. Yeah, yes, definitely, Rusty. Yeah, I'll be getting out a couple times more this year for sure. We'll be out. Definitely. Probably after I get back from Chris Mitchell's there, we'll go somewhere. Well, we're going to go fishing with Chris Mitchell, too. That's what he said. If he lied to me, I'll kill him. Just kidding. No, he said, so
he is the emperor.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. 100%. I will never deny that. No, he's a good man.
He's not the crazy bitch emperor.
Yeah, he's a good man. You got a bunch of cool Canadians here, man. You got me, him. You got Hemi 4-Speed. You got our Burrow. You know, it's a bunch of us.
Pseudoscientist was here earlier. He's Canadian.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, definitely. All right, guys, I'm going to leave you. I'm going to get on with my day here. I'll probably do a video later on this evening and drop it. Hopefully it doesn't take 4 hours to drop. That was kind of weird, by the way, but whatever. Yeah, so either YouTube was really watching it, or because I tried doing it 10 times, like I'd delete the upload and then try it again. Usually when I do that, it goes real quick. But I tried it like 10 times. It wouldn't go quick. It took like 5 hours to upload that video that you guys watched. So I don't know what's up with that. And my internet's perfect. My internet is absolutely pristine. So get a load of that one. Who knows?
It could be a problem within the system.
Yeah. I don't know. Shinobi thinks YouTube was really looking it over. Because that was a pretty volatile video that I dropped before that with her saying that. So I think they were probably keeping an eye on that, man. Because that was pretty volatile for YouTube, right? So, but they let it slide. So.
Yeah.
We'll go.
Well, we played it too, just to save it, just in case.
Yeah, no, I saw that. That's great.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, good people, so much. And we will talk to you soon.
All right, Dak. See you later.
Take care, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye.
All right. More
Whenever
torture?
I talk to... Yeah, surely.
No, go ahead before I hit play.
Whenever I see individuals like this, my spirits actually, rise up, because I'm always not in high spirits or always not on low energy, but sometimes. But even after talking to a cheerful, happy, and nice person who is bubbling with energy like Dak, Mr. Dak, or Hermit, or Mr. Pliskin, or Mr. Polskabab, I came to realize that there is much more to life than, burying ourselves deep into the abyss of sorrow.
Yeah. Oh, truth about Hermit, my red pill story. Hermit made a video.
Let's watch it.
Okay. Yeah, I'd rather watch this than those stupid bitches. Okay.
What's up, YouTube? It's your boy Island Hermit back with another video. So today we're going to talk about the truth about Island Hermit. Give you guys a little backstory. So guys, I'm not perfect. I'm just a man. I'm actually a man that made a lot of horrible mistakes growing up. My mom abandoned me at 13. She destroyed the family because I'm not happy, and she wanted to go with a guy that beat her. So she abandoned me and my brother for 3 years, and my dad raised us. And then I started getting in trouble, and then I went to prison for a year. It was literally hell on earth. We were stuck in a small ass cell for 21 hours a day. We could only go to the yard for an hour a day, the day room an hour a day, and the chow hole back and forth. And that was pretty much it. The unit I was in was for kids between the age of 17 and 23, and they wanted to fight all the time. The nickname for the prison I was in was actually called Gladiator School. But anyways, I got out. I realized I do not want to go down that path. I want to change my life. And I just, I got my record clean, did everything I was exposed to, got a job, I own my own condo. Now I guess we can talk about how I found MGTOW. I guess you could say MGTOW saved my life. Sandman opened the door for me. TFM showed me the way. He helped me get through the red pill rage. And then Hammerhand inspired me to make videos. I know my videos suck a lot of the times, but I'm learning as I go, guys. So basically, I get out of prison, I get a job, I get my life straight. And then, I figure I try dating. I never had a hard time getting women. I've always been in shape. I look like the bad boy they all want. And I actually wanted something real. Thank God I never got no kids or got married or drug through the family courts. So I guess I have it easy compared to a lot of other people. But, I would date girls and things would seem to be going very well. And then they'd always end up lying to me or cheating on me or being a whore. I remember one of the last girls I dated before I started looking for answers and I found MGTOW. She was a single mother. I knew her since we were in high school together, and she came back into my life. And she was one of my cousin's friends, and I always really liked her. So she hits me up out of the blue. We start hanging out, hooking up. She's got kids and shit. And then I find out she was just cheating on me with her baby daddy the whole time, or at least towards the end of the relationship. And I was devastated. She had a daughter. I treated her daughter like it was my own. I would play Legos and all that type of shit like a father would do. And at the end of the day, guys, it meant nothing. When you date a single mother, those are not your kids. So you can't discipline them. If you get attached to them and then she leaves, it's double the heartbreak.
Yeah.
So I was like, what the hell? I did everything I was supposed to do. I did everything society told me to do, and she still fucked me over. And then there was actually one more girl after this that broke the camel's back. It was I work music festivals in the summertime, so it was one of the security girls, and she looked like the girl from the movie from the Twilight movie. She was tiny, cute, long brown hair. Well, anyways, I guess she was obsessing over me all summer. And my friend was also a security guard. He goes, so-and-so won't shut up about you. She keeps talking about you. She likes you. And then she happened to walk by as all that happened. And she knew that he was telling me, he was telling me this. And her face turned all red. And, I got her number. She spent the following weekend at my house. We had a ton of fun. I hooked up with her all weekend. We went to the movies. We went out to eat. She actually paid for my meal. We just did a bunch of cool stuff, and I felt like we really connected. And then 2 days later, she messages me, I think we should just be friends. I'm like, what? What do you mean we should just be friends? We had an amazing weekend together. We did all this cool stuff. We fucked 10 times. It's like, how are you going to say you just want to be friends after this weekend? And then I just started searching on YouTube. What am I doing wrong? And then I found Sandman, TFM, Happy Humble Hermit, and I just went down the rabbit hole from there, man. I felt like I was on the verge of doing something stupid, because I have a rough past. My mom abandoned me. I got in trouble living in Detroit. You guys know how that is. I did not have an easy life growing up. It wasn't the worst, but my mom abandoning me and breaking up the family really fucked me up, as it would fuck up a lot of kids. She never tried to get custody or anything. She basically just left and didn't want anything to do with me and my brother. So my dad got lucky. He never had to pay child support or alimony or anything. He did try to help her out, and he got her a place so she could see me and my brother, but she never saw us. She didn't care about us. And now she's in a mental institution and has schizophrenia, and everybody keeps trying to get me to see her, but I really don't want to. But anyways, I was in the red pill rage for a while, and TFM's videos helped me get through it. And I needed to figure out, what do I want to do with my life? Having kids, having a family, everything that you were told by society is a lie. What do I do now? So I thought about it. What do I want to do with my life? Well, I just got my condo paid off, and it was super easy to save money. My cost of living is like $650 a month, which is amazing. And then I discovered off-grid living, the tiny house movement. And I was like, if I get one of these tiny houses, I could potentially live anywhere I want in the world. And then I was talking with a friend, and he said he was going on vacation to Hawaii. So I looked in all the islands, and I absolutely fell in love with the big island of Hawaii. So I saved up money. I hustled for 3 years, and I just bought land in Hawaii a couple months ago. And I'm on the way to living my dream. It's funny, though, because you have these guys that hate on MGTOW. They call us MSTOWs. They call us losers. But I would say I'm the definition of a man going his own way. I said, fuck the system, fuck society, fuck your rules. I'm going to work my ass off, and I'm going to do everything I can do to opt out. I do not care about your system. I do not care. Consumerism culture. So by next year, I will be off-grid, growing my own food, living in a tiny house, going hiking, going kayaking on the ocean, working out. I just want to work out, and I want to live my best life in the tropics on the big island of Hawaii. That is the definition of going your own way. You guys got to figure out what you want to do with your life and go all out. Nobody is going to give you shit. Basically, I just laid low, and I worked hard, and I saved my money. And, my condo's paid off. I'm going to sell that. And then I'm going to build my off-grid homestead. And I cannot wait. And guys, I am not special. If an ex-con can turn his life around and live his dream, anybody can. I'm not special, guys. I'm just a normal dude that works out, goes to the gym a lot. I'd say I'm very introverted. I kind of keep to myself. I still occasionally hook up with women every once in a while. But yeah, guys, if I can do it, you can do it, no matter what that is. The way you go your own way is going to be different than how I go my own way. But you guys really don't want to just be stuck in your hometown, living a boring life. Like, sure, if that's what you want to do, do it. But as men going our own way, we have the freedom to do anything we want. So why live a boring life, gentlemen? And I'm going to leave it right there. If I can do it, you can do it. I'm not special. Make sure you guys like and subscribe on your way out. And if you liked my story, and if you like my channel, consider donating. Every donation will help me reach my dream faster, to get off grid, to live on the big island of Hawaii. When I get over there, I'm going to start a separate YouTube channel showing everybody what I'm doing. So I cannot wait to do that also. All right. Peace, guys.
Good story, Hermit.
Yeah, very nice story.
See, lots of good comments too. Yeah, and then I got this crazy bitch right here.
Sheila Jeffrey.
Hold on, let me. Yeah, this Miss Elite. Miss Elite. Talking sheets. See, this is my burden to bear right here. Wow, and this crazy bitch. She started streaming after we started streaming Contriver.
Oh, sure.
Let's talk about the bitter housewife and the bitter divorcee woman that helping destroy society. No, it's not this crazy fucking grilled mouth cunt that literally has been pregnant 3 times out of wedlock. It's not crazy bitches like her. It's a housewife and a divorcee. She was talking about me and
Yes, I know.
very passive aggressive. But this.
So Hammerhand has another channel.
This feminist.
Miss Ellie.
Right here. Yeah, apparently.
There used to be a channel called Mr. Elite. So she is now Miss Elite.
Oh, so wait, who's Mr. Elite?
He was a MGTOW and he was a friend of Hammerhand.
Oh, so she
Copied.
So she copied him.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So this Sarah the Narcissist that I already added to my list last year, I actually saw her in one of Chronic's last streams. She plays with these reborn baby dolls that are really fucking weird.
So I'm just looking up.
But her name's Sarah the Narcissist. Like, she literally tells you who she is in her name. They always do, right?
Yes.
But I did tag this Miss Elite in this here post. But listen to this
and
stupid
she
shit.
has so much masculine energy. I mean, I thought that was a fucking man. I swear to God. It's good to see you again, Sarah. And yeah, I know she has upstairs issues. What I said previously is very true. It's just a lot of masculine energy. And she knew about my channel. That is hilarious. I didn't even know the bitch was stalking my channel. So she can join all the other females, okay? Including that other white female who threatened to rape me with a black dildo back in the day here on YouTube. You just can't make this shit up. That's why I don't want to hear about sisterhood, and I don't want to hear of anything non-black related with feminists. I just don't. Anyway, thank you, because I mean, it was so much masculine energy. I really thought that was a freaking man, but she does have the upstairs issues, and just like all the other popular YouTubers, all the other popular women on YouTube, I'm gonna be just like them. How they treat her, ignore her ass. Thanks for the heads up. And so she can stalk my pages. She can increase the views, like all the others, all the other haters and twisted fans. My ass ain't going nowhere. So I'm just looking.
Did you see this messaging though? What does this say? This says likely a grape victim. She's on block. I only help black men victims. No, I'm definitely never been a rape victim. That's stupid. But yeah, she blocked me after I tagged her because she's a fucking coward. Promote my channel like all the other bitter females. She tried to compare me to somebody who threatened to rape her with a dildo. Like, that's weird.
A black dildo. Black dildo.
A black dildo. Okay.
Yeah. We have to quote it accurately, right?
Yeah. I mean, did you hear what she said about Hammerhand in her video? And DJ Miles.
No.
Oh yeah.
So Hammerhand has another channel. YouTube recommended me JD Miles' channel, one of his shorts, and he's in the dark talking about life outside of YouTube. And he's literally outside his front door. You cannot make this shit up. Miles went nowhere. Who knows? He might be on parole. I don't know what. I guess I can go to my mailbox right now. Life outside of YouTube. Like, really? Well, Hammerhand is still in bad health, but he always had some unnatural obsession with black women. And he doesn't like black men. His original channel that got flagged away by others in the past, he used to do like pro-white type stuff. And that's fine. Do your thing. But you don't have to attack the entire black race. He's actually attacked black men all the time. Not, so then he knows he get like black male subscribers, or some might address them as tap dancing coons, like, JD Miles.
See, she plays that black is a cult identity politics. Yeah, Hermit, congratulations, man. Okay. Live stream.
Congratulations.
See if you can get that scorpion bitch to call back in.
Oh.
Because she has a crush on you, Hermit. If she's going to go on anybody's panel, it'll be yours. Just use those Chad powers, okay?
And make them, his overseer or whatever you want to call those type of black males. And then he toned it down a lot on anti-black men talk and just stayed on black women. Also to Porta Potty, don't worry, I'll respond to your little email. I know you're concerned. I didn't forget you. And I will be married someday, okay? One of my
She wants to be married someday. Okay. That's why
It is just that nobody is looking for her.
No.
Yeah, but I have one thing to collect from all of this, that this is the way forward as to how we are doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy Bitch Bootcamp, my channel, Working Men's Hostel. That's it. All these three channels combined, we are unstoppable.
Yeah.
Because we could discuss each and everything. And since you are the shield bearer regarding FBI and everything, and you have suffered that on my behalf, so I'm just here to not repay the favor or anything, but just to support the people who supported me.
Yeah.
And I'm not an ungrateful bastard who's going to wither away into nothingness just because there are hard times coming in. When hard times are coming in, it shows people's character.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Polska Bob's backstage. What is that? What is he showing?
Shall we bring
Is he driving? Hey, Polska,
Yeah,
are you
but-
driving?
Yes, I'm making deliveries, Mandy.
Oh, hello. How are you?
Good. Good morning, both of you guys. I wasn't expecting this
Good morning,
to start this early. Let's talk about Mrs. Elite's video. She's calling Hammerhand a white. What's his face? All right, that's a bunch of bullshit.
Right.
First of all, Hammerhand drove across the country and drove to Utah to go see Mr. Elite, okay, who's now Red Pill Elite, and a good friend of mine personally I've met in real life, I've had drinks with the man and I've done a live stream together with him. And he drove across the country to go see him and do a live stream with him. So that's a bunch of bullshit.
Not only that, apart from that, he also once made a stream on his one of the earlier channels when Paul Proteus died.
Paul Proteus,
Proteus
man.
was a rest in peace, brother.
Yeah,
So,
I miss
I
Paul
know.
myself. I still occasionally
Yes.
watch his videos. They're fantastic. So he will always live on. The internet owns his soul now, unfortunately.
Yes, surely, but uh, this is the double-edged sword of philosophy, that philosophies never die.
Right. They always live on. You know what? I even commented it on Mrs. Elite's video too. That was 100% bullshit too. That what she said was straight up a lie and bullshit.
Hammerhand grew around black people in the just like Herbert and just like other folks. Herbert did more of the hood shit than all of these people combined, and Hammerhand grew up in a black neighborhood, as we all know for a fact. So he has that cadence as well, like gentlemen, the Hammerhand, one more game. Yo, man.
You know what? Not just that too. Hammerhand told a story of him breakdancing. I can never unsee that in my head.
That beep boy, not only breakdancing, he was beep boying as well.
Mandy, can you picture that Hammerhand breakdancing?
Yeah, actually.
He
In
looks
his
at I
prime,
can't
yes.
unsee it. So, how long do you two plan on going today?
I don't know. We were supposed to start this last night. I have a my first appointment's at 2:30. I had it scheduled yesterday, but she had to reschedule because some shit came up at work. So I'm
Okay,
gonna
well,
see her
Mandy,
this
you and I
afternoon.
are in the same time zone, so you got another 4 hours.
I know. Yeah.
It's going to be that kind of day, huh?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, it should be fun. I will be streaming with Chaos later at around 7 Central Standard Time. We're going to be playing some Red Dead Redemption
Ah.
on his channel, and God forbid these Chicago roads.
Yeah, they look like hell.
They feel like hell too, every single bump.
Yeah. Yeah, you need better well
roads.
Yeah, don't you have a mayor though that's like a fucking radical lesbian though?
Oh my God, she is the quadruple threat. She's black, she's lesbian,
Yeah.
a Democrat, and but fortunately everybody hates her, so there's no way she's gonna get reelected.
Well, hopefully. She shouldn't have been elected in the first place.
Oh well, you know what? Her choice, the other one. The reason why she got elected is because the other one was even worse. She was a teachers union, the head of the teachers union. Her name was Periwinkle, and she's one of these black women who's got that Michael Jackson disease, you know, where it turns their skin white.
Yeah.
And she was absolutely the worst. And don't even get me started on the Chicago Teachers Union. Mandy, our literacy rate here for Chicago public schools is 21%.
No.
21%. And every 3 years, the teachers go on strike because they want more money. There are teachers here that make 6 figures. Their salaries are over $100,000, and our fucking literacy rate is 21%.
Yeah, they should be fired.
They should all be fired.
They're not producing
well, I guess that's part of the indoctrination, right?
Yeah.
Hold on a second, Mandy. I got a phone call, all right?
Okay. Yeah, so this crazy bitch went over and started fucking with Angler.
Yes.
And then she brought up SCE.
So this fake MGTOW comes to my channel saying, "Wham, mama," and it freaked me out. First of all, I'm not your mother. I'm not your mama. I understand I do have a motherly presence or vibe or energy.
No,
but
not at all.
I do not want to adopt you. I don't want you as a son, and you're a fake MGTOW. And then I told him,
fake MGTOW. What is that supposed to mean?
You know, they are issuing the certificate as to who is fake and who is not.
Oh, she doesn't really have any fucking right to do that.
Well, but she does, since, you know, she's just like that celibate scorpion who's just going to say, "Oh, you are after my pussy." Yes.
Oh, well, these are the...
Allegation.
Yeah. These,
What we...
Contriver,
Yeah.
these are
Yeah.
the same crazy bitches that are in the communita that dictate who's black and who's not. It's the same
Yes.
bitches.
Yes, but the thing is, it is not working over here. So they might be exasperated with that. Anyways, we heard from the book How to Destroy a Man Now, first chapter, first page, that allegation requires zero proof. So you just have to apply the allegation, you have to allege. That's it.
Yeah.
So
By
it
the way, good
takes...
morning, Johnny.
Yeah.
Johnny's back up.
Oh,
He said
he
that
had...
"Wah, Mama" is a Terrence Pop quote.
Okay. Ulska Bob is back.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. My boss was giving me a call.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, I forgot what I was talking about.
We were talking about Beetlejuice.
Oh yeah, the mayor and how
Yeah.
everybody hates her, and
Yeah.
even the reporters hate her. Like during the press conference, and she's so fucking condescending.
Yeah.
Like you would not believe how she talks to people in real life.
I believe it.
No, like if you see her in any of the interviews and stuff like that, she is who she is. There's no lying, no public persona and stuff like that. That is who the mayor is, and she's a fucking insufferable human being.
Yeah.
And so she's married to an old white Karen.
So a white Karen that she can dominate, I'm sure.
Yeah, she is absolutely the horrible person too. And you know what too? She lives in a neighborhood that's called Logan Park, which when we had our meetup, Mandy, we were in that neighborhood, and which is kind of like it's Chicago. It's an LGBT SQ 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, kind of community.
Right.
And of course, because she is a black lesbian LGBT whatever, they actually kicked her out of her own neighborhood. They made her move.
Really?
Yeah, she doesn't live in the city limits anymore. Which for like union and city workers, you can have a union job in the city and not live in the city limits. Okay, so technically, since she's the mayor, she's no longer eligible to be the mayor because she doesn't actually live in the city limits anymore.
Oh, then she should be fired straight away.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. In fact, our county sheriff should hang her for treason. Because she violated the Constitution on several times.
Yeah. Well, these women, Bob, apparently get to violate whatever they want and get away with it.
Yeah, no, apparently if you're black and lesbian, you get to go 3 times above whatever the hell you're doing.
Yeah. It's all that privilege that they blame white straight men for having.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like privilege to me.
Yeah. It's not even like black privilege. It's the fucking Skittles privilege. I kind of like Rebel's term when it comes to that. The Skittle community.
The Skittle community.
Yeah.
Well, the Skittle community is losing power currently because of the trans. Trans has more power and more privilege now than the lesbians do. That's why the lesbians are upset.
Yeah, of course. What do we call that? The victim, the hierarchy of the Olympics, right?
Yeah.
The privilege Olympics. You know, if you're black and then somebody's black and a lesbian, well, they're above you. So.
Yeah.
And God forbid if you're a white male, then you're at the bottom of the totem pole.
Unless you become a transsexual.
Oh, you could. Well, as
then you're at the top instantly. All you got to do is, you don't even have to have bottom surgery. You just have to self-identify.
No, TFM warned us long ago. All right, we're transgender, masculine presenting lesbians.
Yeah.
That's all we need.
Yep.
Oh my God, I'm driving through the coolest town that's hard as fuck to navigate because there is not a single straight street in here. And every single house in this entire neighborhood was inspired by Frank Lloyd Wright.
Who?
This is one of those cool pieces of Chicago history.
Oh. Trees are pretty.
Oh no, this is like being in the country in the middle of the city. In fact, one of my best friends actually lives right down the street.
Oh.
Well,
it's sideways, so.
Yeah, I know. That's the way the mount works on this phone. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the street I want is on my left, maybe. Nope.
Johnny asked, "Are you in Dunning?"
Who asked?
Johnny Midnight.
Am I in Dunning? No, tell him I am in Riverside.
Johnny, Bob said he's in Riverside.
Okay.
The road's still shit, though.
I know it's around here somewhere.
Yeah,
I'm playing this by memory, not using GPS. Ah, here it is. I guess right. Here's my street. Now I just got to find the address. 192. It's going to be on my right side. Oh, that's 5. Oh, I got like 5 blocks to go. Yeah, and see how this is? There's not a straight street in this entire town. And it's only about a mile square. But it's absolutely one of the loveliest parts of Chicago.
Yeah, that doesn't even look like. Hemi said you are a simp delivery driver.
Yes, I am a simp delivery driver because I deliver flowers. Who do you think my customers are?
Oh,
Brandon's gonna fucking crucify me. Well, Mandy, I live in a metropolitan area that is almost 7 million people, right?
Yeah.
And at least half of them are female. So,
okay.
I don't have the option of avoiding you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You should probably move to an island that has just men if you want to avoid women altogether.
Right.
The internet is not the place. I mean, you can ban the crazy bitches from your channels, which I am all for. But
okay, well that's your job, not ours.
Well, I can't help it if I tell a channel person that there's a crazy bitch on their channel and they don't do it. They like to toy with them and play with them, which they're just going to get burned.
Well, come on, Mandy. You gotta have a little sympathy for us. We do like you all the time, you know. You're soft.
No, I'm talking about the crazy bitches that I keep pointing out that keep fucking with the men.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying we kind of have this genetic disposition to like females.
I know. But the ones that wish to do you harm, you should protect yourself from.
Okay, I'm closing in on it.
Because they're literal emotional and mental terrorists. And never in the history of forever has negotiating with terrorists ever been a good thing.
And somehow I'm not on the street that I was on. See how confusing this fucking town is?
Yeah.
You know what? I was thinking about something you said the other day. I forget. On a stream, it's just that females are so much more developed emotionally than males are, and we don't see that kind of manipulation. It was the stream when you guys were talking about Scorpion and all the tactics she was using and stuff like that.
Yes.
How you see right through that stuff, and the rest of us, we don't.
Well, because I don't think you guys realize the malicious intent and how evil it is, and how.
Yeah, you were talking about the malevolence, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I was paying attention.
Yeah. Well, but you guys aren't really trained for it. I mean, that's not how you guys fight. I mean, men when they're aggressive towards each other, they say a few words back and forth, and then it turns pretty physical, right?
No, right, and it's like Island Hermit was saying with that when she called in the simp and said those are fighting words, like
exactly, and she didn't care. She didn't care.
Okay, here's the street I'm supposed to be back on. See, I went like 4 blocks around.
See, Johnny Midnight. There's a handful of gentlemen that I know for a fact are very well calibrated to toxic female nature, and Johnny Midnight's one, JR's one, Mr. Pliskin's one, Riggs is one, MGTOW Maddie's one. I mean, there's quite a few guys that should be listened to when it has to do with that kind of shit. And if you don't listen to those guys, like, I mean, I gotta think there's a different agenda behind it. Like, it can't be, oh, I'm gonna be chivalrous and just include everybody. There's gonna be something else behind it.
I don't disagree, to tell you the truth.
I mean, if it's somebody seeing a chance to get back at one of these crazy bitches, the guys won't win.
No, their tactics are much more superior than ours.
Yeah.
No, we like a physical fight.
Yeah.
They're more subversive, kind of like the communists, right?
Yeah.
Yuri warned them.
Only worse. Yuri Bezmenov left quite a few things out of his explanation because he was talking about communists. We're talking about feminists and women.
Well, communists and feminists, what's the difference, really?
Women are more dominating, and they have far more tactics that they employ that the communists just don't. Women are way more subversive and emotionally and mentally terrorizing.
Yeah, but the tactic is the same. It's a subversion, right?
Yeah, but it comes under the guise of pleasantries sometimes, questions sometimes. Like, it's not overtly abusive all the time. A lot of the times it's nice, little jab. Nice, little jab. And then when you're like, did you just jab me? They're like, why would you think I would jab you? Then the gaslighting comes in.
Right. And you got that nag that comes in here and there. You know what, Mandy, I realize my delivery is completely on the other side of town. I had something else in my head. I think I might still be stoned from Chaos's stream yesterday. But here, like, this is a very beautiful part of this little town right here. I'm on Long Common, and this is the only street that goes through the whole goddamn town.
Did you just run a stop sign, Bob?
I did not run a stop sign.
Was that not a stop sign?
I rolled it. Okay. There was nobody else there.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Okay.
I'm looking left and right. Okay. No, I did not just roll that stop sign. But you can see how beautiful this town is. It's all trees. Yeah, like you would have no idea that I'm in Chicago or in the suburb of Chicago. Okay, here you go. There's your complete stops. Right?
So Rusty said any woman that shows up in a man's chat and immediately starts talking about vegans needs to be blocked immediately. I completely agree.
I 100%. And if they're dudes and they talk about vegans, then they're gone too. But fuck vegans.
Right. Yeah, I don't know, Hemi. Honestly, I think toxic female nature, I mean, it dates back to the Bible. Was there communism in the Bible? I'm pretty sure.
Oh, the Bible is red pill like you wouldn't believe.
I'm pretty sure communism was a man's attempt to duplicate feminist tactics, and they left out a lot of the things.
Because they are not inherently biological females, so they don't know.
Yeah. Well, and there's a lot of things I think the women keep from men anyway. They don't teach them. Yeah, Jordan Peterson was talking with one of the biologists, and there's not a lot of, because it's always been the dishonest feminists that want to join the university and do all these social science studies, right? And psychology. Yes. So they're gonna lie. They're gonna leave some stuff out.
Okay, guys, this is the actual street I'm supposed to be on. I was just completely on the other side of town. All right, 192 is what I'm looking for. What do we got here? 33. Yeah, I got a block to go. Yeah, and this is for a lady too. So yes, I am a delivery simp. We said it. Hemi said it in the chat.
I don't know. I don't think China even has the feminist problem that we have. I mean, look at their government. It's predominantly men. Even though, yeah, they're communists, whatever.
In fact, China has anti-feminist policies in place.
Yeah. Like right now, I trust the communists over the feminists.
That's not saying...
China is fascist. China is fascist.
That is not saying much, guys. That you'd rather trust communists over feminists. What's the difference, really? 72, 76. Oh, my stop is right up here somewhere. Be right here.
Yeah, Billy's back. He dodged the torture earlier.
Who, Billy the Goat?
Yeah.
Oh, what time? It's got to be like, what, 4 or 5 p.m. there?
I don't know.
Let me make my stop real quick, guys, and I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
Sure.
Dude, that car went by really fast.
Yes. Need for speed.
Yeah. So 4:36 it is for Billy. He's a simp delivery man.
just because
Jesus.
he talks to random women just for his
Well,
livelihood. So he is a simp.
no, he's a delivery man for the simps that are buying flowers for women.
Okay. So he's a simp for the simps themselves.
Oh no, he's capitalizing on the simps.
Oh yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
The thing is, we cannot save everyone.
Yeah, I know.
We
Wow.
really knew that from the very beginning. We cannot save each and everyone.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to save everyone. I want to persecute and prosecute and punish the crimes against humanity committers. Those people don't deserve to be saved.
We call the kid has grown up in India. लौंडा बड़ा हो गया. And and how old is your kid, Billy sir? How old is his kid? Good mother, if you want to go back to sleep, please, because I know that you would be having an appointment right now.
This afternoon. Well, it's you and Bob. You're good, right? You can go
Yeah.
for hours. I can drop down in the chat.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I will do that.
I would end the broadcast as well. Don't worry.
Oh no! Keep it going.
Yes.
There's
I mean
just
after
yeah.
after 11 hours,
Oh,
55
okay.
minutes. Yeah.
Okay. when
Till then
when
till then have a nice sleep. You have
I
to
will.
work today as well.
Yeah, I will.
Mandy, you taking off?
Yeah, I'm gonna drop down into
Okay.
the chat. You guys talk about man's business.
Well, you have a good one, and I'll catch you later. Like I said, I'll be streaming with Chaos later, so if you
Okay.
guys want to check that out.
Okay. All right. See you later, Bob.
Okay.
Bye,
All right.
Contriver.
Bye. Good mother, since Polska Bob is also going, I'm also. I mean, if you want, then we can end the stream right now.
I got about 10 minutes before I need to get back. If you want to keep going, or what about Contriver, or if you want to call it, that's fine.
No, Contriver
I mean-
just said he was going to stream for 11 hours.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. I'll be good.
But if there are people here, then only I can, do that.
Yeah,
Without that,
I'm
how can I?
sure. I'm sure. Yeah, Contriver needs an emotional support goat, perhaps. He is like me and doesn't like to stream by himself. So as long as you guys keep that panel full, he'll stay on.
Well, I'm here for about 4 miles. Okay.
Okay.
And then I got to jump back up and go and do my job.
Okay.
All
Well,
right.
I'm gonna drop down. I know somebody's gonna hit that link though. I just know it.
Sleep well, sweet dreams.
I will. Thank you. Bye, Bob. Oh, look.
Bye.
Look.
Oh.
Emotional support goat.
Speak of the devil.
Speak of the goat. How's it all going? I noticed the stream got nuked probably like an hour ago now.
Oh, I showed some psychological institute, where they were doing some psychological experiments on nuns to make them lesbian. Some psychological experiments on some of the racial tensions riling up people. So that
Yeah.
was the thing. And that is from California institute called Esalane Institute.
It actually got nuked.
No.
No,
It just
it
They just
paused
pulled
for a
it
while.
down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so is this a continuation, literally from before that got cancelled, or is this a? Oh, it must be because
Yes.
you're streaming live for 7 hours, 8 hours nearly.
Yeah. It just paused for a minute.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm giving the link in.
Bots seem to be on it a bit more recently. I don't know. I was on Black Pill on Steroids stream last night, and that got shut down or whatever.
Oh, they cut Eugene off last night?
I think I haven't spoken to him. I think he's the one. He pulled the plug himself in anticipation because the conversation was going into like the vaccines and magic potions and stuff like that. And he thought, nah, this is a bit too.
Yeah.
I think he pulled it himself, but it was very abrupt.
Yeah,
like-
YouTube is gonna cut that shit off for medical misinformation.
No, it won't. Not anymore.
Well, Mandy, if it's you, they won't. But if it's a dude, they will.
Okay, well, tell anybody who wants to come talk about vaccines they can come and talk.
I've been yet to have strikes or bans or warnings or being pulled down or any of that kind of stuff. I think as long as you're sort of careful not to take conversations into the realm of sort of conspiratorial kind of stuff, then you can touch upon them.
Yeah.
I've had 2 of my streams nuked after the fact of what we said during that stream, even though my streams go on at 2 a.m. in the morning. They're still watching.
Actually, I want to have a discussion later about the analytics. I have some questions that I'm curious about with your channel specifically, Bob. But I'm going to ask you later, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to go now, though.
Okay, bye, Mandy.
All right, see ya.
Bye.
See you later, Billy.
Yeah.
Take care, Mandy. Some rest.
Good night.
Keep that boot on the feminist neck, Billy, from the psychological perspective. The baton is getting passed on to you now.
I suppose it's like a branch of the feminist rhetoric or whatever. But
yeah,
you already know I've got my hands full with more of a kind of what would we call it, like white knight, I suppose.
Yeah.
Oh, pothole.
Okay, so
how are you feeling, Contriver? Any better?
Yes, sir.
Good
Yeah,
I'm better than I deserve.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Contriver, you sound much better, and I'm not talking about the mic. Physically, you sound much better.
Sure.
The land of the living.
Yes.
Did you finally get some sleep?
Oh, I slept for 16 hours.
Oh, that's awesome.
Good stuff.
My 90-minute nap yesterday turned into 5 hours, so I slept very, very well myself, too.
This thing called Esalane Institute from their archives.
Oh.
It was set up and established in 1962. And this, I have mentioned something in the private chat. This was the video which actually got a little bit of attention, actually, regarding that very thing which I was saying.
Okay.
You see, sir?
I see the link.
Yeah.
After what I'll do is I'll copy that into a notepad. I'll have to check it out at some point. I won't
Yes.
really have the time right now to do it.
Oh no, certainly not right now. But whenever you get any time, that is one hell of a thing that I just watched. Because psychology is a very, alienated field for me. I mean, I can talk about legal ramifications or regarding the legal rejoinders uh, and how to annul them, but I cannot vociferously talk about those very, minute details of, shall I say, how a mind works and what is inside of the mind, despite, making a brain simulator as well.
Whose mind are we talking about? A lot of minds have
Oh,
their marbles are rattling around. This is the
yes.
thing. I think the feminists and people so inclined to think that way don't seem to be really aware. They'll make these arguments or these points, and they don't see how it could backfire against them.
Yes.
You know, they'll probably
So,
accuse
would
me of
you
like contorting and twisting it, but it's just using their own logic.
really, they accuse you of contorting and twisting it?
Not yet, but I'm sure that you'll see that kind of reaction typically, because when you throw whatever ideology they're trying to spout out back in their face, using their own logic and
Oh,
bullet points, they'll be
oh,
like, "Oh, you're
oh,
twisting what
yes.
I'm saying," because they're a defensive, their defensive mechanism kicks in, and they'll be like, "Oh, see,
Okay.
you're the abuser. You're manipulating my words." It's like, no, I'm just using your words against you. Not my problem. Not my fault.
Yes.
You don't like it. I'm just
Okay.
I'm just trying to follow your rules. You're getting this quite a lot with the issue of Leah Thompson, the transgender, winning the female um,
Swimmer.
swimmer, yeah. And it's kind of like, you say
Yeah.
pretty blunt. It's like, isn't this what you women wanted? Equality. And they're like, but no, this isn't equality. This is oppression. This isn't fair. It's like, well, yes, it
Uh,
is. It's what you wanted.
exactly. Yeah.
Oh, you're
So,
twisting it. You're not you're taking it out of context or something. It's like,
okay.
look,
Could
you know,
you could you be able to elucidate on this very matter as to what happened, what transpired between Logic and Angler on your live stream? Could you?
I,
I mean, because the
yes.
people want to know.
Well,
So I'm going to have to take a nature's call. I'm coming back.
okay.
Would you
His,
be kind enough to bear with me for that while?
I think I don't know if Polska's left a message saying he kicked himself out. I'm not sure if he's trying to come back in.
Oh, I shared the link again. I'll share the link again.
But he's driving, so maybe he's a bit hands full at the moment.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So what transpired at your live stream?
I don't want to go into it too much because there is
Okay. Yeah.
more yet to come, it would appear, and I'm still. So I was having my stream. My stream was. I gave it a unique style. I was role playing as I called myself a predator, you could say abuser or something like that. Someone who is intentionally trying to infiltrate to give men and people in safe groups more awareness and appreciation for their complacency and how it could be their downfall or their detriment. So we like to think that a man's space is relatively safe, or whatever community there is. They like to think that their community is secured. But my stream was spoken in a way of you could say fear mongering, like to make people realize, to make them uneasy, to really so that they could take their illusion of safety more seriously. And so I'm occupied doing that, and I look over at the chat, and I've never really been good at keeping up with chats and reading out comments and people's names and stuff like that. So whenever I look over, I'm kind of I'm like, what am I reading? It's distracting. If anything, it's more distracting than like something that I could integrate into what I'm talking about. But what I did notice was a person called Logic had entered, and Angler. They were locking horns, and I was being cautioned, like, we've got a troll in here. But on a superficial level of what I'm seeing, it wasn't the usual sort of trolly kind of language that was being used. But it was true. I was being trolled, and it's just an example. It's a in real time example of what I was talking about. Funny enough, about people sneaking in and infiltrating my space, as it were, like my live stream. I was being infiltrated in live time as I was talking. And then there was denial. It's like, no, I'm just here for enlightenment. I'm just here for free thinkers. I'm just here for discourse and conversation. I'm not a troll. You know, it wasn't me, Your Honor, I swear. And I think on 3 occasions, my stream was interrupted with what I was saying, and I was just distracted. Like, look, guys, sort it out. You know, if this is a troll, for the time being, they can stay, because I've got no moderators yet. Well, at the time, I do now. So anyway, so on 3 occasions, I was being interrupted by what was taking place, and that pretty much is the extent of it. Following that, I see my name gets tagged in a video on Logic, and he's now wanting a debate with MGTOWs or something like this to prove. He wants MGTOWs to prove their philosophy is correct, whatever that means. I don't know.
I mean, what is why do we have to you be given a certificate of approval from someone
yes.
who is a Mr. Nobody?
Well, yes. So, well, yes, exactly. Now, this is I think, an open invitation. However, my name, Angler, and True Sherman were tagged in the title. And it's going to be later on tonight. Now, the trouble is, it's going to be 6 o'clock Pacific time, but for me, that's already going to be 2 a.m. So, I don't know if I'm going to have a little nap beforehand or what. I don't even know if I'm actually going to participate in the debate or if anyone else has accepted it. Now, I think Angler has decided not to. I haven't actually spoken to him directly. But I think he's realizing, like, this is all drama and gaslighting and in bad faith, and this isn't a proper discussion. Like, he doesn't really want any participation, and I support his decision if that's the way he wants to go. I'm happy to talk to this Logic guy one-on-one. I mean, he's trying to make it sound like look, listen, you MGTOW man, I'll give you the advantage. You know, it'll be me against however many of you, and I'll give you some other advantages. You could even have your notepad or something like that. You can have. So he's trying to make this into some sort of battle or conflict, and he has the confidence.
Oxford-style debate.
Yeah, and he has he's like trying to say, no, there is no winners or losers. This isn't about that. This is about a discussion. You're supposed to convince him that MGTOW is the correct philosophy, and then he makes some other kind of remarks which just sound a bit clunky, where it's like, I'm gonna MGTOW the MGTOWs. So is he a MGTOW himself? Is he a monk? I don't know. I don't know this guy. like I see him. I think maybe for the first. I might have seen him before by name, but never paid much attention. But I see him for the first time, at least catching my attention or intrigue or whatever on my stream, which was now 2 days ago, I think. And following that, I now get my name tagged on his video, and he wants to debate me of all people. Why? I have my suspicions and my inquisitive mind as to why, but on a surface level, you'd think like, well, why would you want to debate someone you've already just met? I mean, there are many MGTOW men in the community, and you've already just met me, and you're judging me on a video where I'm role playing. I mean, they were kind of about calling me the Crypt Keeper and calling me a Dungeons and Dragons and a ghoul, a scream fest of a stream. And it's like, well, yeah. I even said in the stream that once you take the gravitas of what is being said on board, you might listen back to this stream in a comedical sense, because I'm playing someone that I'm not. So obviously it's going to have a bit of this is Billy role playing, this is Billy acting. Don't give him an Oscar or anything, but still, even I myself could see the humor in it. And I don't think they were too sure if I was role playing or if I was being genuinely serious. Well, realistically, I'm being both in a sense. I'm trying to tell people to be serious about complacency and negligence, but at the same time, like once you are serious about it, you can kind of lighten up on the situation. It's just something basically just to be aware of, and then you can relax. It's not. I mean, he was trying to accuse me of, like I said earlier, fear mongering and paranoia. And
about what?
About the infiltration of man spaces, in particular, which seems to be a point of his contention, about saying no to women in such spaces. So already it's a debate about MGTOW being the correct philosophy, whatever that means, or is the debate about women entering the workspace, entering the manosphere? Like, what are we debating here?
I think whatever he is trying to debate, my surmise is that he is going to say that in the end, okay, but even if you are going your own way, it is not good for the society itself. So
Something like
the
that, yeah.
individual or a man is not of the prime importance, which is the money maker, the revenue generator, or someone who creates things, but the society is. So
That's
according
right.
to, I mean, that is the typical tradcon tactic, standard operating procedure of any self-proclaimed conservative people.
A shout out to Rusty Rivers and who else is here? David Smith. Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, and upon looking at like comments that were being left and his bio on his channel, and other little data intel gathering or whatever, there are remarks that caught that are fishy or whatever that can add to what you're saying. Like of course like if you take the point of the accusation of, hey, you're paranoid and you're fear mongering, you're spreading fear, that can't be a healthy or good thing, don't you agree? It's like, well, of course someone who is being predatory would say something like that, like hey guys, lower, like, you've got nothing to worry about, you're all paranoid, try to relax, calm down, don't bother defend yourself, put your guard down, which is exactly the point of my live stream, which of complacency and not being astute with your defenses. Now, I'm not trying to encourage fear mongering or paranoia and make people unable to trust anything, live in a fetal position kind of thing. But at the same token or breath, be careful of your complacency, and especially be careful when someone's telling you, "Oh, you're being paranoid, and maybe you should lighten up." I mean, have you any idea what these guys have been going through? The extent of betrayal and backstabbing, the extent of being hunted down and censored and um, just run through the ringer, and then you want to tell them that they're being a bit paranoid. So I'm already getting into a bit of a potential the argument for the potential debate. So that's why I want to try and be a bit careful with what I divulge here right now. Should he be watching, and should I end up debating him? I don't know if I will, but I'm prepared. Um, I mean, it's just two double-edged sword. It's on the one hand, is it even worth entertaining him? Not really. But on the other hand, um, what when looking at what can we as a manosphere or a community can gain out of it, maybe there's something there. I mean, he's trying to say like, hey, you guys, this is your chance, this is your opportunity, this is you get to bring the goodies or whatever. You get to show us what you're made of. Like we have to prove ourselves to him, you know. So he's trying to entice us, or entice perhaps myself, and this is another area where he seems, not to sound too big-headed on my part, but he seems to want me. I've got something he wants, and this is why he selected me to be, having only just met me. This is probably why he selected me as a potential victim of his. So he's
I
probably
can
hoping
only
I will go on his stream and make a blunder and an embarrassment of the manosphere and myself, so that he's already determined he's correct. I mean, this is why I'm a bit perplexed with this phrasing, like prove to me MGTOW philosophy is correct. It's like, what is this about correct? Correct is a bit of a strange word to, like, since when has any philosophy been correct? And what do you mean by correct for who? You? For me? For the men? Like, and are you saying that, like, by in inferring that we have to prove it's correct, you believe that MGTOW philosophy is incorrect somehow, that it is wrong? I mean, who is anyone to decide this? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. That's not the point, really. So I'm more interested not with the actual debate, because I see the subject matter and the premise of the debate being flawed from the get-go. I'm more interested in, like, how is this so-called debate being utilized for an alternative reason? Like, what is it you want? Are you hoping to step on MGTOW so that you can make yourself feel better? Yeah. Are you hoping to ridicule us in some way? Are you hoping to get men to now play ball with you? You know, what is it you want? If we're such dysfunctional rejects of society, then leave us alone. That's what we want fundamentally. You're coming to our place, knocking on our door. You want something from me. It's not me wanting something from you. Now, I don't know what that is yet, but I know I have the keys. And he's hoping to take that from me, or more poetically, he's probably hoping I will pull out my sword and I will fall upon it myself, because he's too lazy to do it himself.
but
So
there
then
could be so many but there could be so many holes in his argument
yeah.
regarding anything. For example, and I'm not being facetious about it, like, for example, he would say, well, this is not good for the society. You are being selfish towards yourself by preserving and declaring your self sovereignty to be of utmost importance. We would say, okay, fine, but society is made of whom? Men and women both. So if a motorcycle which has two wheels, if one if there is a flat tire, then is the motorcycle going to move smoothly on the streets? That is not the case. Then he would try something like, but why women? Why women are women have also been wronged by the society, and women have been brutalized, raped, and murdered, and killed and butchered. We
Well,
would
to
correct them
use
by
your
saying,
yeah, but to
yeah,
use
we
your motorcycle analogy, that you could argue like that flat wheel, that man has been punctured by the rider. So, and then it's the
yes,
rider saying like, "Come on, flat wheel, I want you to stay part of this. You know, we're on a cruise here. I need you to do your job." It's like, how can we? You just punctured us, dickhead.
surely. And then he would try something like, oh, but women have been wronged, women have been raped, brutally murdered, killed, butchered, slaughtered, this, that, and the other. I would
Yeah.
say no.
But this is
If
part of the
you look, it,
playing into it, because a response to that would be like, well, then they should be happy that men have walked away, because then there's no chance of them being raped, then, is there? But we're prolonging the entertainment for him if we engage in such nonsense.
yes,
Which is
but
why,
apart from that, our response would be yes. And if that is the case, if that is what you think, then why don't you try to look into the statistics regarding 1 billion abortions that have been conducted by women all across the world since the 1970s, where abortion became legalized literally all across the world, including in
well,
countries like India and China.
I'll give you this
So
control. Like,
yeah,
sorry to cut you off there. So on his channel, where he puts this invitation out for this debate, and it's about 7 or 8 minutes long, where he's setting it up. I looked at the comments, and I took the bait knowingly. So I wrote some comments, and I spent time writing quite lengthy paragraphs. I know essays are a sign of leftist sort of communists, but I wanted to elaborate some points to him. He didn't acknowledge them. He just brushed them aside and tried to point the light of interrogation back in my face. Like, he wanted me to constantly explain myself, but not acknowledge any of the direct things I was making at him. So I suspect that will happen in the debate as well, where he will refuse any accountability on his part.
it would be hilarious, by the way, if we sent Good Mother over there to defend MGTOW philosophy.
Well, this is the funny thing, because he seems to be upset, and like a part 3 to this debate. So one issue is the premise of he wants the question of the debate will be taking place under the question of, is MGTOW correct philosophy? That's one. Now 2,
Yes,
I've already identified he seems to be intrigued with the refusal to have women in that space. So is that going to be part of the debate or not at all? And then number sort of 3 is his interest in trying to character assassinate or shake me down and question me on my stream about what it is I'm doing and that I'm feeling. So is this debate about my behavior? Am I a point of concern or whatever that he wants to hold me accountable for? So I'm not too sure which of these points he wants to really debate. And I suspect it will kind of bounce between the 3 of them. There might be some other points. But he obviously wasn't really listening to my stream, because I didn't say that women should be kept out of MGTOW spaces. I said something along the lines of, like, as much as you may want that to happen, it's easy to say, like, women go away, get out of here. You can't really stop them, because they can come back with a fake account or pretend to be a guy or send in one of their flying monkeys. If anything, it's not the women I'm more concerned about, it's the flying monkeys. Or even more importantly, what I'm concerned about is the complacency on the community itself. Be it a man, be it a white knight, be it a flying monkey, be it a child in disguise, be it whoever. The point is that if you're not aware of potential infiltrators or invaders or something like that, then who knows who you're going to allow in your space. You know, you could let
Yes,
an animal
and
with rabies come into the community. But he wasn't listening to that. He seems
surely.
to think that I was adamant about not letting women into men's spaces. Little does he realize that the person who I speak to most out of all men, or in this branch of intellect or whatever, these conversations, is good mother. It's a woman.
Exactly. Huh. Yes. And
So
they
it'd be a
don't
bit
realize
hypocritical
it.
of me to say like no women allowed, and there I am with spending most of my conversational time with a woman of all people. No offense there, Mandy, if you're listening.
Yes. So,
But
but
if he
the
wasn't so
thing is,
occupied causing drama in my stream, maybe he would have heard that. So I already know that he came to my stream, even though he's saying he's a free thinker and he's here for intellect and insight and discourse. No, I'm not that stupid.
it
You're
is,
here
he's
trained,
nothing of the kind.
powerless. You're looking for someone that you can target. Basically, you're looking to abuse me.
Exactly.
You're abusing Angela, and you're trying to abuse me, and you're trying to give me sweet nothings so that I will fall for the trap. Because he could probably tell that to attack me on my intellect. Because likewise, you know, I'm somewhat of a free thinker as well, or whatever. So as long as you keep it on that kind of level, you'll probably win over some of my time or whatever. I'll engage with something like that. If you're rude and acting like a classic kind of troll, then I haven't got time. I'm not going to bother tolerate that, and you're out of there. So you're on good behavior on my stream, with bad intent. You're there to fool me, so that I will engage with you, and be pulled in. Hence why also in the conversation in the comment section on his video, there I am writing long paragraphs, and he's basically toying with me. But I'm not stupid. I know what he's up to. So
Yes.
I've got
But
about 6 A4 pages of notes in preparation.
oh, okay.
So I've been busy.
But the thing is, he would try to, try this tactic of negationism called, negating each and every point that we would make, and then try to say, look, see what I told you? MGTOW is not good for men. And that is the end of the story.
Yeah.
And
But
let's go gaga or something like that. So in that case, what we could do is, at least we would be able to try to have our say regarding MGTOW philosophy in general. And if he
no,
cannot deal with that, well, he can take a
yeah.
hike.
No, I've got a game plan, so to speak, of if I were to
Yeah.
debate what I'll be doing. It's more of a case that I'm not going to be there to prove his ego. If anything, I'll be using his own logic against. He's going to help prove why it is MGTOW needs to exist and have these protocols in place. He's going to be doing us a favor if I've got anything to do with it.
Yes.
He might think I'm his bitch, but I'm going to make it
Yes.
be
It
my
is the
bitch.
other way around.
Yeah. There he is thinking
Yes.
he
It
can
is the
pinch
other
my
way around.
pocket. And while he's doing that, I'm pinching his. So I'm prepared for whatever kind of argument he has. All he's going to end up doing is proving himself wrong. And proving how much of an arrogant prick and condescending dickwad he is. Which is a shame, because from what I can tell, he has got that cerebral mind. And I could probably have if he was more authentic and came in good faith, I'd probably have a good conversation with him. I'd probably
Oh,
enjoy
yes.
having
Surely.
chats and discourse, and because he likes, from what I can tell, you know, he likes to ask questions. What's the meaning of life? What is real? What is truth? And that kind of stuff is I enjoy that sort of exploration.
Yes.
But for someone who claims to be so logical, it's amazing how
Yes.
much of a backseat that
To
takes.
commit such a folly, someone so logical to commit such a folly on his part, it is inexcusable.
Yeah, a corruption of what it means to be logical. I mean, like, I don't say it so much these days, but there was a time when I was harping on about, look, guys, you know, critical thinking, everyone, come on, exercise some critical thinking. And here he's supposedly meant to be someone who's doing that, you know, like logic, critical thinking is a must. But his emotional need and is driving that logical necessity. He's using his logic. See, I should really say this for the potential debate. And should I not participate in the debate, I then have a predicament of should I make on my own channel like a follow-up to what's been happening. On the one, it's not something I particularly want to do, but here he is kind of moseying in on my grounds. So,
Yes.
you know, I feel a little bit obligated to do it. Because like I say, I mean, as a sort of case study, I think it's quite intriguing. You know, by the way, my subscriber count shot up from 93 to like 101. So I know some good people were part of that new subscription. But I also know some of these more insidious types have also joined in, as it were, to bolster my numbers. So I'm now over 100 subs. Hey.
My sub count, okay, let me look it up. What is my subscriber count?
I mean, people have been
Where
warning
am
me.
I?
They've been telling me about him. Like, watch out, he's gonna take clips of what you've been doing and painting you as the villain.
Yes,
I'm not too
they
concerned
would
about it.
regard you. Yeah, I mean, you are a transatlantic cousin anyway, so it doesn't matter for you. But anyways, they okay. So, what is my subscriber count right now? 53. So I'm halfway there. Halfway, not fully, halfway.
Well, thanks everyone saying thanks to the 100 subs and starting with one. Well, yeah, very much so. Starting with one. Thank you all. Thank you all for allowing me to be part of this space and having a voice and being able to speak. That to me is more important than any sub count, really. I mean, let's be honest. Like, how much of the sub count is illegitimate people trolling and spying and whatever? So it's not exactly,
Lurking around,
right. It's not
lurking
exactly an
around.
accurate indicator of how many people have your back. More the case, there's a good number of them who want to put the knife in your back.
Yes. And just face it, men also don't like each other, and men try not to brush each other the wrong way, but sometimes when they do, it is an all out war.
Yes, and from what I can tell, like I can understand why I saw Angler's name being tagged, and then I saw my name being tagged. I was like, okay, I'm potential prey. But then I saw True Sherman. I was like, what's his involvement? So just looking at the thumbnails in his video section, I'm talking about Logic. He seems to have had a back and forth with True Sherm or whatever. They seem to have some kind of history. So I don't know
Yes.
if True Sherm will be there. I don't know who will be there, if anyone. But I'm
So when
happy.
is it?
It's meant to be
When
like
is it?
6 o'clock Pacific time Saturday. So because everyone is all over the world right now, for me that'll be 2 o'clock in the morning, which is like in 8.5 hours time,
Okay.
something like that. So the clock is ticking.
TikTok, Mr. Vic.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. Like he's talking about having it timed backwards and like little bouts or rounds, and when someone is talking, the other person is muted, that kind of thing. You know, a format we're all familiar with. But I have no idea how long each bout is, how many bouts there are, how long this whole debate is supposed to take, how long it's going to take place. Is it an hour, 2 hours? So those, I don't have those details. I don't know.
Yes, but ultimately it becomes like this. You have to abide by his rules, and I'm actually okay with that if they are actually fair. If they are not fair, then I'm sorry,
Mm-hmm.
I cannot do that
Yeah.
because
I've got my expectations low. I always keep my expectations low, so I'm not expecting him to play by his own rules or play fair or nice. And I know the whole premise of the debate is a facade for something else to take place, and that's where the more psychological angle comes in. It's like, so what is he after really? He's not really after, because he's already made his verdict. He already made his conclusion. He sees MGTOW as being the incorrect philosophy. So in as a reflection, he believes his philosophy, whatever that may be, is the right way. So it's going to be my job or whoever's job to try and convince him otherwise. Well, no one's going to be able to achieve that because he's already got the confidence. He's already declared himself the winner before we've even begun. So what is it he wants, really? He wants to ridicule MGTOW. He wants to embarrass us. He wants us to validate him. He wants us to stroke his ego. He wants us to bow before him, submit. You know, it's something like along those sort of lines. He wants us to provide him with a service, and he expects
so
me to put my head on his altar for him to like sacrifice in front of his audience.
meaning he has already set the precedent for the debate that he is going to dominate all over us and exemplify it throughout the internet so that people could see as to how much of a potato we all are
Right,
in
and how,
general, basically.
yeah, and how, and in turn how superior he is, because he's priding himself on, like, I think one of his expressions I saw somewhere written down is that he calls himself the master of logic.
Yes.
And I'm going to pull that one out from under him
Oh yes.
because it's not very
You are
logical
going to,
how he's behaving.
yes, you are going to pull the rug.
In fact, I'll probably be bringing more logic to his debate than he himself possesses.
Yeah,
But
sure.
I'm letting the cat out the bag, contriver. Yeah, I shouldn't be speaking about such matters.
No, don't
Should
speak.
he be? Should he be watching and listening afterwards, after this debate? Then I
Oh
can
yeah,
speak
surely.
more freely about it.
Oh, surely. We shall only speak about the debate after the debate because there would be a post debate analysis as to how we have done so far.
Right. And then again, I have to kind of keep reminding. Like, I don't even know if I'll be there because it's going to be 2 o'clock in the morning. I mean, I would love to be there, but it's going to be 2 o'clock in the morning for me. So, you know, I don't know. But don't be disillusioned, my good brothers and those and women who are in support. Like, I'm fully aware that I'm walking into a trap. And that's what it all basically comes like. This debate is a trap. And all this sort of talk about like, hey, you guys can have the advantage, and this ain't about winning and losing, and this is all about the art of having a debate and a conversation, is all baiting the trap. Sorry, my little one has just walked in.
Hello.
Oh, well, there you go. She just said hello to you all. I don't know if you heard that.
Hello.
Say hello to the guys before I put this on mute and see what you want.
Hello.
All right, that's my
Hello.
Okay. All right, I'm going to be on mute just for a second. All right. See what she wants.
Oh, surely. Good mother, get some rest. You have an appointment in the afternoon. Please sleep. Till then, I will take over. Rusty Reverse is saying something interesting.
All right.
MGTOW is about getting. Yeah, okay.
I apologize for this, but she has something she wants to show you.
Oh.
Hold
okay.
on. Wait. Where's show my. Okay, right. Camera.
This
Right.
is Mandy.
Put it in front of the camera. No, that's not Matt. No, who is that?
Me.
And who's the other one?
Mandy.
And there's Mandy.
Babe.
So there you go, good mother. You got a fan. All right. Okay. Is that what you wanted to show us? Is that why you're here? You're gonna
So
skedaddle.
sweet.
Yeah.
All right. I'll talk to you in a minute. All right. Bye. Be gone. Be gone with you. All right.
Be gone from me. British style.
In a little while, after dinner. All right.
What is the time over there?
It's coming up to dinner time, so I won't be much longer.
Oh, surely.
But it's baking hot. I mean, we've got a heat wave over here, and I'm in the attic, so all the heat from that, it's like a greenhouse. And the heat is lingering around into the night. You know, the thing is, when it does get to about 1 in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, much more cooler. You know, you can actually feel alive. You don't feel like your brain is melting.
Yes.
So, but I've been a bit selfish anyway, Contriver. Like, apart from your health now beginning to improve and you're getting your strength back, how else have you been? How is India?
Civil war zone. What else? It's fine. Life is a set of ups and downs, and it is high time that we also realize that.
Yeah. Has your country? I think I saw a YouTube thumbnail saying that India has now declared economic collapse or something like that.
Not quite right now, but I think they will after some time. Someday they are going to declare it. Not today, but someday.
Yeah.
Let us see when the day comes.
Yeah.
We are all in this together. I keep saying that because I already know for a fact.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to. I mean, name one country that's sort of immune from it happening. You know, so as integrated the various nations across the world want to be, when one falls, it has a knock-on effect, and you know, unless there's a country that is completely isolated from all this craziness. But even then, it's hard to imagine how they would be self-sustaining. I mean, this is in part like why you have import and export.
Yes, definitely.
I mean, even as big as and powerful as China may be, it still has its connections with the rest of the world.
Oh, surely. China is not invincible either. People think that just because they are huffing and puffing a little bit, they are like a paper dragon, just like we are a paper tiger. So it is not like it is nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, I think I saw the figure of like either 6 billion or maybe as far as 600 billion. I'm not sure what currency it was written as, like dollars or the Chinese dollar, um, has gone missing. You know, surprise,
Yes.
surprise. But yeah, it's. But are you prepped, as it were? A lot of people like asking each other if they're prepped. You know, you got your food and water stocked up. I mean,
No such preparation. My parents, if they are going to die, I am going to die with them. I have that philosophy because we have already lost everything, and you know, as a conscious civilization, we are in a state of fatigue right now. We cannot fight for so long. So, whether it is Indo-China dispute, whether it is Indo-Pakistan dispute, call it what you will. I mean, it's high time now. To hell with the rest of the world.
yeah,
And nations rely too much on import and export. That's the issue. But again, the concept of nation state in itself is a wrong one. That is all I'm saying.
yeah. Are you experiencing any blackouts or droughts?
Uh, no, not droughts and no blackouts so far, but blackouts actually don't happen that much. That is because of our own energy consumption via coal and, via renewable sources like hydropower electricity. We have that a lot because we have so many rivers in India, from the river like Ganges and Ganga and Yamuna, call it what you will. So there is a chain of that stretching from Himalayas, and that is how we try to do it.
Cool. I mean, I must say, like, it's kind of refreshing hearing someone speak in a calm demeanor about the situation. Because I think it's more
No,
common to hear people panicking, like, oh, you got to make sure you got a bunker and you got to make sure you're ready to bug out and make sure you've got a Bowie knife with you. It's all kind of Ramboic and and a lot of energy.
I mean, what else could we do? I mean, it is not like this is the first time that is happening. Much more dire situations we have faced in the past, and it has been proven to be quite disastrous for us as people, but still, we have to face it anyways. So
Yeah.
that is why I think it is not feasible for us to panic over these things because these things are going to persist. Life goes on.
Yeah, and I appreciate that with you
And
as well because it's
and perhaps because I have also been a strategic affairs observer myself, and my audience was literally military audience.
mm,
I was one of the paper pushers who used to make plans for the military. as to what is the battle formation going to be, what is the, shall I say, if I might be as bold to suggest, the plans for uh, anything else are going to be. And my policy research field was literally in nuclear warfare. So I know for a fact as to what is going to happen. It is just that these people, these chaps over there, they don't try to understand the situation they are in. And perhaps on in hindsight, I have cried my eyes out. Even my tears have dried up, whether it is for personal or whether it is
Mm.
regarding the worldly issues, global issues. And I have been booted out from many geopolitical, geostrategic think tanks
It,
with
it
their holier
was.
than thou thinking segments. So I just don't care. I just want to forget it. It is
Do you
just that
think?
it is so much imbibed within my consciousness that I cannot get over it. But
Yeah,
given to the instincts every once in a while
yeah.
of
Do
being
you,
a military affairs observer.
I'm pretty sure I've heard it somewhere said before, but maybe it's worth bringing into conversation. But do you think, like, with the what appears to be the collapse of civilization, that society has entered or has been in the grieving process, um, on a societal level? Like, we are all at some stages in our grieving processes. So those who are prepping and frantically trying to secure um, supplies and plan where they're going to bug out to, they could be maybe, no offense to them, but maybe they're in this sort of like denial part of the grieving stages. They don't want to accept that, you know what is lost, and maybe you're in a more kind of acceptance stage slash letting go kind of stage, or maybe the grieving
Could be
process is too
possible,
is not um,
quite possible.
not appropriate enough. Yeah, possible. Mm. Yeah.
Another thing is that I, do not. Uh, I live in the present. I don't live in the past, or planning. Just like Mike Tyson used to say, everyone has a plan till they get punched in the face.
Yeah.
So, you know, when reality hits you hard, like you have been hit by a truck, that is an only then and only then we understand the true nature of the beast itself.
Yeah. Do you listen to much Mike Tyson and his philosophies?
No, not in particular, but I think that very statement of his, and he was one of those who could walk the walk and talk the talk. So that is why it made him much more credible regarding that.
Yeah. Do you know when it was he said that one in particular? Was that during his more prime years?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, that
Interesting.
could be one of the things.
Yeah. 'Cause, I think he's been institutionalized a couple of times, and in his older years now, I mean, he's quite the philosopher. It's a I find it pretty amazing, I suppose. From someone who was described as like a rock filer in the ring, a savage, um, and a scary and frightening sort of adversary, to being a very humble, a man with humility and such introspection. Just seems, I don't know.
When I mean, I don't know whether you have heard about it or you got the memo for that. There is a concept in Tai Chi that if you become that in Kung Fu as well, that if you become one with the sword itself, You become invincible, even if your intellect might not be of the caliber that you want it to be, but still you are going to persist, and still you are going to, reap benefits about this.
Wise words, yes. As much as that's kind of like a little message to logic in a way there. As much as we might like to think of ourselves as clever people and intellectuals and stuff like that, that in of itself is not who you are as a person. So don't forget who you are, or put that sense of being below whatever level of intellect you may like to think you have. Because you could be the smartest person on the planet, but if you're dumped into a rainforest and you've got to make fire for the first time with a pair of sticks, well, what is it, and you don't know how to do it, or they have the experience to do it, you're kind of scuppered. So
Yes.
intellect is all relative.
Uh, uh, Godmother is asking you, Contriver, will you ask Billy why my red pill and black pill rage keep popping up, keep flaring up? Sir, good sir, do you
Well,
have any
okay.
answer to that particular question?
Well, all right. So there are those who would say that a woman can't be red pilled. I don't know if I subscribe to that sort of idea. I mean, Mandy, I think a lot of us would agree, is based. I mean, he's probably one of the more basest females we have, maybe on the planet. I don't know. Maybe I'm being exaggerating, but red pill, base, black pill, yeah, same sort of. We're in that kind of area of critical thinking and awareness or whatever. That doesn't really answer the question though. So why is the red pill, black pill rage keep popping up? I mean, I suspect your answer will be deriving from some kind of emotional drive, some kind of emotional push is making it pop up. But that could be, so that kind of splits emotions and logic or facts or critical thinking, because it kind of shows that despite how logical one may be, it does not compare when it comes to emotions, and emotions can be the driving force to make you then start thinking more critically why you're upset, or why a rage is developing. What is it you're angry about? Which becomes a bit of a distraction or like an afterthought, because you're not really looking at the emotional drive that pushed you into such a state. You're being occupied with being in that state itself. So never mind, you kind of turn a blind eye to how you got there. Instead, you're occupied with, well, now I'm here in this state. Why am I in this state? It's because I'm angry about something. It's because I have rage. It's because so and so has done this, or society is doing that, and I don't like it, and I'm against it, and I think it should be this way instead. So we see that really, as important as it may be, is stepping away from the core, which has got you to that position in the first place. I.e., like, is this all stemming from some kind of sense of security? So you have the feeling, I don't feel secure, I don't feel comfortable, I feel in uncharted waters or territory. It's frightening because I don't know what's going on. So I have these kind of feelings of fear, for example. I'm not necessarily saying this is what's happening with you there, Mandy, but just whatever the emotional drive, and that pushes you into a kind of pragmatic sort of a call to action. And what am I going to do about it? So this is where we have the red pill rage, and that changes the conversation to, well, what I want to do about it, or what I think should be done about it, is this, that, and the other. And even if that was achieved, does it really fix the emotional drive in the first place? Perhaps not, and which is why at a later stage it pushes it reemerges and comes back to the surface because it was never resolved in the first place. I don't know. I suspect that's a lot deeper. A much more thorough conversation really needs to be had about that. But I was just trying to give the highlights there. And also it's not the for definite reason. It's just one of many potential reasons.
What could be another possible reason? I mean, with regards to psychology.
I mean, if we're looking in terms of emotions, then you'd fall into possibly like the lack of regulation, being unable to self-soothe,
Yes.
and so the emotions take over, and you try and cope with these emotions in an alternative way by trying to. So instead of controlling the interior mind, instead of controlling your own emotions and yourself, it's easier or believed to be easier to try and control everything else around you instead. So you're angry at the world when really you might be a bit more angry at yourself for not being able to regulate your own feelings.
That is quite possible.
So the rage in that sense is a manifestation of your own internal frustrations. It's like, I'm not happy, I can't accept what's going on around me. So instead of being angry at myself and being unable to accept it and just live on, then I'm going to try. So instead of controlling myself, I'm going to try and control the outside world to make me feel better by proxy or in turn.
Yes, that could be quite possible. Edit topics first thing in the air promises to be a good day. Sorry. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Mr. Chris.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Corey.
So, you also have a microphone. I think it is incumbent upon me also have a microphone now because it is my headphone and the microphone built in the headphone which I am using right now. But I suppose that is also not enough. I have to purchase a microphone as well.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, everyone's already been telling you that it sounds a lot better in terms of mic quality.
Yeah.
Like before, you were kind of muffled or phased, like your volume would lower, and you were like phasing in and out of existence.
Yes.
So this one you got right now is much more consistent. Doesn't sound like it has any problems. Not yet, anyway. I don't know how long it might last. I'm a bit dubious with built-in microphones in headsets kind of setups.
I
Dedicate.
I mean this not being facetious or arrogant about anything, but I have a knack of preserving my belongings. That is one of my proclivities. And again, I'm not saying I'm perfect. I spend sometimes I take drastic measures sometimes which cost me a lot in terms of money and resources and energy of my own, but otherwise I'm always trying to preserve. I try to preserve as much as I could any of my belongings. Like, for example, the last earphone which was there, it was from 2020. So for 2 years it worked, and then it stopped working a little bit because I used to take it during monsoon season and something like that, and then it used to get into the droplets of water got used to enter into it. So that is why.
You you were munching on it. You got your saliva in there. But you say preserve. I mean, that's an extension of. I mean, maybe you don't want to. You're too humble to want to admit it, but it's someone who has responsibility, who understands the value of preservation, of caring for things, of looking after. You know, there's an appreciation with that as well, a gratitude because you want things to last. So yeah, it's just a small example of how someone who is willing to be responsible and take care of things, it carries over in other aspects of their life, as mundane and trivial as looking after a microphone may be. Much
I mean,
more
because
so than
everything.
someone who has a rage quit and throws it across the room, effing and blinding, you know, like, goddamn microphone. And then they have other damages because
No,
they threw it at the TV or something.
no, never. It is, you know, perhaps I should not brag about myself that much. But my, I think because I come from a family where I have seen real poverty, real scarcity of resources, even though my father was a clerk, actually. So I used to, we we never had a car, and car is considered in India as a status symbol. As I mean, it shows that you are well off, you are financially stable. That is not the case necessarily with me, and I never used to, you know, we used to go on a scooter.
Contriver,
My
you're coming
Yeah.
across as you're now, dare I say it, you're the humble gangster.
No, but these are all basically realities of life. I have seen, there have been guns put to my head, gangsters, Naxalites, call it what you will. Apart from that, I have seen, people who, are on the antisocial part. They also, there was a time when I, because I come from that area, that part of the area where even some Oprah Winfrey takes a sabbatical for some sort of slum tourism.
Hmm.
So perhaps because of my uh, experiential mindset and the experiences that I had in my life, perhaps because of only and only that, and thanks to that, I'm not, I'm not, I do not hate the experiences I had in my life because I consider it to be normal. Because again, the place where I come from, that is considered as normal. So that could be one of the cases. Everything, yeah, my
Without trying
mother,
to.
my yeah.
Sorry,
Please
go
go
ahead.
ahead. Please go
Oh,
ahead. Sorry.
well, I was just making an observation. If I may be so bold and sort of intrusive, but um, s- from the psychological kind of point of view, I mean, it kind of makes sense. You know, if you've had a lot of um, experiences as you've been describing, then retreating within your own mind and to be able to calm and become humble and well spoken as you are and things like that, um, sort of makes sense. You know, otherwise it's like you would like join us, you would participate in some of all these crazy experiences that you might have had?
Actually, I am not, I'm not vocal about all these facts because I consider, okay, I refuse to be a victim. And I love it because somehow I was able to manage and hold my own amongst the Western audience, and I got love and support from a lot of people. Yes, there are bad apples here and there, but they are, guess what? They are in each and every society.
Hey,
So
I'll
my
just
society is not exclusive, and the Western society in which I lived for a while is also not exclusively, some sort of holier than thou,
I'll just
if
quickly
I
point
might
out
use that.
that I don't know if the issues of where did it, I can't remember where it began, but when you were called out for being a simp and you were explaining yourself, and then following that you had bullets coming to your assistance as well. I mean, that really was quite a, not to sound too sort of gay about it, but that was a beautiful sight to behold. I mean, that was truly like bros, uh, bros for bros before hoes kind of thing.
And it actually melts my heart as to what he did for me. He did not ask for my permission, he did not say, and he did not even care. He just got in and
Yeah,
told me,
that
well,
kind
this
of
is
thing.
how
Yeah,
I am going to do it.
yeah, yeah,
So I mean, these are the people for whom you could lay down your life. And
yeah.
perhaps because I also was a very shy boy from the very beginning, so I didn't had all these experiences. But I really, really, hold
Yeah.
Mr. Bullets in high regard as
Oh, I think
regarding as
as
to
we
what
all
he
should do,
did.
and obviously, we all know that he didn't do it for bragging rights or do it because he knew that we all kind of say well done and give him kudos. He did it for the sole purpose of principles and coming to the aid and
Yes.
assistance of another man at times of need.
Oh,
I mean,
surely. That is why he did.
that is such a noble and honorable act because he didn't have to, he didn't need to. He could have kept his mouth, he could have kept his mouth shut.
Yes.
And he put himself on the line. He put himself in a position of potential harm's way, as it were, at risk or whatever.
Yes.
And none of that phased him. Without any hesitation, he jumped in there. Um, and that's not a put down to you there, driver. Like you couldn't defend yourself. You were doing a great job standing to your guns and your principles as well. It's just a shame that it wasn't being the words you were speaking and the position you were trying to elaborate on seemed to be falling on deaf ears at the time.
Yes, surely. And I anticipated that in advance that this is going to happen. But, if I have been called out, I shall show up. So, and this is once for all. And I'm not going to do that again. And I shall keep my word regarding that as well. I will never do that again. I mean, if someone doesn't like it, okay, fine. Take a bloody hike for all I care. It is just that once I have to do it, it is not much of a hassle for me.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of makes me now think: what are our two recent um, incidents or experiences? Are they somewhat loosely linked? Because, like on my stream, I was talking about infiltrators, and I did actually mention the idea that I brought up 2 points of contention. One being women not being allowed in men's spaces, and then the second was Scorpion appearing on Hermit's stream. And from what I understand, a lot of men's channels have, if they look at their analytics, they have female viewers or audiences. So it's kind of like, as much as they might like to say, "Go away, women, this is a man's only space," I mean, it's basically huffing and puffing. You know, as if they're gonna respect and listen to you just because you said it. Yeah.
Yes.
But to then have a go at someone else and be like, "Hey, you're simping because you're conversing with women or whatever." Well, I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe it's a subject for another day, where it's like, where do you draw the line?
No, the line is basically this. And when, I showed up to on this very platform 1 year ago, I was called up on the StreamYard links, and that was the first time I used StreamYard link. I didn't know how to hide the camera and stop the camera and the whole 9 yards. So when I was called out and when I was able to say what I want on this very channel, I felt some sort of a conducive atmosphere where I could actually talk about all these things regarding the manosphere or regarding MGTOW philosophy in general. And since that day, this is
since that day, we haven't been able
13th
to
of
shut you up.
August.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Yes.
I think me and you both, brother, though. Like, I think I share your
Exactly.
sentiments. You know, we both it's been Good Mother's platform has been a great place. It's like a nest almost, like where we've been able to grow and spread our wings and fly freely.
And that is what a platform needs to be. And we are fortunate enough. And since I could speak about all these things on this very platform, I'm willing to do that. And she bore the brunt for me. She has already done that once.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I think a lot of people
being a
yeah,
woman, she did that by FBI ending up on her doorstep.
that's right. And
That was so unfor.
yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
please go ahead. Please go ahead.
I think people overlook that. I don't know if that's like a intentional turning an eye to something they don't want to have to admit, but she has put herself like bullets.
Turning a Nelson's eye.
Oh, right. There's actually expression Nelson's eye. Interesting.
Yes.
I remember that one. But like bullets, I mean, she didn't have to do any of this, but
Yes.
she has, and she's put herself out there for our benefit, really. I mean, maybe she might get something out of it for herself to some degree, but it doesn't pale in comparison to what she's doing for men. I mean, if this was like some sort of transaction, it's a price I'd be happy to pay. So
Yeah, surely. And any other woman in her place would have yielded and kowtowed in front of all these people and would had never dared to open her mouth again. She is fearless. She is a woman of principles and loyalty, which everyone laments about. This is what loyalty looks like in action.
I mean,
True actions.
as another topic for another time, maybe perhaps that is something that makes a lot of guys a bit uncomfortable because they don't they're frightened to want to believe that there could be a woman out there who's actually looking out for their best interest. It's such a weird kind of paradox almost. It's
Paradox, yes.
It's like it's just hard to because what that would imply is that you need to be more decisive about your self-preservation. You need to be able to have a better skill at distinguishing who is a danger and who isn't a danger, who is legit and who is illegit, which requires more effort. You know, it's far easier just to be like no to all, and I want to be left alone. Yeah.
I mean, this decision making, it is interesting you bring that up. You brought that up right now. This decision making is what I did when my relationship also ended, and I looked back at my parents, and my parents were like, "Okay, son, if you want to live in Canada, even after your marriage and relationship, if you want to remain over there, don't even try to come to take us and get ourselves involved in the citizenship and everything else, the whole 9 yards. You know that, right?" So I said, okay, but when the disrespect I got, that is what broke the camel's back. And the disrespect is what I don't do, and I don't forgive for other people. Now, people might say, well, you are heartless, this, that, and the other. Okay, fine, I'm heartless, but I have seen my parents sometimes hungry, staying hungry for an entire day, and you know, they have not eaten anything, but they would ask of the next door neighbor or someone to quickly make some food or something for me, so that they would be I would be my hunger would be satiated. So regarding that, I think that is something which I care more about, rather than going into the intricacies of what and what not regarding the whole matrimonial issues shall be like.
Yeah. Yeah. Deep stuff. I mean, it's like it makes us. It's what makes us more human in a way, rather than what kind of shell of a body we inhabit. It's more the quality of someone's soul over their appearance, say, or if they're man or a woman, old, young, or whatever. It's stuff that comes from the heart, which I think is very sorely missed in modern times. Now, unfortunately, Contriver, good sir, I might have to be departing. I have to get dinner. You're speaking about food, reminded me. I better get
Yes,
on
yes,
my little
yes.
one.
You are also getting hungry calls, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The belly of the
The
beast.
stomach is churning, right?
If you're still live in, I don't know, maybe I'm not sure how long it's going to take me to cook. Maybe half hour, maybe a little bit longer
Oh
than
yeah,
that.
surely I would
Then
be.
I'll
I
pop
would be.
back, kind of thing.
No, I'm putting this on a pause, and I would be coming back within. I have to do some chores, and I would be coming back within 5 minutes or something. So stay tuned, guys.
Okay.
We are just taking a commercial break.
Okay. All right. So thanks for having me on, and I'll catch you later.
Oh, surely. I would drop the link as when you come in.
Okay. Cool. Cheers.
Okay. Okay, guys. I'm coming within 5 minutes. Till then, I'm not going to leave you people high and dry. Uh, I'm going to I'm going to do what? The- I'm going to leave you with this hood classic of Indo-Canadian gangs, since you people like that. So this is just an audio version, not a video version, so no copyright strike, even though I got it when I posted it on my channel. But again, what could we do about that? Oh, battery is also low. Huh.
मैं कुछ गलत तो नहीं कर रहा।
Okay, I'm back. I don't know why people could not hear the song. Oh my god, there is still some problem with the new headphone or something. I don't know. In fact, I should have just shared the screen. Anyways, I was thinking that I am playing dope music or something. So, this is going to be a 9 hour, 31 minutes record. And if Mr. Billy is going to let us just see as to what Harbit is doing on his stream, calling out, because we are going to review just like the ginger hamster did. Oh no, sir, you shall not be sorry. It is my folly, not yours. So it is my mistake. Let me make amends to that. And let me share my screen as well so that, yes, uh, YouTube and Hermit, 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 Hermit. We are watching you from here. Don't tell him. He is telling you, don't tell anyone I am laying low. Anyways, so this is Hermit streaming. Uh, yes, but I think for a second as to what I shall be watching. Uh, yes. Okay, so what I shall be watching right now is not regarded as a copyright claim or anything. Okay, so this was the video of Good Mother that I watched a year ago, and I was thinking as to who is this lady actually, who is, you know, doing a 1 hour review. Oh, her name was also Amanda, by the way. Whatever. But Good Mother was actually watching that, and I became a fan. So that's it. There is that tumult. What shall I search for? Uh, us. Let us see as to what is happening in Russia right now. TASS, which is a Russian news agency, since Russia slams diplomats' expulsion from Montenegro as episode of West's hybrid campaign. Well, obviously, because North Montenegro, was the latest country in 2009 to join NATO, if I'm not mistaken. US Congress approves $430 billion package of initiatives to reduce inflation. These people don't know as to how inflation works. It's just that printing more and more and more and more and more. I mean, I'm not an economics expert. I mean, if it is relating to your final accounts, your profit and loss statement, profit and loss account, and your balance sheet, I could do something about it. But apart from your final accounts and your balance sheet and your investments in a bank or somewhere, I'm I don't know how actually economy works. But even I know for a fact that this is not the correct way of doing things, because you would be keep printing on money and it would just turn into paper. So that is not real money. Gazprom delivers 41.4 million cubic meters of gas to Europe through Ukraine via Sudza. The application for deliveries through Sokhanovka was rejected by the Ukrainian side. Russian army's main clashes in Ukraine are with neo-Nazis. Putin. Well, he is quite right in that regard. And Russia, Ukraine should develop roadmap. I mean, this was before the peace talks and reach common position. This was before the peace talks, actually. Anything else? So, what is latest in men's rights in India? I was forced to take it in my own hands. For this, my wife, my mother-in-law, and Bengali actor Saibal Bhattacharya attempted suicide case. Oh, okay. Well, actors committing suicide, it is nothing new under the sun. But why is it on a men's rights website? Saibal, who is known for his role in the Bengali serial Prathama Kadambini, was found at his residence and is now in hospital as per a news report. However, he was rushed to the hospital and is alive. As per media reports, the actor shared a video of himself in a hurt state on Facebook. Saibal was reportedly upset with his professional life as he was not getting any work. He was suffering from depression and also struggled with substance abuse, as per a report which said the actor hit himself with a sharp object on Monday night. In this video, a Facebook Live, he said, I was forced to take it in my own hands. For this, my wife, mother in law, and the video cut off before he could finish speaking. As per a report in the Anand Bazar Patrika, Saibal was allegedly found at his Kasbah home in South Kolkata before being admitted to Calcutta National Medical College and Hospital. As per the Kolkata police, Saibal injured himself in an inebriated condition. He was immediately rushed to the hospital. Reportedly, prior to attempting suicide, Saibal took up to his social media handle on Monday night to share a video, which has been retrieved now, where he allegedly blamed his wife and in-laws for his condition. Saibal is a popular actor and essayed the role of father and uncle in various shows. Apart from acting, he would also write scripts and dialogues. Well, nothing new under the sun. Suicide Prevention Helpline. Men in distress due to family problems or facing threats of false cases from in-laws can contact either of men's rights NGOs: Men Welfare Trust, My Nation Hope Foundation, Save Indian Family Foundation, and Vastav Foundation. You can also contact Government of India 24/7 toll-free mental health rehabilitation helpline Kiran on 1-800-599-0019, as if it works. Yeah, whatever. You made your bed, now sleep in it. I don't know. No, no, this is not the one. This is not the one, actually. Uh, I actually don't have any topics anymore to talk about. Rather than this, if someone is going to ask me about the trajectory of a missile or telegatory, then that could be something else. But since nobody is asking, uh, if Mr. Billy is willing to come up, till then, let us hear the views from the gaggle with Peter and George Samueli. I love his channel. I love the gaggle. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. And please remind you, ladies and gentlemen, crosstalk rules. And this is again from 9 days ago. I used to watch, yes, yes, sir. It is Voice for Men India. Yes, they have a collaboration. They have made their own sort of intersectionality. So that is the case, and the gaggle. Otherwise, my life is very boring actually. I do some cool stuff, but what is that cool stuff? Uh, tumult in the news, alleged false rape. Thane man falsely accused of rape by stepdaughter acquitted after he spent 7 years in jail. Well, nothing new under the sun. And this is why Indian men are not even marrying anymore. We are at the peak of our, shall I say, demography, and we are about to go down. And we would take a steep dive like a fighter jet plane, like a Sukhoi 35 fighter jet, or uh, or an F-35 fighter jet. You would see Indian demography taking a steep dive, at least for the non-Muslim demography, and that's it. Because of cases like these, people would not even adopt or get into a remarriage. False cases all the way. Okay, army man falsely accused of rape by daughter. By daughter, High Court acquits him after 18 years. False rape charges on a man can crumble his entire life. But imagine if these fake allegations are levied against a father by his own daughter. One cannot even possibly imagine the pain a man goes through in such scenarios. The case pertains to the year 1996, and the verdict in the matter came nearly after 2 decades. The man worked in the Indian Army in the engineering service department and was posted in this place. He was accused of his own daughter of constantly raping her from 1991 to 1996. After investigation, the trial court had sentenced him to 10 years prison. The man died in February 2018 and Delhi High Court passed a judgment in the matter in December 2018. A man who lived his entire life with the stigma of raping his daughter was acquitted by the court after 18 years. But it was too late, as he did not live to see himself as innocent. The man had repeatedly told authorities that there was a lapse in the investigation, but nobody listened to him then. During the trial, the father also told court that his daughter was abducted by a boy with whom she had sexual relations, after which she became pregnant. However, the investigation agency did not pay heed to any of his claims. The innocent father also continued to demand a DNA test which could have proved him innocent, but this too was ignored. While delivering the verdict, the Delhi High Court admitted that the accused father continued to call himself innocent. Expressing concern over the matter, the High Court also said the investigation was completely one sided. The court noted that they cannot do anything now except express regret in this whole matter. There were many errors in the facts and circumstances in this particular case, which the trial court overlooked, and the man had to suffer till death for the same. However, notably, in this incident, the girl's mother and the deceased man's wife fought till the end to seek justice for her innocent husband. Oh, Arctic, sometimes it is impossible to understand why a girl behaves in the manner she does, but there is a big learning for our investigation agencies from such cases. Listen to both sides. Do not act and react just because the victim happens to be a girl. It is unfortunate that several men languish in jails for crimes they have not done, and many do not even live for the day to be declared as innocent. Who takes responsibility of a man's respect and life in such cases? It is easiest for our courts to regret or condemn the errors during investigation, but is there any accountability to fix any officer who mishandled the case? Also, if the man had been proven innocent, why should there be no consequences against the girl who filed a false rape case and made a living hell for her own father? Unless we close the loopholes in our system, false cases will continue to prevail, and we shall keep reading such stories feeling helpless time and again. If Billy is coming up, Billy is coming up, I don't know. False rape charges on minor in Gurugram. False rape charges on minor in Gurugram. Hmm. 47-year-old Mumbai woman files molestation case against 18-year-old boy after fight over her cats. So, see, the crazy cat lady is not exclusive to the West. That never happens. What never happens, sir? I mean, I don't know what never happens. Could I know the context about it? Because I completely forgot as to what I said right now. It could be a Freudian slip. I don't know. Oh, it was just. I was just being sarcastic about it. I was just being sarcastic about it, sir. Nothing else. I totally recognize the fact that this happens, and that is why I was just being sarcastic. And here he comes. Bloody Spetsnaz. Let us see the whole screen like this. Tourism on the cheap. Yes, sir. Yeah, surely, sir. That is actually a Spetsnaz video, and I would be posting that on my channel specifically. Yes, sir. Yeah, he got some nice views, and the videos I have posted of him vlogging all the way through, I would be posting all of that. I would be posting all the videos. This is the video of Spetsnaz. So this is not to some video regarding that. So I would be posting more and more stuff about him. Let us see what happens. Billy still has not come up. It is 10 hours 30 minutes now. And I think we could close it because it is high time now. Uh, Thank you, sir.